Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the OxBAT conference. Today we'll be focusing on industry. Before we get into the content, I just would like to do some housekeeping. We have the conference dinner today at 7:30 and drinks before in the Cloister Lawns. So those start at 6:30. Today we'll be looking at a wide range of different topics, from museums to galleries and NFTs to fashion supply chain visibility and taxation even. And to kick things off, we have Ruth Catlow here. It's a great honor to have Ruth. Ruth is a recovering web utopian. She is the co-founder and co-director of Further Field Gallery, which is the longest standing Center for Art, Technology and Eco-Social Change. She's the co-editor of Artists Rethinking the Blockchain and Radical Friends, which is the most beautifully curated book I have ever seen, which came out in 2022. And today we can get a little bit of a sense of what she's writing about in her talk on art DAOs and translocal belonging. So welcome, Ruth, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. If I stand this close to the mic, can I be heard? Thank you so much for inviting me. It's an honour and a privilege. And thanks to everyone who's spoken so far for introducing me to so many inspiring, elegant and beautiful NFT projects, many of which I wasn't familiar with, many of which I was also familiar with. I'm also thankful to Martin Zellinger for his focus on NFTs that relate to life and living systems, and I'm going to touch on some of those as well. And for Eva's reminder to be intentional and clear about what to hope for. I think this is very important. As Jaya Clara Brecker, who's the kind of strategist at NIM and also advisor to the EU blockchain policy group, says that the work we do in the culture sector is incredibly important. It shapes both the tech sector and also government policy. So what we're doing, we're not just doing it in a kind of hermetically sealed work. The work we do makes a difference, and I think it's important to remember that. Okay, I need to get my slides up. So, yeah, I think I've been invited here today because of my ongoing work as an artist, curator, researcher and organiser at the crossover of arts and blockchain technologies. And also, I think because of what I've learned from 25 years of work with Furtherfield, the organisations I founded with Mark Garrett in 1996. And through this work, I've learned that building kind of net-based or online or internet-based art contexts really needs to be grounded in relationships to communities and ecosystems. So this is bodies, land, places. These are what matter, like this really matters. And it's also what's easily forgotten in the enchantments and distractions of cyberspace, virtual reality and the metaverse, or whatever we want to call it. This kind of consensual hallucination that's been invented for us to live in while the planet seems to be catching on fire. And on that, so this is the happiest picture I've ever seen of Mark Zuckerberg. And I think it's because, unbeknownst to his audience, he's kind of moving in the physical world while they're kind of blinded by the enchantments of the metaverse that he's captured them in. So I'm making a bit of a joke, but I really think that this is a kind of literal picture of kind of what is in Mark Zuckerberg's mind. Look how happy he looks. So as we build new art worlds on the blockchain, I think we need to learn from the way that the World Wide Web has delivered us into atomizing and competitive global surveillance capitalism, as described by Shoshana Zuboff. and by the way that the web has been used to privatise what used to be public utilities of communication and transport, and also to intensify state control in really very scary ways, and in ways that are kind of quite uneven globally. The way its growth has coincided with growing inequalities, xenophobia, racism, censorship, and climate emergency. These things are all kind of like really on the growth, in growth. And the role that it's now playing in these kind of very uneven forms of oppression globally. And finally, I think it makes me think that it's kind of made me reflect that we, in addition to making beautiful and beautifully thought-provoking things, things that are critical, things that explain, even tactical interventions, that maybe these things are no longer enough for artists and art workers working in the cultural sector. Yeah, so I'm co-editor with Penny Rafferty of the recently published book called Radical Friends, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations and the Arts. And it's a collection of essays, interviews, artworks and prototypes. And it's the culmination of 8 years of exhibitions, labs, think tanks, prototyping and publications organized and produced through distributed friendship networks. Its contributors critically examine the hazards and opportunities of this powerful and for many powerfully disturbing financial technology. And it shares the work of many art workers, thinkers, lawyers, engineers and activists who are working to amplify its potential to really increase access to tools, ideas and experiment with democracy, governance, cooperation and coordination. But why is an art book that is about distributed consensus technology framed around friendship? This feels maybe like a little whimsical. So I'd like to explain. I'm going to talk a little bit about why this book is called Radical Friendship. And it's because if we, and by we I mean the people who are here and listening online, I'm making assumptions about who we are, but if we are thinking about participating in the creation of this new and powerful planetary scale social and cultural infrastructure, we'd better be sure that the imaginaries or visions of new social relations that we want to set our compasses for and that we're pointing at a collective horizon that we actually want to reach, and attend to the harms that we might inadvertently inflict on those people, life forms and places that are not part of this project. And at a very simple level, the principles of friendship are understood and valued in all societies. So through sustained intimacy, fellowship, camaraderie, we negotiate difference and difficulties over time. We really engage our creativity to learn what we need to help each other grow and thrive. And it's an area in which we are very strongly motivated to be imaginative. If we like someone and we wish them well and they're experiencing something that we've never experienced, like, we're prepared to do the work to find out what it is that they need. And so this is one side of it, but beyond that, I think Radical Friendship alerts us to the need for better strategies to counter the effects of millennia of patriarchal and colonial control exercised through the institutions of state, religion, and now corporations. And together, these things are determining, so they're kind of, it's this idea that we have this new planetary scale technology that allows us to think about how we might organize and how we might relate to questions of leadership and who makes decisions in alternative ways. And these are currently, like, so these kind of long-standing ancient institutions continue currently to determine a set of things, like which kind of relationships we're allowed to have, like literally think like which kind of love relationships we're allowed to have, like who we're allowed to marry, and all the kind of tax implications there might be for that would make it easier perhaps for a heterosexual couple to marry and then inherit than it is in some places for a gay couple to marry and inherit, just to make it really clear. Also, what rituals we must participate in order to belong. I'm thinking of 2 weeks of national mourning for Queen Elizabeth. You know, these are the rituals that we have been told we will participate in order to feel like we belong to this nation. And also how our behaviour is to be restricted and the penalties that we face for transgression. So, I think if we think about friends as the kin we choose, we can explore how to care for each other, how to build intergenerational thriving and resilience, and then think about the role that arts and culture play in this. And it's this spirit of radical care that we wanted to activate in and beyond our Artworld DAO experimentation. So, I'm going to talk about this question of translocality is the kind of focus that I'm going to really place most attention on. And this is about why the world feels so different after 2 internets, like the World Wide Web and the blockchain, and some of the things that I've been paying attention to in my collaborations to build pathways to peer-produced, decentralised digital infrastructures for art, culture and society, in particular through blockchain-based decentralized autonomous organizations. I'm going to talk about, I'll also talk about what DAOs are. I think it's helpful sometimes just to go back to kind of root descriptions and definitions. And I'm going to talk about why I think they're so important in the art world, and hopefully start a conversation with you about why art needs DAOs and about why DAOs need art. And you can argue with me if you think that's not true. But first, let's get a sense. So we've been thinking about kind of, I've been making grand, rather depressing statements about the World Wide Web. But I want to put a bit of kind of like detail into this and think about, get a shared sense of the contemporary context. Oh, first I need to wake my computer up. Okay. So this talk is titled Artworld DAOs, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations for Translocal Belonging. And I'm building on my own essay in the book, which is called Translocal Belonging and Cultural Cooperation After the Blockchain, a Citizen's Sci-Fi. And I'm going to specifically discuss the importance of DAOs to ideas of cooperation and belonging, especially in relation to place and locality. Translocality really changes the way we think about where we belong and how we might organise. It changes the way we think about places, people and cultures that we belong to as a result of globalisation, migration and hyperconnectivity. It specifically describes the fact that we all live in multiple layered and interconnected localities, both physical and online, all at once. And as a result of this, most of us now feel that we belong to many communities in multiple places at once, and that these place-based communities, like if we think of virtual space as a place too, these place-based communities often make strongly conflicting demands on us and shaping our identities in new ways. I think translocality also provides a check against becoming too comfortable with the invisible kind of optimism that there is around the web that we saw in the Perry Barlow quote yesterday. Like, we can imagine that everything is fine. Okay, so I think a focus on translocality helps us to kind of like attend to sometimes the invisible violence of these kind of universalizing digital networks. Okay, so let's get a sense of what we're talking about. So theories of translocality focus on migration, hyperconnectivity and globalization. And I've just kind of thrown a set of kind of charts and images together here. And I think they paint a useful picture for us. So in terms of migration, we're seeing a really massive uptick, actually, and we're seeing like in the last year, we're now, I think, I can't remember the numbers. We're seeing like this real, I think it was something like 3 million people a year now are new migrants. It might be 30 million, and there's a big difference there. So I'm sorry, I don't remember the figure. Oh, look, it's 300 million. I've seen the figure. Okay, so yes, this is what we're heading towards. 300 people like uprooting themselves and taking themselves to live in a new place. And these, this is the kind of push factors here are persecution, violence and war, poor wages or lack of jobs, crop failure, famine, pollution, climate disaster, and just general lack of opportunity. There are also pull factors that are kind of related. So escaping persecution, violence, war to safety, stability, freedom. I don't need to spell this out, but we get a sense of kind of like, I think we've really felt in the last few years, like we're seeing on our TV screens and on our like endless doom scrolling, like such kind of like increase in the horror stories of climate collapse and the impact that it's having on a daily basis on different continents, and then the war that's coming from this, etc. And we also see, and then we also see the media putting an image on this. So I find this image from the Mail Online a kind of classic, like I'm a bit traumatized by Brexit. This is kind of classic anti-immigrant dog whistle here at the bottom. Floods of refugees. I mean, it's like textbook. But we also see the UK's first climate change refugees happening. So we're seeing in-country refugees. We're starting to really feel it in our own places through flood mainly. Kind of like what people are doing about it is interesting, and also gives us a sense of kind of like what the opportunities are here. This image in the bottom left from the ODI is looking at possible mobility responses to different climate hazards, and it's looking at kind of regenerative agriculture and like kind of mitigation and adaptations we might make. So this is kind of where a lot of focus is going at the moment globally. So we thought about migration, and then as part of globalization, we can see like, let's get a sense of people's access and digital engagement. So we have two slides on the right here. One is overview of adoption and use of connected devices and services. So we have 50%, we have nearly 67% of the world's population as unique mobile phone users. I find that really mind-blowing. Internet users, 63%. And then social media users at 60%. So I find it mind-blowing for two reasons. Like, it's mind-blowing that so many people are now kind of plugging into the same systems, and probably, or at least kind of, there'll be some variants, but they're using a lot of the same systems. But there's also still at least 30% of people who have no access to this. Like, that's a very different life. And I think it's just kind of worth thinking, feeling and learning about a little bit more about that. And then the second image is the percentage of internet users who own some form of cryptocurrency. And in January 2022, this was globally at 10%. It surprised me how high this is, because I've been looking at this stuff for a long time, and I still find it, I still get in a sweat when I have to try and remember how to open my MetaMask wallet. You know, so like this is 10% of the global population who have, I think they've got a wallet at least. So there's a kind of mass adoption going on that's probably connected to people's mobile phone ownership. There's all kinds of stories behind here that I'm not going to go into, but I think it's worth just kind of like sort through your mind for all the things that this might mean, both now and for the future. So thinking about translocality helps us to understand the changes to the way we think and feel about the networked places and communities to which we belong, as well as how power flows through them. It also is like, for me, it's kind of like shining this really bright light on the injustice of the kind of national lottery, the kind of lottery system for nationhood under current globalization. You know, like the kind of chance of birth determines so much what kind of base level survival chances you have, let alone opportunity chances you have, and kind of what kind of quality of life you're going to have. And how these kind of translocal systems are making many people vulnerable to extraction and exploitation. So this question of nationality and like our identity being tied up with our nationality, I think is this kind of, I feel like it's quite underexplored actually in the blockchain art space and the blockchain culture space. It feels very important as something to pay attention to because it's something that is a kind of unique blockchain affordance, an ability to coordinate across national boundaries, to coordinate and find common cause across national boundaries. Here are two examples of pre-blockchain artworks that help us, so one in 2012, one in 2011, that I think were both like really prescient, and they show how art can help us feel our way into systems that we're not really kind of thinking about consciously. So, and these are both very pertinent to a kind of translocality lens. So on the left, we see A Crowded Apocalypse by the Italian collective called Yakosi. And they used Amazon Turk. So this is kind of Amazon Turk and a number of kind of gig economy apps to manufacture and then circulate the materials of a fake conspiracy. At the same time, so here we see someone who's been paid to display a poster that is protesting a completely fake manufactured injustice through a process of kind of piecework and gig economy that has been kind of distributed globally. And so it shows the mechanics of conspiracy, the mechanics of conspiracy production online, but it also revealed where in the world this kind of labour was taking place. So that if you want to check it out, I think it's an amazing piece of work. You can see it online. And it's just this series of images taken from places where people, where this work is worth doing. So it's very low, it's like micropayments, but it's worthwhile in these places. So it's actually a kind of map of poverty and poverty of opportunity globally. On the right, we see Kay's blog by Liz Sterry. So this is a reconstruction of a Canadian teenager's bedroom, which Liz Sterry made just purely by following her online. Again, like note the date, this is like 11 years ago. So this kind of, we are so saturated now in the understanding of how we are living our lives online publicly. It wasn't so much in our minds at this time. And Liz basically followed this Kay's teenage blog. I think Kay was like 16. She lived in Canada. She lives in Canada, and she learned enough to rebuild her bedroom to play her favourite music playlist. She knew what like her movements on a daily basis, so she had a diary of her upcoming kind of like social diary. And we presented this in our gallery, and we saw like parents would come into the gallery with their kids and they'd be kind of blanching as they realized that this was a world that they weren't so they didn't know what was going on in the lives of their children. And I think this work shows it shows how art can help us understand, for instance, what's happening to our sense of the personal, the private, and the public with this kind of collision of networked and physical space. So just to kind of like wrap up this kind of like why translocality is so important. So translocal living makes numerous demands on us personally and politically, while raising really complex questions about where and to whom we belong, as well as the kinds of citizens we need to become in order to act and organise in our own individual and collective interests. It helps us to understand the power of a technical protocol, like the blockchain, that presents a vision for a planetary scale financial and governance infrastructure that is both malleable and mutable, and that can be designed and operated by peers across national boundaries without oversight and control by states and banks, and that lends itself to cooperative organisation by members and peers. Okay. So we're gonna feel our way into this a little bit now. So the virtuoso writer of sci-fi, kind of sci-fi societies, Ursula Le Guin, in a conversation she had with Donna Haraway shortly before she passed away, said that she regarded the most important question that we can ask ourselves now is like, who are our people? And the question's obviously connected to questions of place. So I thought I'd post this. This was a poster from the Occupy Wall Street campaign. Know where, like, where's stuff happening? Like, and how does the things that happen in this space that we don't know about, how does it affect who our people are and where we belong? But I think, so this is a really important question for DAO builders to ask, because you need to know who you're organising with and what matters to them. But it's also an increasingly hard question to answer. And this is because of translocality, the things we've been talking about. And I think it's an especially important concept for thinking through the impacts of new distributed technologies. Feelings of belonging have like a really huge part to play in our sense of agency, what we feel we might do and who we feel we can do it with. So the writer Tai Selassie helps us to think about this by, like, basically she's saying, like, so she came from a family where all of her grandparents, they lived across 3 different continents. And she said people would ask her where she was from, and her answer to that, it was always like how do I answer this? And actually by answering it, I'm telling you nothing. So what she says instead is, don't ask me where I'm from, ask me where I'm local. And in order to answer this question, she suggests we ask with whom we share rituals, relationships, and restrictions. And now I've been talking for 25 minutes and we're going to just have a little break, and I'm going to ask you to turn to someone who you can have a conversation with and just share, like, answer this question with someone who you're sitting next to, who you're local to at the moment. Like, say where you feel local and say what are the rituals, relationships and restrictions that you experience because of where you're local. It's going to bend your mind a little bit, that's fine. You might even find like you can't really get there, but I want you to experience what this feels like. Off you go. Okay, guys, I know you're not finished. I know you're not finished, but I've given you a really nice conversation to finish in the break. And I just want you to know that you all look really happy talking about this. You're thinking about the things that you enjoy, the things you like the things that you have in common with people. This is a really great thing to think about, concentrate on. So let's do that more, hey? So the second section, why DAOs now? Why art needs DAOs? Why DAOs need art? I'm not sure I'm going to answer any of these questions actually, but they hopefully will find better questions, or will find the questions that are important around this. This picture, I really like this picture. So this picture was made during a live action role play called What Will It Be Like When We Buy an Island on the Blockchain? So this was a live action role play designed and led by Ed Forney-Ellis as part of our DAO laboratory series. And we divided into 4 groups of 20 people and spent 3 hours LARPing the development over 50 years of different cryptocurrency millionaires living on different islands and working out like what the world looks like from there. I might share, and like here is the kind of anarchist. You can see the anarchist in the heart, kind of like really trying to think this through, and they're deciding who can and cannot come onto their island. There's a set of videos, like fictional videos taken by a fictional journalist going around and talking to these people. It's incredibly illuminating, thinking what a kind of crypto-political structure, what it supports, what it sparks in people. Okay, so we're going to do just a little bit of kind of like trying to get a sense sharing. So we're talking about this shift from two internets, from the internet of the worldwide, that kind of the World Wide Web is born into, and then the blockchain internet. I'm shameless. Like you may correct me. I'm going to make mistakes, technical mistakes, and I'm very happy to be corrected afterwards. But this is roughly right. So the World Wide Web was kind of born with hyperlinks in 1989. It gave us the internet of messages. This was kind of distributed. Whether or not it's actually decentralized is definitely a question for debate, as it is with the blockchain. Scale-free networks of reproducible and circulatable information. So I think we know what distributed means. I think we know what decentralized means, but the scale-free bit's really interesting. So this is the thing that allows small hubs of people to connect over like large distances and across large differences as well. So as a kind of early days arts organisation operating out of a kind of scruffy warehouse in North London, we were able to connect with curators at the Whitney Museum in the early days of the internet. And this is kind of part of the scale-free network in operation. Blockchain, is born in 2008-9 with the Bitcoin blockchain. This gives us the internet of money, value, and governance, allowing us to allowing the distribution of digital information, but not its duplication. So this is a kind of like core difference. Bitcoin is a decentralized, depending how you look at it, open source software to create, secure, and track digital assets. And then, am I going to do? No, I think we all really know what blockchain is. So I'm not going to do a deeper explainer of that. And then the Ethereum adds smart contracts to this kind of layer, and these can be used to automate the management of digital assets. So this is like when Furtherfield started thinking and researching into the kind of connection between blockchain and art. It had a total market cap of 8.6 million. Today, let's call it this month, at some point this month, it's had a market cap of 1 trillion, but this is down from nearly 3 trillion earlier in the year. So I'm showing this for two reasons. One, like, if you live in my world with my kinds of artists, they're saying this isn't a real thing. It's a bubble. It's a fake. It's all hype. Like, just stop it. Like, you're embarrassing yourself paying attention to this. I am not exaggerating. This is kind of how it feels. And yet there is this kind of secured value of this amount of money, which I think means that we can't ignore. It's a thing. It has power in the world. But the other thing about this slide that's important to me is the kind of image of volatility. And I think of this also a little like it rhymes in my head with a heart monitor. You know, it kind of gives us this sense of like panic or overstimulation that is associated with this kind of volatility of things that people are building their lives upon. And I'm not going to say anything more about it, but I just think that this image is a kind of, it's one image of crypto that we need to not forget about. So again, just orientation. So cryptocurrencies are something like digital money. There are debates about whether it's actually money. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, are like digital property. So we heard a lot about ownership yesterday. In art, NFT ownership is separate from copyright. And I think NFTs can make art market and financial dynamics more visible, explicit, and malleable. It does something very, like everyone was talking about it yesterday. I thought the panel discussion at the end of the day was super interesting. Like people's relationship to this kind of pull of being able to actually make a living as an artist, like what this shift means and feels like. I haven't said that there, but it's also very important. DAOs, or decentralized autonomous organizations, are peer-built member organizations run through systems of proposal and voting enabled by smart contracts. And they've been used, they've often been about new ways to do business in an unregulated field oriented to profit, but they're also very well suited to experiments in new translocal cooperative organizational forms. Just to talk a little bit more about DAOs might be helpful. So I'm just going to give run through a couple of other definitions. So they're a form of internet-based organisation that enables people to coordinate their work with each other wherever they are in the world. They're templatable, open source, customisable, organisations built and run by members, allowing accountable, transparent record of resource management. Collectively owned and member managed, their built-in treasuries can only be accessed with the approval of the group. People contribute to decision making through a series of proposals and voting, and then the software of the DAO manages membership, pooling and distribution of resources according to the pre-agreed rules of its members and keeps a permanent, transparent record of all the decisions being made. The reason I'm giving these kind of like very similar definitions is because it's like, I think it's important that we get a sense of it. If you're like me, you find it quite boring thinking about these things. So I think the more different words we can put around it helps us to get a better sense of why they might be useful and important. And I think this like I and a number of other people whose work I admire, like they can, we know that these technologies can lend themselves to like really wide spectrum of uses, but because of this kind of organisation around member ownership and rights, we think that they may lend themselves more to cooperativism than centralised and hierarchical corporate structures. And this is where some of the kind of potential and excitement sits. I'm going to flash these at you because otherwise I'm going to run out of time, and I want to talk about some examples of Artworld DAOs. So this was the kind of this was our analysis. I worked with Ben Vickers back in 2016, who's the COO at Serpentine Galleries. And this was the slide that we made that still holds true, I think, about the problem that the art world, the problems that the arts have got. So it's this awkward relationship between money, growing inability of arts economies to support living artists to thrive, lack of diversity in arts access because of this, and arts as a vehicle for speculation and money laundering. And art and blockchain together, I think, brings kind of critical attention to the relationship that art has with money and finance to really renegotiate the social and economic value of art. Lowering the cost of organising, DAOs can remodel and diversify collaboration. We can start to kind of template automated solidarity for artists and new kinds of art world stakeholders. We can redefine authorship and ownership. We were seeing quite a lot of this yesterday in Ben's keynote, I think, and open up black boxes and spaces for new imaginaries about how we might act together in the world. So Artworld DAOs, and I think Martin touched on this yesterday, it's like when culture takes the lead rather than economies, relationships, rituals and values, so the things we were talking about that help us know where we belong, these can start to shape the infrastructure that we need. And in the art world, I think this kind of works along two strands, or at least that's how I'm going to think about it this morning. So bringing critical attention to the impact that money and finance has on living systems in the art world and beyond. And then also building operational imaginaries. So the shift from the web into the blockchain means that we can actually build things that start to work. They aren't just helping us to think about things or see things in a new way, but we can actually start to organise. And Kia Kreutler calls this the kind of rise of the executable artistic manifesto, which I think is a kind of wonderful kind of crystallization of what the possibility is here. So here we have a kind of, this is early blockchain art, so really before DAOs were usable by anyone other than venture capitalists and very clever engineers, but artists were already working with blockchain as a kind of medium. And here we see blockchain art that helps us to see and feel the possible relationships that we might create with the world, and to start to actually make it possible for people to kind of press on this a little bit. So Is Art, down the bottom left, by Ria Myers, is an Ethereum contract that can be instructed to nominate itself as art or not. And it resonates, I think, really nicely with the discussion led by the Wikipedia people yesterday. It kind of enables all art lovers to engage in what might be the most important question we feel we need to ask about art is like, is it art? Like, is this art? Well, for a gas fee, I can now determine this and press a button that says this contract, this piece is art or it isn't art. I can click, I can make it true, and no one can tell me it isn't because the smart contract says it is. Bail Block. When you downloaded the Bail Block app, I think this is probably not running anymore, but a small portion of your computer's unused processing power was redirected towards mining a popular cryptocurrency called Monero, which was secure, private. It is secure, private, and untraceable. The funds were gathered monthly and then converted to dollars and donated to bail funds in the National Bail Fund network in the US, including the Immigrant Bail Fund, which released people detained under the notoriously cruel and racist ICE anti-immigration regime. So this is kind of like using the SETI at home model to funnel money to release people from bail, to release people from a kind of racist, structural violence system, kind of government system. And this really gained an awful lot of attention when it came out. And I can't remember the figures. You can go and check it out on the website. Like, it's quite impressive what they managed to achieve. Julian Oliver, so Harvest. Julian Oliver describes Harvest as critical engineering and computational climate art. So it uses wind energy to mine cryptocurrency, the earnings of which are used as a source of funding for climate change research. Then we have ClickMine by Sarah Friend, a blockchain-based clicker game. So with each click, you can mine a virtual plot of land and an ERC20 token on the Ethereum network is minted, as well as buying you various power-ups. So you click and you're kind of making a little hole in the ground, and then gradually you buy these bigger diggers, you increase your marketing budget, and then you're like, you end up with a black hole, basically. And she's asking, what is a token anyway? And because as wealth is created, it's also destroyed. And as far as I know, this is the only piece of her work that was built for a proof of work chain, and it really literalizes the environmental cost of blockchain infrastructure. I'm going to tantalize you by showing you this, tell you to go and look at it, but I'm not going to talk about it. So this is Seed Capital by Terra Zero. It's a progression from the self-owning forest. This is Off by Sarah Friend. This is a cooperation game that you should also go and have a look at. And this is really a kind of meditation on the problem of global scale coordination and cooperation. Like, we know we need to do something in our own interest, especially around climate change, but like, how do we build a system that actually incentivizes us to do this? And this is what I think is the meditation around this project. And as with all of her work, you see the front end, you see the collectible, but you can also look at the back end, and it tells you how people are behaving in relation to her work. So Artworld DAOs, building Artworld DAOs begins with a community of people with a common cause. And I want to remind everyone here that the practice is to build new imaginaries, live in the world, and they happen between us. Okay, so these are things that happen in places with people, with real people. And so I've got a couple of examples here, like, so for instance, the Treaty of Finsbury Park on the top left is a 3-year interspecies justice LARP played with the users of Finsbury Park and online with people around the world. This is a way to mobilise people into a completely different world in which justice looks different and it includes all living species. The hologram, top right, was initiated by the artist Cassie Thornton. It's a viral artwork and a 4-person health monitoring and diagnostic system, which is now practiced worldwide. So 3 non-expert participants create a 3-dimensional hologram of a 4th participant's physical, psychological and social health. Each becomes the focus of 3 other people's care in an expanding network. So this is using the kind of spirit and mechanics of peer, like of software, of free and open source software building. It's kind of like collaborating together to build a network of care. This is like a really big project now. Chimera DAO by the Minsk-based artist duo EEEFFF. Here's an image of them presenting the work, bottom left. Is a blockchain futures live action role play to think through life in decentralized tech infrastructures through the lens of decentralized organizing under oppressive government regimes. So they put us 100 years in the future and we're looking back on kind of blockchain tech almost as a kind of tech fossil. But they give us this kind of like reverse telescopic view of kind of like where we are now, and it helps us to think through how we're working with decentralization, the narratives we have, how we're kind of like the practicalities of the operations we share. And then I'm going to end with just an introduction to actual, so Black Swan DAO is an actual operating Artworld DAO, and Culture Stake is the voting part of a DAO instantiated and tested. So Black Swan DAO is based on a white paper that was written by my collaborator in the Radical Friends book, Penny Rafferty, and it was based on her experience as a Berlin artist, where she saw the art world institutions, basically they were holding all the funding, but the ecology, the ground level of ecology of artists were like suffering from this kind of precarity, austerity, no access to materials, like no access to what they needed to make the work, and a process of what she called grooming. So like artists would form these kind of networks of resilience to try and make a living or try and make a life as artists in communities. And the institutions would just cherry pick a few and kind of put them, kind of like highlight them, but it never gave anything back to the ground. So what they've done with Black Swan DAO is they've created a process of silent stakeholders and community members. And basically the institutions donate money, space, marketing, materials, expertise into a pot, and then a group of artists come together and they get to choose how that is used. They make proposals for projects and then they realise those projects. So this is now starting to operate in Berlin on the ground. And the last project I want to talk about or just share with you is Culture Stake. So at Furtherfield, we've built this collective app. It's a cultural decision-making app, and we're using quadratic voting on the blockchain. So we're kind of experimenting with new forms of digital first voting. Again, Brexit traumatized. I need to be thinking through new ways that we might make decisions together. But this app allows everyone to vote on the types of cultural activity they would like to see in their locality. So QV makes more room for feeling and decision making because people get to not only express their preference, but they get to express the intensity of their preference. Blockchain gives transparency and tamper-proof results, and together these create transparent data about what matters to people in places. And we ran our first vote last summer. We presented 3 taster digital artworks to be shown in a public park. And people used the app to vote for the one that meant the most to them. And they told us why. And we've now launched that piece in Finsbury Park. And just anecdotally, it's really interesting how different it feels as an arts organisation operating in a public space to know that you are putting on work that people have chosen and you know why they want it. It's a very different experience. So I think what we're talking about here is kind of like with Black Swan, we're looking at artists asserting their right to belong in the art world on their own terms. And here we're looking at publics shaping culture to enhance belonging in physical locality. Like we can see ourselves together, we can see what's important to ourselves. I'm going to end with this quote from Nathan Schneider. So Nathan's done really amazing scholarship around platform cooperativism, and it's kind of like what opportunities crypto bring to this. And it kind of resonates really strongly with my favourite current book, which is The Dawn of Everything by anthropologist David Graeber, in which they kind of I want to cut to the chase. They show that there have been parallel approaches to governance, far more varied approaches to governance and getting organised than the grand narratives of grand arcs of history have led us to believe, and that other worlds are not just possible, but they do and have always existed, and that we need to pay attention to them. We should take heart from that. And Nathan's way of saying this is that crypto should encourage a renaissance of creative governance possibilities that organise economic mechanisms around values and rights. So he's kind of saying, like, keep your eye on the important stuff. And I think art worlds allow us to do this. They allow us to bring our imagination together, and they allow us to bring other people to bring their imaginations to it as well. Okay, I'll stop.
Thank you for that incredible talk, Ruth. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Thank you very much. That was great. You mentioned the term automated solidarity, and I just wanted to hear your thoughts on what that really means to you, because it sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be a bit careful with hyperbole, right? But sometimes it just slips out. What I mean by automated solidarity is that we can use DAOs. Like if we're using these kind of templates, we're designing new templates for organisation that serve us better, and that these like we could think of kind of corporate structures, legal structures for corporations as automated profit-making machines. So I think we can think of DAOs that would also do that, but I think we can also think of DAOs that would automate solidarity by creating these kind of templates for organising that could be repeated, customised, and kind of used for people in their own interests wherever they are.
A question from online, from CRC DNG. Don't DAOs provide us with an opportunity to agree on and achieve common goals who are not your friends, people who you otherwise might disagree with, who are not my people? Where the role of smart contracts guarantees a minimal consensus among the actors, otherwise it might just be a social club with another name.
Yes. I totally agree. I'm not saying that one should only ever make DAOs with one's friends. What I'm saying is that if we take the lens of radical friendship, i.e. how to build infrastructures that would allow us to support, where we're motivated to think through difficult infrastructure questions, like how we can make people who are not like us, but who we feel friendly towards, have access to a better life. That's more what I'm thinking about. But I understand that it can kind of like tip into a bit of a kind of friendly club thing. But frankly, I actually think that if we start building, if we build DAOs for people who we really want to do interesting things with, it's not a bad start. Yeah, but I take the point.
Thank you, that was really interesting. So talking about friendship and relationships and rituals and values, and in the real world, underlying all of those things is trust. And obviously with blockchain, you've got a trustless system. And I'm just wondering about that kind of clash of when you try and build friendships and organizations around something that assumes in a way that you can't trust one another, does that then create a distrust? It's, you know, it's almost like if I was to kind of have a safe in my home that I lock all my things away, and my partner doesn't have access to that safe. What's the impact of that on our relationship? And so yeah, just interested in whether you see that as being kind of problematic at all, or just
I find the description of blockchain as a trustless system one of the most confusing things when I use it like natural language. I think it has a very specific meaning in engineering, and when we think of it, like money is a trustless system, basically. So I feel like I've thought this through really carefully and then forgotten everything I had to say about how I explained it to myself. But I think that in any of the kind of DAO experiments I've been a part of, they kind of live or die actually on the trust that exists personally between people, actually. And so much of the decision making that goes on off chain, or the conversations or the agreement making or the kind of backroom deals. Like in quite a lot of situations, I think DAOs end up ratifying decisions that have actually been made off the ratifying and then kind of like activating decisions. I haven't participated in, there's a whole segment of DAOs that I've never participated in, so I'd be happy to hear from other people about other ways that it operates. But yeah, I think human personal trust is still super important.
Short comment then, a question, like in terms of the trustless, a lot of this space still has what you could think of as marketing language. Like trustless came from this idea that it's so powerful that it can abolish the need for trust, which is overblown, as are many of these terms like smart contracts, etc., being smart and so on. And I think that's a problem. But that aside, I wanted to ask a question from you. Like all of these structures that are created, whether DAOs, whether tokens, start out as kind of fiction, or not just kind of fiction, as fiction, which is of course true how nations started and how all the forms of money started, even by the way, how time started. Like that's a whole nother story, but time is our artificial creation, like the numbers don't exist in this world. So, but I wanted to ask you, how would you relate this to a question of arts as a whole, and how art sees itself, that these are essentially creations? And then we have this culture of what works are and what should be recognized as works. So what's your thoughts on that area? How should this reflect to art as a whole?
Thank you. That's a really lovely question to finish on, because I think it's one of the kind of key roles of art is to create better fictions, like more compelling fictions. Like I really like my personal kind of, when I look out, when I listen to the news, when I look out the window, like I see the fiction we're living in at the moment is really not the one that I would choose. And I feel like we need to be pulling every lever, whether it's imaginative or mechanical, to create better stories, better fictions, and to build them together. And I think art has a way to put images on it. It has a way to build kind of like an aesthetics of social relations that is different. Like we desperately need new narratives, new stories to jumpstart us into a different fiction. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Will from Origin Thread. So Will is the founder from Origin Thread. Origin Thread was created in 2021 to explore how clothing brands can use NFTs to bring transparency to the supply chain. After graduating from the Royal Academy of Music, Will spent some time in India, where his interests in textiles and the importance of business in shaping our world blossomed. So welcome, Will.
Sorry. Yeah, that's smashing. Cool. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. As mentioned, my name's Will. I'm founded Origin Thread in 2021 with a view to looking at how NFTs can bring transparency to fashion supply chains. So let me make sure I know how this works. Cool. What are we going to be talking about today? I'll give you a quick run through. The first is going to be really trying to contextualize and understand the importance of the moment that we're in. We're going to be talking about fashion supply chain and how at the moment they're destructive by default. We're going to be learning a little bit of economics. Don't be afraid. There's a great meme on that slide to just keep you interested. We're going to be learning about information asymmetry and why this might be at the cause of these destructive supply chains. We're going to be talking about my work at Origin Thread, our first iteration of what I call NFT connected clothing. Then we're going to be talking about the journey we're taking towards on-chain supply chains. And then, we're going to look a bit to the future and ask the question, where next?
Sorry, it's not streaming properly.
Oh, no.
Give it a second.
It's good. Cool. Technology, hey, super fun. Cool. So, right, yeah, next slide. I'm going to open with a question, something to think about, set the scene. Where were you the first time you heard about NFTs? When did this enter your consciousness? What did you think about when you first heard about NFTs? I'll tell you my story. I was driving home from work. This is early 2021. It's a little bit into the blockchain, but NFTs were a mystery to me at this point. And I was listening to the news on the radio, trying to figure out what was going on in our crazy world. And I heard a story about this man with a strange name. He was called Beeple, and he had sold a digital artwork for $69 million. But as the story progressed, it turned out he hadn't actually sold the digital artwork. He'd just sold a link in something called a smart contract, which is an NFT, for $69 million. Anyone could view this artwork, and he just owned the link. And I thought, that's completely stupid. That's ridiculous. Why would anyone do I should probably look into this. I should probably find out what's going on here, because we've seen this all before. Luckily, I'm a millennial. I came of age at the time the internet really came of age. So I've seen, is Facebook a fad? The internet maybe just a passing fad? The Web 2.0 bubble? Forget Web 3, guys. 2's already a bubble, so we're in trouble. Waiting for the revolution. This is written quite a while ago about how online shopping is never going to take off. And this one's actually my personal favorite, so I'm just going to read it out to you. Non-fungible tokens aren't a harmless digital fad. They're a disaster for our planet. If you happen to count yourself among those appalled by the seemingly unstoppable rise of NFTs or non-fungible tokens over the past few months, you might be forgiven a little schadenfreude at the recent news that a dispute has broken out over the ownership of Mars House, the digital file. I just want you all to know Adam Greenfield's very happy that your NFTs are worth less than they were last year. So he's pleased. Why is this important? It's important because media technologies are super, super, super powerful. I've written here, I didn't come up with this, I actually stole this from Balaji Srinivasan, but code programs humans and code programs machines and media programs humans. This is really worth thinking about. Code programs machines and media programs humans. And when a new media technology comes along, we very often see a rapid change in human society. I've got here printing press to propaganda film to presidential pulpit. So top, which have we seen? Left is the Gutenberg Bible. So the invention of the printing press really helped catalyze the Reformation, helped begin the Renaissance, the spread of knowledge through a new class of people. Books were no longer the printing of books, the reproduction of books was no longer controlled by the church and scriptoriums. Now any kind of information could be disseminated. We've got here a picture from China, propaganda picture, obviously people holding the book quotations of Mao Zedong. Again, here we're using media to program people's minds. And it was in the 20th century that media was really weaponized for the first time to create propaganda. And it's very possible to make the argument that the atrocities of World War II, if you look at what happened in Nazi Germany, this wouldn't have been possible to mobilize people at such a scale without media technologies. And finally, we've got the bad orange man at the bottom here, Donald Trump himself, calling into question an election. And I actually think that this little screen grab is going to be studied in years to come, because he's saying one thing, the disclaimers around the tweet are saying another thing. There's really a lot of interesting context around there. And it's kind of worth asking the question, if a social media company can remove a president, but a president can't remove a social media company, who's above who in the org chart there? Why is this important for us to think about? Well, it's a quote here from Richard Feynman: "To every man is given the key to the gates of heaven. The same key opens the gates of hell. And so it is with science." And maybe we could put under there as well, and so it is with media. So Ben was describing beautifully yesterday, the technology is neutral, it doesn't care. And we have the opportunity, I think, with the blockchain, either to create a real dystopian hellscape or to create a better future. I think we're probably going to create a bit of both. So really, if you take one thing away from this, just have a think about what kind of world we can build, because we're early here still in this stage, so we can help set the momentum of where this is going. So with all that being said, what's a challenge I might like to work on with this? What's something I would like to change? I've skipped 2 slides at once there. Fashion is something that needs to change. It's destructive by default. Few stats on here: 2% of the world's garment workers are paid a living wage. That means if there's 50 of you in the audience here, only one of you, your clothes was made by someone who's paid enough money to live. It's not ideal. 16% of the world's pesticide use is used on cotton, even though it takes up something like 5% of the world's land mass. This chap here, I'm not a doctor, but I can't imagine that's particularly good. I can't imagine that's particularly good. So why does this happen? You know, we like to think of ourselves perhaps as a progressive, forward-facing society. Why are we allowing this destruction, both of human and natural resources, to continue at, you know, a massive rate? Who here can tell me where the clothes that they're wearing come from? Does anyone know? Does anyone know where the materials in their clothes come from? Can you say whether it's from Xinjiang in China, which produces 1/5 of the world's cotton using slave labor? It's not possible. So this is what an economist might define as an information asymmetry. So an information asymmetry, is defined in the dictionary, is an imbalance between two negotiating parties in the knowledge of relevant factors and details of a deal. So in the case of you're buying clothing, you have no idea where it comes from. The person who's made it probably does. Now, there was an economist in the 1970s called George Akerlof who wrote a great paper describing the effects that this has on the market. He actually went on to win a Nobel Prize for the work. And this paper was called A Market for Lemons. Now, I'll ask another question. Who's bought a second-hand car at any point? Cool. When you did so, how confident did you feel that that car was going to be good? Were you like, I'm super pumped, this car's going to be amazing? Or did you think, well, it probably might go wrong when I leave? So Akerlof uses this example to explain the effects of information asymmetry on a marketplace. So buyers, when you're buying a second-hand car, you have no way of telling if that car is a lemon, if it's rubbish, or if it's a peach, if it's a good car. The person selling you the car probably has a good idea. He knows, okay, well, this one's not so good, or okay, this one's good. And what this actually means is, as a buyer, you're only willing to pay an average price between what you determine to be a high quality car and a low quality car. If you're unable to tell, you're going to shoot for an average price. How this plays out in the marketplace is sellers are actually incentivized to pass off lower quality goods as higher quality goods. Because if you can sell a rubbish car for someone who thinks it's a good car, you're winning. But also what it means is higher quality goods are going to be removed from the marketplace because you can't reach a fair value for them. How might this show in fashion? Well, just appreciate the meme here. Slaps roof of car fits so many information asymmetries in this bad boy. Super pleased with this. The most exciting thing about presenting at Oxford University was that meme. So I'll just leave now. Cool. So this is all super complicated by the problem of greenwashing. It's very, very, very easy to, if you're H&M, let's not worry about our supply chains. Let's make a nice, cute game. Shine, horrible fast fashion company. Nice big banner, our product, our planet. We're all doing a great job. Here, the sin of greenwashing in the fashion industry, 90% of green claims by major fashion retailers are unsubstantiated. Now, the problem is with this is if you're a company and you want to hide bad supply chain practices, you don't even really need to cover your own back. You just need to muddy the waters enough that the consumers aren't able to tell the difference. So if as a consumer you're unable to tell, well, do you know what? Some brands say they're treating their workers well, or they're treating their workers well, or they're engaging in good environmental practices. But you know what? I can't tell what's real. I'm not going to pay the price which is required to do these things. The cycle continues. So, technology and transparency. The question I'm really asking is, will fixing information asymmetry improve the impact of fashion supply chains? If you take away this information gap between the consumer and the actual reality of their product, can we make these things better? Now, if only there was some sort of distributed database technology which immutably stored information, gives identity to network users, timestamps data, allows a permissionless read and write of information, maybe we might be able to do something about this. Does anyone have any ideas of a tech we might be able to use? The blockchain. Yes, cool. So introducing Origin Thread, you might say, I recognize that shirt. That's right, this is the first Origin Thread shirt that I'm wearing here. I know Emil's much better looking than I am. He wasn't available today, so you're stuck with me. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, Origin Thread started in 2021 to ask the question, how can NFTs be used to improve sustainability in fashion? Can we use media to build an emotional connection so people know where their clothes are from? And can we use the NFT to make sourcing information permanently accessible? So our first NFT connected shirt is now sell, modeled by me and modeled more professionally by Emil. The NFT links to fully transparent sourcing information, so all of the information about where the shirt is from is stored on the blockchain. You can verify the authenticity and the scarcity, and it also contains a video of the shirt's creation. So how an end user would access that is you grab your phone and then you scan a tag there, and this will take you to the NFT. So here we have, this is actually minted on the Cardano blockchain. Oh, sorry, Techman. Yeah, can I get this to come up on the screen? I've opened the link.
Yeah, you need to drag it across the other screen.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
There we go.
It's over there. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
So this is the NFT for the shirt that I'm wearing now. How do I access that? Is that on there? Cool. And so customers will be able to access all the information, sourcing information is all stored on chain, as well as tech demos never go well, do they? A video of its creation, which isn't working for us today, which is quite fun. Can I get?
Does it work on Microsoft Edge?
It should just, it's any it's just a video.
It's a Chrome-based browser.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, that's the first shirt. As I say, we've stored all the sourcing information on the NFT, but there's a lot still to be done. The reason for this is we're breaking the kind of the maxim of don't trust, verify. So this is kind of core to a lot of crypto ideology, is that anyone that's using it should be able to verify things themselves. There's still an element of trust there without real kind of work by the end user. They could say, okay, I've got this NFT, I'm going to call up each of those suppliers listed there and check that this information is correct. It's not ideal. Also, you start to run into problems in the cotton supply chain. So most people aren't aware, most organic cotton certifications are actually fraudulent. The reason for this is, say I'm an organic cotton farmer, I will be given certification to produce 10,000 tons of organic cotton a year. I can then go to you and say, I can sell you 10,000 tons of organic cotton. I can go to you and I can say, I can sell you 10,000 tons of organic cotton, and so on and so on and so forth. So huge fraud in the supply chain. So the question really is can we design a system that provides still kind of a good end-to-end user experience, hopefully where the video works when you're presenting it at Oxford University, but you never know. And also actually allows customers to verify this information. So we thought about this and we thought, okay, you can tokenize an individual product. Can you tokenize the elements in the supply chain? So we're actually in the late stages of a grant application to produce this. Should find out later today, so I'm a bit nervous about that. But this is our plan to really bring an entire supply chain onto the blockchain. And how you can do this is when you think about a supply chain for any product, ultimately you can abstract it to four things. You have materials and components. These are turned into other materials and components or products by suppliers in locations. Each of these aspects can be represented on chain. So here, in this example would be materials and components represented by fungible tokens. You don't mind so much if 1 meter of cotton is the same as another meter of cotton. And products represented as non-fungible tokens. You probably do care if the shirt you get back from the laundromat is your shirt, not someone else's shirt. In that sense, they're non-fungible. Suppliers here in our first iteration of this, we're going to record all of their information and store it as NFTs. Moving forward, this will probably be in the form of digital identifiers or DIDs. And locations can be addresses. Big problem for business of any supply is how much stuff do you have in any location. You can easily see the tokens at this point. Now, you say, okay, this is good, but how can I track things throughout a supply chain? We're building, as I mentioned, on the Cardano blockchain, and one of the things you can do there, which is really cool, is mint native tokens. So unlike on Ethereum, where you'd have the ERC-721, which exists as a contract, actually on Cardano, these exist as native assets, which are like first-class tokens moving around the system. So each material can be represented by this. What you can then do is through the burning and minting of new tokens, you can represent the transformation of goods in the supply chain. So as a most simple example, if you're making a t-shirt, you take fabric and that gets turned into a shirt. How this will be represented on chain is the fabric tokens are burnt. The burn transaction is then referenced, as well as the mint transaction, which contains the metadata, which gives you a proof that that material has been used up to produce that end product. This can then scale to a supply chain of any size and any complexity. You can have any number of component materials building into a final material. So this would be the project we've submitted a grant for is to build a simple t-shirt, basically tracing from cotton farm all the way through to cutting table using this method. So you're going to have raw cotton, tokens will be minted, that will contain all the supplier information. Those are then burnt, cotton yarn spun, references that, so on and so forth up the supply chain. So for the end user, what they'll be able to do is trace the references through the blockchain to get to the source of any material in the product. Cool, so that's one of the problems that we're working on with regards to sustainability and NFTs. There's a lot of other things to think about. One of the key ways actually to improve the sustainability of the fashion industry is to extend garment life cycles. If you're producing an item of clothing to be worn 5 times, that's never going to be as good for the environment as an item of clothing which is worn 50 times. So how can you do this? Some ways which are kind of unsexy, like using an NFT to store garment care instructions. Who is going to have access to that? You're going to know how to clean the garment that you're wearing. You can then bring in the idea of verified second-hand sales. So you say, okay, people can know that they're buying a garment from a certain brand. They can verify that it's only been owned by one person previously. That person can then have a reputation for how good or bad the clothes that they sell are. Again, you're looking to extend the life cycle there. And finally, you have proof of material composition to aid recycling. One of the big challenges in the fashion industry with regards to recycled textiles, if you don't know the material content of a garment that you're looking to recycle, you can't recycle it. What then becomes fun is you can then have proof of circularity. So the garment that you're buying, you could have verifiable proof that it's come from recycled materials by the NFTs of the previous garments being the component materials of the next material. Looking forward, we can share increased value throughout supply chains. Now, moving to regenerative farming, super good. Moving to organic cotton is super good. One of the big challenges of this is the cost and the risk of doing this is borne by farmers. And very often the extra value that's created through this is received by brands and end retailers. If you want to encourage people to move to more sustainable production methods, it's probably a good idea to incentivize them to do so. One of the cool things that we've seen in the NFT space is kind of a rewriting of incentives, a rewriting of a way that value is moved throughout economies. So is there a way that we can create a royalties-based system so that the people at the beginning of supply chains can access more of the value which is created at the end of the supply chain? This is something we're going to explore. Finally, from fashion to the world, I think fashion's kind of art's slightly more commercial cousin, slightly less afraid of money, slightly less afraid of making things that people use. But it's not the only industry that's in desperate need of supply chain transparency. If you want to give yourself nightmares, go and look at where the chocolate you eat comes from. It's not good. Coffee, batteries, gemstones, pharmaceuticals, food, chemicals, waste. There's loads of things we use in our everyday life where if we had a good idea of where they come from and how they're made, it's going to benefit us, it's going to benefit people throughout the supply chain, it's going to benefit the environment, and it's going to mean that people who are, engaging in destructive processes can't continue with business as normal. So just to recap quickly, what have we talked about? We've talked about the moment we're in. It's important. The tech can bring us either way. We can create a better future or a worse one. It's kind of up to us. We've talked about fashion and how current supply chains are destructive by default. We've talked about information asymmetry. George Akerlof slapped Ruth of car. This can fit so many information asymmetries in it, and why this information asymmetry might be at the root cause of some of these destructive supply chains in fashion. We've talked about what we're doing at Origin Thread, how we're using NFTs to create a transparent record of supply chains, where we're going next with on-chain supply chains, and how this might be extended to fit into other industries. So what now? Come and say hello. If you think this was interesting, if you think it was a load of crap, if you think anything between, if you had kind of any reaction to it at all, come and say hello, tell me what you think. We're would like to meet. Again, anyone interested in what we're doing, we're going to be building the team out over the next year. If you kind of can do anything really, and you think, okay, this is a cool mission, this guy's going on, definitely do say hello. And finally, we're putting together the Origin Thread advisory boards. I think of this as my personal kind of team of Avengers who help me with all kinds of things. Hope she doesn't mind, but Izzat, who's speaking next, is it's been kind of instrumental in helping me set this up. So yeah, anyone come and say hello basically afterwards, and that'd be great. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes. We have Ben.
Hi. Super interesting to always hear about people doing things with NFTs outside of the art world. I wish you the best of luck. Cool. Just a couple of questions. When we, on your website, looking at all the different kind of location data for a T-shirt, for example.
Yeah.
Is there not a tension between displaying all that data and a company having their kind of proprietary supply chain kind of available to competitors? And how does that work from kind of zero knowledge proof concept? And then the other thing is just kind of really interested in what the kind of industry reaction has been to things like this. Like, you know, what's your kind of feeling for the appetite for things like this? Like, what's your kind of go-to-market strategy, and kind of how does the wider fashion industry kind of view NFTs from a commercial point of view?
Yeah, great question. With regards to the first point, you're definitely right. There's a lot of brands, particularly luxury brands, who wouldn't want to reveal that information. There's some things you can do with zero knowledge proofs. There's also some things you can do with the decentralized identities, where you would be able to prove, okay, this supplier has undergone this audit, or, you know, follows these standards without actually revealing who the supplier is. So there's a way that you can do that. How transparent brands want to be kind of depends on them. Some already list a lot of this information online. This is creating a kind of a record of storage. But yeah, definitely that is going to be one of the big problems to navigate, and working out how brands can do this with regards to their supply chain as well. How they can keep information on how much stock they might be holding private. How to do this is another challenge to navigate. So yeah, there's definitely tensions there. I don't think that every brand is going to do this. I think for brands who are already working towards sustainability, this is going to become a larger part of it, to be able to enhance the consumer experience around this. With regards to the go-to-market strategy, is really, okay, build the demonstration of the use case first in something myself, just because it's kind of easier than persuading someone else to let me inside their business to do it. And then just get out to events like this, start speaking to people, find those connections, and get moving with that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it's great that you make it so easy to check as well, because I think a lot of consumers will be too lazy to, you know, go online and check in the first place and try to find all that information. But if it's right there, and, you know, other companies also start, you know, taking that approach, I think it'll be a lot easier to get the consumer to care more.
Yeah, and this is also, it's a shame the video didn't display. I think that's something to do with Paul PM, the viewer, and how that's caching stuff from IPFS. But really looking at how, I think you need to create the emotional connection first. You need to get people thinking about, okay, your clothes are made by people. There's a person with a sewing machine at the end of this. There's a farmer who is or isn't spraying pesticide into his lungs. You have to build that, for me, emotional connection first before someone is then motivated to take the steps to check the information. So it's creating that emotional drive first, and then having that information there when that happens. And, you know, the hope is that transparency becomes normal. And then, you know, if someone's got some clothes on and they don't know where it's from, it's kind of like, get out of here with those slave clothes. So yeah, that's kind of where we're going.
Perfect. We have to move on, but I see there's more interest in the crowd, so you can continue having a conversation or a coffee break. Thank you so much, Will. Next up, we have Izzat-Begum Rajan, who will be speaking to us about NFTs and taxes. She has over 25 years of experience in tax-efficient legal structuring and large tax dispute management. She also holds a master's degree in taxation, as well as has an LLM in international finance. She's currently a PhD candidate looking into tax frameworks for cryptocurrencies and assets. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think I'm the last thing standing between you and a warm cup of coffee, so I'll try to be as simple as I can, considering the topic. So I'm here to talk to you about the legal tax accounting in between challenges related to an NFT issuance, because the topic of this conference is blockchain, art, and technology, and we have spent the past day and a half almost talking about NFTs. So after my introductory remarks, I will walk you through my three-step process, because as you have heard, I'm writing a PhD thesis right now on taxation of crypto assets. My focus is utility tokens, very much so in the gray area, just like NFTs, as we will find out. And that three-step process is first, looking at the legal qualification. Second, looking at how the accounting standards treat that thing that we have qualified legally, and then what is the tax regime applicable to that in the hands of the issuer and in the hands of the buyer. And I will conclude with trying to open the floor as well to questions. One thing that I would like to clarify here is that I'm going to focus only on the NFT issuer and the NFT buyer. I'm not going to talk about the exchange platforms, whether central or decentralized. And I'm not going to talk about the fractionalized NFTs, which is a whole different animal on its own. We have looked at NFTs for the past day and a half, and we all agree that NFTs are used to create a tokenized proof of title to a unique digital version of an underlying digital asset, the image, a video, a land in a metaverse, or a physical asset, paintings, sculptures, or a shirt now. And for ventures operating, for instance, in the Cardano system, a unit of affordable housing in an emerging economy. I would like first to stop for a minute on what's the difference between crypto adoption and being a crypto-friendly country. This matters because when colleagues and friends think about issuing an NFT, they sometimes don't have a corporation, an entity to be able to do so in the boundaries of the law. And they sometimes think about, okay, let me look at Chainalysis Crypto Adoption Index and look at where the greatest amount of trade has happened, and I will go and incorporate there. Except that there's a difference, unfortunately. So I'll take the example of Africa, simply to show you that despite the fact that Kenya, Nigeria, and Togo are in the top 10 globally in terms of the crypto adoption index and ranking high, unfortunately, when we look at the map, it's not the same as to say it is a legally enabling crypto legislation. So careful when your friends and your colleagues think about incorporating an entity in one of the top 10 countries according to the Crypto Adoption Index. So looking at crypto, legally enabling crypto regulation, again, which country are we looking at in Africa? We looked at Kenya being ranked really high, but also Nigeria. But apparently on the map here, none of those come across as having a proper legally enabling crypto environment and regulation. So how do we go about this? There's something that is very much frowned upon is jurisdiction arbitrage. And that means basically shopping around, thinking, okay, I live in the Netherlands, where should I go? Seychelles, Mauritius, all good places, however, quite far from home. And therefore, if you're starting to look at regulated, unregulated jurisdictions and weigh pros and cons, that is not illegal, but it's not recommended for sure. The OECD has stopped us, tax lawyers, from allowing and helping our clients structure their operations going through low tax jurisdictions. It's called tax treaty shopping. And I'm assuming only that that's the way it's going to go for crypto companies not to be set up in lower tax jurisdictions or better legal environments. So we come back to our question, what are the legal challenges relating to the issuance of NFTs? And all challenges are very much interrelated. Looking at the legal challenges, I would like to stop for a second on trying to understand what are the rights that are transferred to the buyer of an NFT. It's not the art itself, right? Because we talked about the fact that there was IP on this and that it's very much the property of the artist. Is it the digital support where a link surely is not worth $69 million? So what is it? It's actually a certificate of authenticity. And when you look at the definition of money, the traditional definition of money, sorry, which is a store of value, a unit of account, and a means of exchanging goods and services, we look at NFT and it doesn't do that. What it does is that it echoes the functions of money in the sense that it gives authenticity to digital goods. It gives the guarantee of a use for a single payment, meaning that you cannot use the your token or your crypto asset to make two payments, but with the same unit. And it secures the personal data and the rights attached to that certificate of authenticity. And the rights that are transferred are either the right to look, to visualize the NFT, the right to make copies potentially, the right to use it, to make copies in other formats, JPEG or PDFs, for instance. But it's also the right to sell onwards on secondary markets and the right to potentially access things, concerts, video games. It gives you the right to contribute. It gives you potentially the right to vote in a DAO. And so how does that, coming back to what laws are applicable to an NFT issuance? There are two levels of laws. Number one, the jurisdiction of incorporation of your NFT issuing entity. That's the first one. So you have to look at what is the overall regulation in that jurisdiction. If we take the example of the US, and I'm taking that example smiling at the same time, is because it is used as the reference, the benchmark for the most cumbersome jurisdiction where to navigate all the differences and the multi-layer laws and regulation applicable to anything crypto, really. So looking at the US, you have to determine whether your NFT is a security or not a security. Unfortunately, in the US, we have to refer to laws dating back to the 1930s, called the, so first of all, the US Securities Act, 1933, then the US Securities Exchange Act, 1934, then that were applied through a case law dating back 1946 called the Howey test. It has 4 criteria, and depending on which side of the fence you fall, either you meet the criteria of the Howey test and you are a security, or you don't, and therefore you're not. But then what are you as an NFT? Are you a commodity? Are you an investment contract? Are you a property? Are you an asset? We still haven't found the answer to that question. So if we carry on, after having looked at the overall regulatory framework, how are NFTs issued? It's actually a contract when you look at it, because our NFT sells terms and conditions. And so the issuer is the seller of an NFT and the buyer is the one who buys it for a price. The thing is determined in the contract, and the conditions of onward use and potential sale are also determined in that. Does that mean that we can have a different governing law in those terms and conditions? If we are, for instance, a company incorporated, let's say in France, where I do my PhD thesis, and you want to issue an NFT, but you decide that in those terms and conditions, you apply UK law. Actually, it is possible, because being an entity incorporated in a country doesn't prevent you from entering into contracts subject to another law. So I find myself working with companies which are incorporated in the Seychelles, in Mauritius, and elsewhere, and having their NFT terms and conditions subject to usually UK law. UK law has the added advantage of being basically of saying the law of the contract is the law of the parties, and it's quite agile and also, I would say, easy to apply UK law in an international contract, because usually the buyers can be in any country in the world, and the company has to find ways to protect itself, but also to make sense of what is applicable as a protection for their own buyers. And that leads me to the other legal challenges. You need to think in terms of information rights for your buyers. They are consumers, and potentially they will have the right, if we were to follow that logic, to retract within 15 days or a month, depending on the contract, on the place where you, the governing law that you choose for your NFT issuance. So they will have the right to give you your NFT back. Really? Because that's the logic. If you have to follow the information of consumers, that's what it gives right to. Does this mean that you have to actually find as well who is your initial buyers at the time of the initial issuance of your NFT? Because otherwise, if you don't do proper KYC, you will end up being know your customer. So you have to audit your potential buyers before they buy your NFT and find out whether they're related to any money laundering activities, illicit drugs, gun trafficking, even terrorism financing. All that falls under KYC. And these obligations are becoming more and more stringent on not only NFT issuers, any token issuer really, but also the exchange platforms. So that was for the legal challenges. Now, if we dig one layer down, if we go to the accounting and reporting challenges, and I'm laughing because I can see your faces just starting to go blank here. But bear with me. First of all, the standards, International Accounting Standards, IAS, and International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS. If we look at them, they have gone through extensive thinking, and they have decided that NFTs are not cash or cash equivalent, that they're not a financial instrument, actually, and that for that reason, IAS 7 and IFRS 9 do not apply. They are not either investment property, because their purpose is not to earn rentals, really. And so IAS 40 doesn't apply. But because they are intangible, IAS 16 relating to the accounting standards for property, plant and equipment doesn't apply either. So we're still left with that question. What is the accounting standard applicable to this? And so finally, the answer is in IAS 38, which is intangible, the accounting of intangible assets, because they are defined as identifiable, non-monetary asset without physical substance. There we go. Here we are. We have our NFT. In terms of, so now that we know what are the accounting standards, there's also a reporting obligation for that. And the reporting obligation is criminalized in a lot of countries. In the US, for instance, to go back to my favorite benchmark country, it's actually jail time for you if you forget as an NFT buyer or as an NFT issuer to report properly your NFTs and any crypto assets that you would hold. And the more and more we see countries criminalizing lack of reporting, it doesn't mean that you owe taxes. We're not even there yet. It's just a matter of disclosure and informing your tax authorities when you file your income tax return, your annual returns, that you do own digital assets on this wallet there, on NFTs, etc. So now, how do you report that? It's a bit of a process. And if we take the example of the US again, you actually have to look at whether so all the transactions that you have done have to be reported, whether small for less than $1 or more. There's no notion of minimal amount. When you do that, you could end up with 1,000 transactions, to be listed in an Excel spreadsheet and reported. And they each are still in crypto denomination. Because you're in the US, you have to convert those to USD. Not on the day that you are actually computing all this in your Excel spreadsheet, but the value equivalent to USD at the time of the transaction. You have to go back in time, look at the records of Kraken and other platforms, and see whether you can find that magical exchange rate to your token versus USD. Once you have done that, you also have to add a column to say whether you have been holding it for how long, short-term, long-term. And those short, long-term holdings, definitions vary according to the country where you have to report those crypto assets holdings. Once you have done that, that's it. Your reporting is done. So you are out of jail. But now you have to look at how you have to pay your taxes on that and whether there are taxes. So once you've done that, you're going to have a line at the bottom saying how much you have made and how much you have lost, and then the balance of the two. If you find yourself into the profit category, then you are taxable. If you fall under if you are on the loss side, you are not taxable. But if you are on the profit side and you're taxable, we have to go back and look at what were those transactions and whether there were taxable events. So that's the next step once your reporting is done. What is a taxable event? And there are two of them. One is when you buy or you sell. Easy. You have the date of the transaction because your wallet will tell you what you have done and when. It will also help you find the fiat equivalent in USD for your crypto value. But what if it's conversion? So there's a difference between the time when you have bought and when you have then converted to fiat potentially. Imagine you hold ADA, you convert to USDT, and then you convert to cash. So the time lag has to be accounted for as well. But the taxable event can be different. Once you have determined what your taxable event is, we go back to what type of taxes are applicable to your holdings. And again, you have to go back to the legal requirement, the legal qualification. And that's why I said these are all interrelated, because the first one conditions the end result. If you are an issuer, and if the issuance of your NFT is part of your trading income, you are basically subject to corporate income tax on this. It's ordinary income. And remember, we have said that it's intangible assets. If you are a corporate, but you are buying an NFT as a way of investing and you're holding that, don't forget to put that on the assets part of your balance sheet, because you have an added requirement of reporting and accounting for it in your accounts. Now, if you are the buyer of the NFT, we have looked at, first of all, if you're a buyer, you are holding an intangible asset, and this would be subject to the tax, the magical tax, is capital gains tax. If you have gained money, this is the type of tax that you have to apply to your profits. If you're a miner, so if you don't earn your NFTs through buying them from an issuer or from an exchange platform, but you are minting yourself, then it means, so there are two possibilities. You mint for your company, and therefore what you're generating is ordinary income and therefore subject to personal income tax. But if you're doing it on your own account, not only do you have your own company, but you may have to pay so personal income tax, but also employers' social contribution tax on top of that, because you're doing it for your own account. I have a big question about VAT. Nobody knows what to do with this. Is it applicable when an issuer sells an NFT? I haven't seen so far any VAT percentage applicable below the sales price of an NFT. But actually all the tax authorities across the world are trying right now to think real hard how to make that happen, because all that is their fair share of the pie that is not going into their pockets. VAT on the sale, VAT when you mint, because you're also providing a service. If you're, and that would be, for instance, for a UK issuer to an NFT buyer, VAT would be applicable in that transaction. If I'm a UK issuer, but I'm selling to an American, because it's outside the borders of my territory where VAT is applicable, no VAT. But one has to think about those things. My last point before I move on to my concluding remarks is variable tax rates. Of course, because of depending on the systems in the countries, there could be progressive rates, there could be flat rates. If it's corporate income tax, it's usually about 1/3 of what a company makes. If it's capital gains tax, it's a little bit lower. Personal income tax is always progressive depending on your tax bracket. I strongly advise you to have a really close look at one, your reporting obligations as an individual and as a corporate, and second, talk to your accountant or a good tax lawyer. That would be your gold advice to stay out of jail for those who have criminal offenses, hanging above their heads. My last point in terms of tax administration, the tax challenges are not only on the side of the issuer and of the buyer. How can a tax authority find the data to verify that your reporting is accurate? We're talking about traceability, yes, but also anonymity on the blockchain. So for our wallets, and it's very easy for us, we think, to hide, except that now companies like Chainalysis have tools called Reactor, for instance. They're working with law enforcement to make sure that they have the technical means to be able to verify the reporting that we do as buyers and issuers. Second, if you talk to your usual tax inspector, down the street at your HMRC office, I don't think that person is going to have the answers to your questions about how you should report your holdings in crypto assets. So there is an issue of staff training and how long it will take for the tax authorities globally to ramp up. The last point is that we have looked at how the governments have reacted to the rise and the very quick emergence, I would say, of crypto assets globally. And they have reacted by doing an application by analogy of very old legislations, very old case law, instead of thinking out of the box and looking at how technology has basically broken down the property rights and really made it multi-layer so that one person has that part and the other person has that part and a third person might have another part of it. And unfortunately, by reasoning by analogy and applying financial regulation, old financial regulation, to something so new is not efficient enough. And that's why we all find ourselves, governments, tax authorities, private sector actors, and us buyers, for instance, and practitioners in the middle, trying to juggle between different interests around the table and apply old stuff that are not relevant for new tech when we could all sit together and talk and make sure that we reach a point of equilibrium. So my conclusion is to say there's so much work to do ahead. If we have to, pinpoint a few legislation to watch out for. Number one, as you know, there has been a executive order signed by Joe Biden in March 2022 this year. There's comprehensive legislation coming from the US. We're going to see that probably in the next 18 months regarding anything crypto. And there are several aspects to that. Number one is the protection of the US consumers, but also the market, making sure that there's no systemic risk, like we have seen a few years back with the financial crisis, and to fight, of course, illicit finance and anything illegal linked to digital assets. South Africa has a very comprehensive tax regime coming up for anything crypto. And also Europe, good old Europe. MiCA is coming our way. It's the markets in crypto assets regulation. There has been a leak actually last week saying that NFTs and stable coins wouldn't be covered by that MiCA regulation coming. And actually it will be. And thank you CoinDesk for leaking that information. And that means that NFTs are going to be seen as, if I'm not mistaken, they are not only NFT stable coins, but also fractionalized NFTs, and they will be considered as fungible tokens represented as one NFT, and therefore could resemble to securities. We don't have more details, so that means high level of regulation, basically. We don't have more details, but I strongly encourage you to keep watching the news on the matter or call your favorite tax lawyer to have more information about that. I believe that, so behind me, there are a few buzzwords here in filigrane. One thing that I would say about the OECD is that they have built a blockchain policy development center, and they're holding in the next 2 days in Paris the blockchain policy forum. I will be a little mouse in the room and I will report back if I see anything crazy happening, and I'll make sure to raise my voice loud and clear. But in the meantime, I believe that they have the power and the influence to be able to do something meaningful, smart about taxation. And therefore, starting with smart regulation. The reason why I'm saying that is that you may have heard a few months back about the global minimum tax rate of 15%. That was the OECD's work, pushing 136 countries globally to agree and sign at the bottom of the treaty. So they have that kind of power. And I believe that with smart regulation, we will end up with coherent accounting and reporting rules, but also adequate taxation, because the point is not to evade tax. Let's face it, if we pay taxes, it contributes to development, especially if the equilibrium is restored and justice is restored between global South and global North countries. That will lead to more transparency and full compliance from all the private sector actors and individuals, and hopefully foster innovation, encourage interoperability, and sustain growth. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you so much for that presentation. I have like 4 questions, but I'll try to keep it to my first one. I'm over here.
Hi.
Hi. So in the beginning, you mentioned looking at the smart contract as essentially like a certificate of authenticity. But what happens when, and it was talked about yesterday quite a bit with art blocks and other projects and FX hash, what if the entire artwork is in the smart contract, either as like a bitmap or an SVG, when it's not at all off chain? How would we, from a accounting perspective, consider that smart contract then? Would be considered the same laws as artwork, or how artwork's taxed?
That I'm gonna do a lawyer answer. It depends.
Well, in this case, say it's an
the
SVG.
extent of the rights, right? It depends on how much of that IP rights is in there and how much the artist has relinquished its rights in the smart contract to be transferred from one hand to another in the first sale, but also in the onward sales. So it depends on the very details of that, unfortunately. It's not a one answer fits all cases.
Maybe just to narrow it down a little bit more, you know, most artwork traditionally, when you buy a painting, you don't get the copyright to that or like the intellectual property of the work either, but it has certain tax rules around it, right? So that's basically what I'm asking.
So
maybe like
it
that.
could be falling under the art category, but it really depends on the quantum, I would say, of IP that is put into the smart contract, and that very, you know, initial discussion between the artist and the person selling this and how much of that is given away.
Hi, super interesting, and I think really important for anyone working in NFTs to consider. Just a few questions. One, how do you think VAT will be accounted for? And the other one is import and export. As an artist, I've had, you know, collectors asking. I make painting and sculpture as well. I've had collectors asking, for example, that I sell them an NFT with the work, and that the majority of the value on the invoice goes through the NFT because there's no import and export on that. And I know a number of other kind of artists are getting these kind of requests at the moment. So it's just kind of interesting to think about. Do NFTs, you know, cater for import export as well?
So if I understand you well, the first question is on VAT, which way it's going to go. I think the governments won't look at us doing this VAT free. So I do believe that there will be VAT imposed on sales of NFTs. I do believe as well that there could be.
Without KYC, or KYC will have to happen?
So VAT is the indirect tax, right? That you pay when you buy your groceries in the supermarket, etc. And it's the added value tax on goods and services sold on the territory. And if you were to sell an NFT to assuming you live in the UK and you sell to a UK buyer, your VAT rate will be there will be some tax on top of the sales price applicable, and it could be 5%, for instance. And I'm not aware of the latest VAT rates in the UK. And what I would like the governments to consider is, number one, making them VAT exempt if they were to fall under the category of art, but for now they're intangible assets in the UK, according to the latest HMRC tax doctrine. And number two, if they were to apply a VAT rate, it should be reduced, just because we're at the beginning of an industry that is blossoming. And like in any industry, you have the high earner and you have the low earners, and NFT mentors and creators and artists are not part of the first category. And so they should be preserved and their income should be preserved, basically.
Actually calculated, so I go on to Artworld.
So if you sell an NFT of 100 and you apply a VAT rate of 5% on top of that, your sales price becomes 105. You don't earn 105, you earn 100 and you give 5 to the state.
If a collector is global, I'm a VAT registered business, so if I sell a work to a collector in the UK, I charge for 20% of that. If they're based in the US or Singapore,
then you don't. VAT is only chargeable domestically, so normally you wouldn't charge a.
Well, I know, how is that? Basically, if you're a collector coming to Artworld, for example, or any other platform, you then have to give that information over. So suddenly, then any process is no longer anonymous.
That's correct. That's what that's exactly correct. We need to start having more transparency. I think anonymity, sorry, my French is poor this morning, is going to be less and less relevant for our industry, especially for NFT, especially when taxes are going to be involved. Disclosures are going to increase greatly. Look at the level of reporting that we're all subject to already.
So
thank you for your questions.
We're actually out of time, but we'll take one online question. And I encourage that everybody else continues the conversation during the coffee break, just so we can actually stick to the schedule.
So we've had a couple of questions come in from online. I think another one's just come in. But people really love your talk, and appropriately, perhaps they come from anonymous posters. One was about VAT in the UK, which I think you've answered. The other one was so from anonymous. What are the implications of people creating or selling NFT art right now when the regulation is not yet in place? Are we at risk? Can people be targeted for previous activity once regulations come into effect or change? Everything you said here is quite scary.
So people like my talk, but I'm scary as well. Yes, I'm just the messenger of very bad news, basically regulation and taxes coming our way. To answer anonymous questions, if there's a void, if the law doesn't say that you're liable to tax, and that's the beauty of tax laws, if it doesn't say you're liable, you're not liable. Hands off. Number one. Number two, when it becomes applicable, when and if a law is enacted in tax matters, it's only valid for the future. So for whatever is done until then, hands off. Lastly, once the law is enacted, and for the first few years, even if you haven't complied with the law, the tax authorities can go back to the point when the law was applicable and catch you for whatever non-compliant you have done for those years. Depending on the countries, they can go back 3, 5, 7, sometimes 10 years back in time. Keep your records. Don't burn your token. And be compliant. That would be, keep an eye on the news basically, or call your favorite accountant or a tax lawyer.
Perfect. So we have half an hour coffee break where all the conversations can be continued. I know a lot more people in the audience were curious to get your take on tax. So thank you. We just have two quick announcements before we continue with the talks. As you noticed, we had a bit of a change in the schedules. We flipped around Will and Devang to car, as well as Izzat and Kelani, because of scheduling issues since they're in the States. The other thing that I was going to mention, as I already mentioned in the morning, we have drinks at 6 and the formal dinner in the formal hall at 7. So just to let you know. But other than that, we can continue with talks. Regina's joining us here. So welcome, Regina. Regina Harsanyi is passionate about improving and educating others on best practices for longevity of variable media, from plastics to distributed ledger technologies. A graduate of NYU's Institute of Fine Art, Harsanyi has primarily focused on the topic of time-based media art for your talk on the exhibition copy is not in your wallet.
Thank you so much. Thank you to organizers and sponsors of OxBAT for having me. My talk will cover the following. Let's make sure I do this right. There we go. A selection of exhibitions that display the trajectory of media art curation over the last century, the rise of a new collector base for media art and their perspective, the response to this new collector base from platforms and other blockchain organizations that collect and display art, why I believe this perspective might be misguided, but how we can grow together to recognize the labor and care in media art.
Artists experimenting with computers as early as the 1960s, such as Charles Surrey, were exhibited by museums in the early 70s. But what was generally true for all artwork that was created by digital means at this time period is that curators, gallerists, and other arts workers who wanted to support digitally made moving image works in their native environments. Computer hardware was expensive. It was the time of room-scale computers. In fact, Surrey worked on this exact kind of computer you see here, an IBM 7094. Due to limitations, artists tended to finalize their works so that they could be just as expressive stilled. Yet over 30 years before this period, artist collectives, gallerists, and curators were experimenting with the exhibition of analog moving image in the white cube, establishing a language for the display of media art concurrently. A key early example is one of the most important Russian constructivist, L. Lissitzky's curated room in the Film and Photo exhibition in Stuttgart, Germany. Although there was a dedicated screening room for the majority of the film portion of this event, Lissitzky created wooden pods directly in the gallery space for back-projected Eisenstein films. The year here was 1929, almost a century ago, when your great-great-grandparents were alive. You could say that we're still early, or that this is the Wild West for blockchain and NFTs, but this is not the case for the display of media art, clearly. In recognition of time, I'm going to do a 60-year skip ahead to the 90s. But imagine that between the 30s and the 90s, there were examples of curators and gallerists working with both digital and analog variable media artists and working through permutations of how to display the work in a black box, white cube, and everything in between. And although there were examples in between, including a few appointed media art curators, such as SF MoMA in the 80s, cinemization of the museum really became a pervasive, so did institutional interest, paralleling the dot-com boom. This is the period when approximately 20 years of video art making was coming into its own from the curatorial perspective, and when the future of networked art making and art seeing was their exciting Wild West. There were galleries representing artists with challenging works like virtual and augmented reality, such as the artist Marjan Moganan, who had representation in New York in the 90s. And there was Peter Wiebel at ZKM and Barbara Lunding building the video collection at MoMA. I hope from this 1995 show curated by Lunding at MoMA that you see here, that you're already seeing a diverse and forward-thinking exhibition design choice of what we instead of what we're tending to see for art that's registered to the blockchain. So this was a show that Barbara Lunding did of 8 installations from Stan Douglas, Gary Hill, Chris Marker, and Marcel Odenbach. Exhibition of media art has gotten more elaborate over the years. Everything imaginable has been challenged by the institution. This means that institutional curators and many independent curators as well consider festivals that have been taken around the world dedicated to media art from decades, such as Transmediale and Ars Electronica, or even more nightlife-focused events like Day for Night. They've learned the do's and don'ts of moving image display. As these museums also collect complex variable media art, such as beloved digital generative kind that we spoke about yesterday, art conservators over the past 30 years have convened and thought very hard about the maintenance of these works as well. So why exactly are those, although enthusiastic, who are just discovering digital art, thinking that the history starts here and that they need to reinvent the wheel? With that background, let's talk about 2021. Although the Bitcoin blockchain launched to the public in 2009, the Ethereum blockchain in 2015, and the most popular non-fungible token protocol in 2018, a novel collector base for media art did not really take shape until 2021. That said, the prevailing persona of this new collector base can be arguably traced back to 2016 with the launch of Rare Pepe, which Ben mentioned briefly yesterday. So what does this particular collector look like? The following is the extreme but common personality in 2016. I've made close friends with collectors since they're not all the same, but this persona has really made the market that we actually see. They were, financially motivated, interested in cryptocurrency more than artistic concepts or aesthetics. They were either libertarian or right-wing at this time. They were community-oriented, but when we say community-oriented, we didn't mean community-oriented in focus of the art, but to help pump each other's bags, as they say. And they had little or no interest in modern or contemporary art. Now, memes are a visual culture, and they're even covered in certain contemporary art history courses. I've covered them to students. But these collectors are not interacting critically with these memes. They were Reddit and 4chan contributors. Not that I probably posted on 4chan at some point, but that's not the point. Were artists experimenting with blockchains that can be demonstrably traced back to 2013, though? I should mention that, yes, of course. There were even gallery exhibitions which thoughtful organizers like Furtherfield and Transfer Gallery were involved in. And at least 2 platforms dedicated to selling art and cryptocurrency existed before 2018, like Monograph and Ascribe. And Monograph is still available today, and it's a great alternative to not using a platform at all and having your own autonomous smart contract as an artist. But there's a little bit more red tape than Manifold, so most people don't realize that. But there was any interest in collecting these works at the time from crypto enthusiasts? No, they weren't really buying back then. But when CryptoKitties in 2018 made waves parallel to Dapper Labs writing that ERC 721 Ethereum improvement proposal for non-fungible tokens, there was a short but aggressive burst of market interest in the possibilities for selling art registered to the blockchain. This is when OpenSea, SuperRare, Rarible, Nifty Gateway, among others, were quick to emerge. And with these platforms came a particular rhetoric that if the artist can simply upload their work to a listing platform and the collector can just click buy, it eliminates the middleman, i.e. the gallerists, the art advisors, and everyone in between. This grew into the message that the direct connection between artist and collector meant that there was no need for an art curator, at least in the traditional sense at that time period. And finally, many believed the blockchain preserved the art that was being uploaded forever. There was no need for a museum at all then. So who was pushing this rhetoric and who built these platforms? There was a grave disconnect between the founders of NFT listing platforms and media arts workers in 2018. I know because I was there. In fact, in 2018, I remember attending an event that Kelani and Nichole organized that included employees from Rarible and a couple of other platforms. There was so much idealism in the room around the value of blockchain provenance and alternatives for the selling of artwork through cryptocurrency that, at the time, I didn't have a chance to even get into the nuts and bolts of the infrastructure. Although I would in 2019 when I spoke with Consensus about their digital wallets that were emerging, which I guess would become MetaMask or maybe were already MetaMask. I was programming multiple storefronts in New York City, and Consensus was interested in promoting it through our storefronts where visitors could collect using a digital wallet from their phone. There were 2 main reasons why I did not decide to pilot the project at the time. One, the insecurity of having a digital wallet on your phone, which in 2022 is still far from resolved. And 2, which is the more relevant for the talk, the amount of data per artwork that they were willing to allow meant the artist would need to significantly compress the working files, which would compromise the integrity of the work, not only for archival purposes, but also in the way they could properly display the work intended by that artist. So even if someone from front-facing or founding these companies had some relationship to fine art, it was certainly not a background in media art history, curation, collections management, or conservation. In fact, it's possible that A, the creators of these platforms didn't really know that we existed, or B, they thought we were not very inclusive individuals who'd be welcoming to their products. The latter isn't completely incorrect, although not coming from me, but the lack of sitting across the table during the production of these products had ultimately detrimental effects on the artworks. So let's start by talking about platform technical issues. These will also include virtual environments, especially those that have come with the rise of NFTs. We're going to use SuperRare as one of the oldest NFT listing platforms as the main example for technical issues, but most of them have similar issues. SuperRare has historically only allowed artists to upload a single file of artwork, although there is a problem here and maybe not the problem you think. While yes, it would mean that you can't upload a file that can execute a more complex code-based work, like maybe what you could upload to most Tezos platforms, that's not the issue. But being able to upload a single file is problematic for almost every browser-compatible artwork. A majority of artists are uploading one of 3 files, a JPEG, a PNG, or an MP4. All of these files have 2 things in common. They're currently supported by a majority of web browsers, and they're compressed. Compression is great for speed of playback and download, but it's not great for conservation. JPEG and MP4 are non-archival, lossy file formats, vulnerable to corruption and bit loss, especially when repeatedly downloaded. PNGs are lossless and compressed, and technically, the decompression algorithm is publicly accessible if you dig for it, but it's still not really considered an archival format compared to, say, a TIFF, which of course isn't browser compatible. But if you're being asked to make your work smaller than 100 megabytes, it might end up not being at the resolution intended by you as the artist. And this is the case. Platforms like SuperRare have a 100 megabyte limit. So now you have an artist uploading a single file at a particular size that compromises the scalability of the work and its presentation when displayed. But it gets worse. The token URI, the one field of metadata that points to a JSON that then points to a URL that then points to the sonic or visual asset, so many layers down, are hosted on IPFS using a gateway. In SuperRare's case, it's Pixar, which is either its parent company or something like that. If SuperRare stops paying for their gateway, the link will rot. And yes, you can access the work so long as it's been pinned elsewhere without that gateway URL, but it doesn't change the fact that the broken URL is what the NFT metadata immutably points to. So what could they do instead? It makes sense why there is 100 megabyte limit. Without that, SuperRare wouldn't load and caching files would be costly, but making these decisions in such a way that the artwork is compromised and it's true for most of these platforms isn't really in favor of the artist. I tend to advise artists to create a folder locally on their computer where they can load the necessary web copy for the platform needs, then a higher resolution size that they can use as the exhibition copy, and an archival copy, which is ideally lossless and uncompressed. I also encourage artists to create manuals that detail exactly how they want their work to be maintained, displayed, and understood technically and conceptually. They can also include anything else that they want in the folder, including supplemental materials like their CV or something, anything they want. Once they create this folder, they can upload it to either their own maintained server, if they're that kind of successful artist studio and that has that budget, or they can upload it to IPFS, or both. When IPFS generates its hash, the hash can then be included in the description field or wherever the artist believes it makes sense, so that the archival folder is included in the JSON, superseding that singular web copy. So you have to do this before you mint. Do this first, get your hash, and then put it in your description. And then quickly, I wanted to talk about Decentraland and CryptoVoxels. Although there are just 2 examples of many virtual environment platforms that have popped up in the last couple of years, some of these platforms have proprietary file formats that were forcing artists to transcode their works into other file formats, while others may be able to support a wide range of formats, but still suffer from the file size limit issues that lead to work looking pixelated or not loading properly. Have you ever tried to watch a video in these token-driven virtual environments? I mean, that's definitely not what the artist intended. Token-driven virtual environments, or really any virtual environment attempting to display other artists' work, need to consider both file specificity and integrity of display. If the technology isn't there yet, which often it's not, even though it's 2022, then collectors should consider not subjecting artists' work to these environments until the necessary research and development brings this technology into the 21st century. Platforms that support on-chain source code or minified code like ArtBlocks and FXHash have their problems as well. For example, it's great that you can take the code base from the smart contract and render it without the API, but ArtBlocks at least has historically pointed their token URI to their own API URI. And for larger projects, multiple smart contracts are essentially tethered together because they can only hold so many lines of code. Now, I checked this morning and it looks like they may have updated that URI to an IPFS link, like in the correct way. So it's really wonderful to see progress and that I'm not speaking in thin air. So I'll look more into that after the talk. But there has tended to be this presupposition that the version of the programming language, even vanilla JavaScript, that it's written in will continue to be supported by a browser. For FX hash, things get a lot more hairy because there are little to no parameters around library dependencies that artists can use. I don't want to constrain artists, but at least have them understand and educate them on the risks of using digital and sometimes hardware dependencies of any kind, and then they can choose to go against that, and then that's my headache, but sometimes they really just don't know what the risks are. So now let's talk about platform curatorial solutions and their problematics. The one that often comes to mind for me is Museum of Crypto Art, because they've really heralded this rhetoric of the middleman and anybody can be a curator. JPEG does this as well. But what they're doing is they're collecting this artwork and then just storing it in a vault and not really considering the file specificity of the work, or if it's lossy or if it's compressed, or what are its digital preservation needs over time, because the blockchain in itself doesn't preserve the art, right? So what do you think is happening to those works over time, and then how are they being displayed, right? They're being displayed a little bit like this. You saw my shows earlier from Barbara London in the 90s. We have decades and decades of history of display, and this is what we've come up with. It looks like a Best Buy at the top there from Vellum. And then I also just want to talk about public exhibitions in general. This is a show that Julia Kugansky curated on the left with United Visual Artists at the Borsan, and this is what NFT collectors are doing. This is Christiane Paul from her show Programmed, how we're displaying projections. And this is what vertical crypto art was doing. One of the biggest issues we see is this aspect ratio issue, right? If somebody is choosing to display a work from a wallet, but they're not considering the aspect ratio needs or not communicating with the artist and having them export the correct file. Maybe the artist might say, actually, I don't want to show my work at all because I only want it to be in this aspect ratio and it's not going to work for this exhibition. You end up just getting all these black bars. So I don't like to just complain without attempting to solve issues. Hopefully I've brought some solutions in during this talk. But most immediately, instead of attempting to reinvent the wheel of media art display by ignoring these existing histories, I urge anyone to look at new media art by way of NFTs to consider the research past museum exhibitions as inspiration. It's probably not the best idea to simply download the JPEG or MP4 that you purchased and just throw it up on a thumb drive that you connect to the back of a Samsung television. Because the following is likely to happen. The image will be pixelated, or the aspect ratio is not going to fit the screen, which may go against the artist's intent. This extends to pulling data directly from your wallet, which is likely connected to the web copy or even thumbnail, which more often than is not the quality that the creator intended. Yeah, sometimes what's in your wallet is just the thumbnail, so that's a whole other thing. And that leads to the next step, especially if the artist is living before publicly displaying the work. Inform the artist and make it a point to discuss how they intended for their work to be displayed. The Artblocks panel yesterday was making me chuckle because of the focus on artists needing to ask collectors for permission, when to me it's the other way around. That's much more important. Very likely, they will realize that the copy available to that collector in that wallet is not the proper exhibition copy, and that they'll need to export and send the higher resolution file, which is probably going to exceed 100 megabytes. But that's what they were forced to upload to the platform, and that's not their fault. Don't be afraid to get creative with display, within the means of the artist's intention, of course. It doesn't have to be a screen of any kind. It could be a projection which affords many more options. You could back project onto Plexi like MoMA often does, or you can hang the scrim from the ceiling. If the work necessitates a screen, which sometimes they do, like Daniel Kanagar works I've worked with, you can place brackets over the bezel that better frame the work. You can put the screen on the floor or on the wall, all these different kind of crazy things. When exhibitors just throw up a screen on a wall that does not fit the aspect ratio or resolution, it tells the artist and the audience that the work doesn't matter or deserve to be contemplated. And then what's the point of making your bag if your artist labor and the labor committed to stewardship isn't considered? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Martin.
Hi, thanks. That was super interesting. And I have a question about that maybe draws a bit on, I know you have an interest in a background in moving image arts. And so my question is, do you see maybe some parallels or to histories of moving image art where artists or artist collectives have themselves come up with display solutions or ways of showing work that that maybe undermine, but also maybe vastly improve institutional approaches to doing that. I'm thinking in particular of like expanded cinema traditions where they wouldn't have wanted to be either in the black box or the white cube, but have used the technology available to come up with something entirely different. So I'm wondering, what might that look like in digital art, crypto art context?
Oh man, I almost don't know how to answer that question because I almost have too much rabbit hole and interest in what you're asking. Well, I mean, if you look at the examples going all the way back here, I mean, look at Gary Hill's piece, for example. I mean, those are on not just CRTs, but like dedicated monitors, right? So, Oreo Harvey already, for example, I forgot what show it was in. I think it was in one of the art fairs, was minting NFTs of these works, but then stacking them similar to this Chris Marker piece, right? Chris Marker, for those who don't know, it was a director making films that were shown in cinemas, but then also an artist. So that's already kind of breaking that barrier. And I mean, I'm just personally excited to see that if more artists explore these histories and if more just enthusiasts of digital art history explore this, that they'll come up with novel ways to display work and do that in collaboration with the artist.
Great talk. That was really interesting. So this is also something I'm thinking about a lot in how I should be storing my code or images through smart contracts. And there's this kind of conflict where artists want to have a bit of control over their, let's say it's like an art box project and they want to upload code to the chain and they want it to be kind of immutable and permanent in the blockchain kind of thing. But there's this conflict because if the browsers do change, if they change the spec, you actually have to modify the contract. And some of the Artblocks contracts are locked and that's impossible. And so those projects will become unusable or they'll just be broken. And the alternative, so it's like this conflict between letting artists update metadata, which a lot of collectors don't want because they don't want that kind of control, versus making it immutable, which might break. And I guess the question would be like, have you thought about an ideal, have you thought about solutions or an ideal way of kind of how these contracts should be reformed to support this kind of thing long term over the course of 10 or 20 years?
So variable media art as like a field is not meant to be immutable. It's just not, and we need to accept that as a culture. It's meant to evolve over time. It's meant to be migrated. It's meant to be transient and ephemeral in certain aspects. This intangibility means that it's not fixed, right? So for me, it's essential that the blockchain and smart contracts is a different talk. We're not built at all for art. They're not. We're building on a layer that was not made for art. It was not made the consideration of art. But as artists and art workers, we need to use it in a way that makes sense for variable media art. So it's essential to have that contract be mutable and be updatable. The way that I've been getting around that with artists I work with is I help them write like incredibly detailed manuals and sometimes like actual like legal contracts that get included in these folders that have literally just talked to an artist about doing this. There needs to be a line like in that manual or in a legal contract that states that you will, in legal terms, not like this, rug the collector, right? Like we need to just like make the collector feel comfortable with the fact that, look, you're buying a work that's variable and is mutable by design, but you need to trust that I will not change this out for another work, and maybe even a suable offense. I'm going to promise, Scout's honor right now that I will not change out this work in a way. There's another artist I work with where they set up a whole GitHub repository, and as part of the manual, it explains that the GitHub repository will show versioning of the work as it's updated, because this particular work necessarily needed to be updated. So I think we just all need to move away from this concept of immutability for the sonic and visual assets of these works. The immutability is great for cryptocurrency.
With these, the vertical crypto art show, and I can't remember the other one. I totally agree with you.
Sorry, Nichole, if you're watching this.
No, I mean, I think the thing is that I don't think it's this tricky tension where I think at the moment, the last year and a half, we've seen NFT shows that are kind of like this sort of slightly traveling circus where things get put up with sort of short lead times, short exhibition times, and therefore small budgets. And so, the comparisons between a kind of commercial space that's in a fixed space that's doing a 6-week show versus, a 3-day event in Berlin is always going to have a different feeling to it. I guess the question then is one, obviously it'd be great to see more NFT shows in physical locations like kind of commercial galleries that have the equipment to create really beautiful exhibition spaces. But really, I guess, sorry, the question is for the kind of traveling circus shows, which are also really important, what would you suggest? What's your feedback on it? And then also, for a lot of these NFTs, it just seems to me like the native exhibition context is just not physical. So why shoehorn it into that space? And then my question would be, is there any shows that you've seen kind of natively online that you think are really good kind of benchmarks for what we should be looking at?
Okay, that's a lot. Let me see if I can remember. So the first question that you had, I worked for 2 pretty wild companies in terms of turnaround for exhibition personally. One was Sotheby's. I was a registrar, and if you've ever had the privilege of going to a Christie's or Sotheby's exhibition to see works that you'll never see again once they're sold, most likely, it's like 2-week turnarounds, insanity, like rushing, putting up, putting down. Sometimes they're only up for 2 days before the auction. So I know that there are structures that you could build and checklists. You can make exhibition checklists to do things as pop-ups in quick amounts of time. And then I was director of program for a company where we would put creative technology artworks in storefronts, and it was wild. I mean, brick, concrete, insanity. So doing that for 4 years, I can guarantee you that if you really care about the display of the artwork and having a conversation with the artist, you're going to display it right. You're going to find the way to do that. You're going to invest in a projector, especially if you're a company. I don't think there's an excuse and you've made money off crypto, to just invest in some really good projectors and bring them with you. So I don't see it as an issue. And then let me see if I can remember your other questions because they were great. Can you just ask them again? Yeah. Oh, you had a really great question for the 2 I just remembered. This is why you ask the artist before you display the work. You go to the artist, what is your intention for making this work? Did you want it to be shown just on a computer in its native environment in my house? Or would you like it to be publicly displayed? And if you do, so the next step that a lot of people will take is they'll tell the artist then how to display it in that white cube space. Don't do that. Go, how would you like it to be displayed? Make it a conversation. The artist made this work, respect the artist. They may have never thought about what it would look like in a tangible location, but now they have the opportunity to think about that with you. So you can guide that, but so that's there. So if an artist tells me they just want it to be shown on a computer and I'm going to be like, okay, I'm not showing this. I'll pick another artwork. And then shows online. I don't think any virtual show is perfect, including my own. I curated a Feral File show a couple months ago called On Screen Presence. And if you read the curatorial statement on that, I talk about the problematics even of my own show. But I really like newart.city and what they're trying to do out of all of the potential virtual environments. Again, it's not perfect, but like, for example, there was this great solo Daniel Brathwaite-Shirley show where the entire environment was also like what Epoch Gallery is doing is super interesting to me. It's not perfect, but I guess those are two examples. Epoch Gallery. Oh, they're so cool. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for such an interesting talk. And next up, we have Kelani Nichole, who you've worked with before as well, calling in from the States. So I'll start with a quick intro on Kelani. Kelani Nichole is a technologist and founder of Transfer, an experimental media art gallery exhibiting decentralized networks and virtual worlds in contemporary art since 2013. Her inventions range from software-enabled immersive exhibition formats to new forms of cultural infrastructure. Today, she'll be talking to us about subversive economies, expansive models in contemporary art.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hi, Kelani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not seeing my presentation. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing.
We aren't seeing it yet, but we're in the process of switching over.
And can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Sorry, I'm not so familiar with Teams.
Are you sharing your slides, Kelani?
I tried to, but the share tray has nothing in it right now. And I also don't see my video.
We can see you.
Oh, good.
I just can't see the content. Try opening and closing the share tray. And if is it a PowerPoint presentation?
No, it's a Google Slides.
Google Slides, yeah, that should work. You might just have to share the web browser or just share your screen.
I'm not seeing any share options. I just see an empty share tray. Sorry, y'all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe just restart Teams. I've enabled you to share content as a presenter, but if it's not coming up, yeah, maybe just sort of leave the call and come back again.
Okay, be right back.
See you in a moment. Buy some time. Great. Can you share your slides now?
I just have open and close share tray with nothing in it. Is the option supposed to be theirs? I'm sorry, I'm not so familiar with Teams.
Yeah, there should be. There should be options.
Is there another way? Perhaps I can send you my Google Slides link, or
Yeah, we can show it from here and we can click through.
Okay. Yeah, the share tray is the middle button on the UI. I'm just going to describe to you what I'm seeing. I open and close it, and when I close it, I see myself. I see the other participants. When I open it, I see nothing, a black box.
Okay, yeah. Now, when you open it, there should be a list of all the applications that are open, and you should be able to select one of those, like your web browser, and share it. If it's not doing that, yeah, maybe if you can send through the slides, I can show them up here.
Okay, just 1 second. Do you see that link in the chat?
Yeah, thanks. All right, I'll just bring that up.
I'm seeing that event and a dark black square for you. So.
Yeah, our camera guy kindly took the camera off me, so you can't see me.
While you're getting that ready, I might just say hello to everyone. I can't see you all, but I know some of you are there because I just watched you asking Regina some questions. Thank you so much to OxBAT and specifically Eva for thinking about my work and including me in this program. Also, a huge thank you to Regina, who I not only love deeply, but collaborate with on a daily basis, who also brought the connection into my life. So really excited to be here very early in the morning with you all. Sorry I can't be in the room. Excited to share some ideas. And let me know if you get those up okay.
Cool, yeah, we can see the slides here. Just make sure the online participants can see them.
Yay. After all that ado, my slides are very much a sketch, but hopefully it will help anchor the conversation. This is some new thinking and new work that I'm sharing today with you, so I'm really excited for the chance to do it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, great. So for those of you who don't know, my name is Kelani Nichole. I'm the founder of Transfer Gallery, which has been focused on decentralized economies and virtual worlds in contemporary art since 2013. This talk is a sort of framing to help us think about the rise in subversive economies. Specifically, we're looking at decentralized economies that emerged rapidly in the form of NFTs, PFPs, and social tokens, and also how the arrival of Web3 has given rise to some expansive models in contemporary art. And of course, when we think about subversive, we think about anything seeking to subvert an established system or institution. And the rise of Web3 is very much framed in that context. Again, I really appreciate these ideas. I appreciate the chance to share these ideas with you all. I've been workshopping these with my collaborators, Julia Kaginski and Regina Harsanyi, for a new organization we're structuring called EAT Works, and I'll share more about that towards the end of the talk. So the next slide. To start, I'm going to discuss some of the affordances of the NFT market and how the subversive economies of scale have allowed for new forms of capital deployment across decentralized network. Again, when I talk about the subversive economies and the affordances, these are language terms I'm throwing out there as new ways to kind of think about this. When I say affordances, that is a term that I use in my other practice, which is technology-based practice focused on user experience. We think about affordances as anything an interface might present us to interact. So if we think about things on a screen, those are obviously very common types of affordances, but there are also new things like voice control, which has a different set of affordances. So in this case, I'm going to apply that word to think about some of the mechanics of these economies, to think about some of the behavioral traits around them, to think about some of the interactions, transactions specifically in them. So next slide, please. Just going to give you kind of a quick overview before I go into too much depth in each section. So after we talk about the NFT market and kind of break it down from a affordance perspective, I love the history Regina just gave. I hope what I'm talking about is slightly different or a different lens to view it at. We'll then comparison look at some of the transactions and value systems in the contemporary art market. And I think what we will see are many similarities in the way art is treated, primarily as an asset class for wealthy individuals participating in both of these markets. On the next slide, we'll then look at collections. We'll highlight a set of behaviors in the contemporary art world, which is really focused around context, conservation, and longevity. We'll consider examples like progressive institutional collections, private collections making markets for young artists, and even contextualizing those emerging works alongside more established artists, so really doing that cultural value building. And yeah, we'll think about some of the ways that they play in this landscape, not all unproblematic. And then next slide, that will bring us to the last part of the discussion, which is around stewardship and cultural value in Web3. And here we'll look a little bit at some of the expansive models of artistic and cultural production, which are emerging in this space. Again, I'm not going to go too much in depth in this section. I know Ruth from Furtherfield was speaking earlier. I unfortunately missed the presentation, but imagine a lot of the really interesting stuff that's happening out there was covered in that talk as well. And I will be sharing personally some of the things that I'm thinking about in the space, some of the new ways and propositions, prototypes, protocols, behavioral protocols we're thinking about. So that's the framing of the talk. And I know we started a little bit late, but I'm going to keep it pretty short, I think. So on the next slide, before I get into it too much, I want to talk about time. It's something that comes up when I'm having discussions with artists all the time. And time plays so much in this moment. So not only was there this rapid rise of NFTs, sort of happened overnight, it seemed like, and an overnight accumulation of wealth. All of a sudden, some friends and artists who had been, struggling artists for years were now millionaires. How does time collapse like this, and what effect does it have on all of us as we move through this space and time? Nearly 2 years later, right, there's still a frenetic changing pace. Every day, it feels like there's a new NFT platform. How is this still happening? Or another artist with the same another article writing about maybe the same 5 artists or the same whales who are moving the market. Cycles spinning with not much there. There's also these unrealistic production schedules. That's something that was part of the Q&A just now. I'd like to push back on why that is and what that says about this moment and the possibilities and potentially the limitations. Then, of course, another aspect of time, the shill schedules, the 24/7 on, right? People say I don't work 9 to 5 anymore in Web 2. I work in Web 3, so I work 24/7. And the sort of always on culture that goes along with NFTs. Then we're looking at, of course, global connected timescales. If you're managing asynchronous global communities, you have folks in every time zone who are, there building and participating in your organization. And I think there's a real fatigue around hype cycles and market fluctuations, emotional fatigue, mental fatigue, just being tired. And then, a sense of anxiety that fluctuates between that and utter joy, disbelief, all sorts of other ranges of emotions. And then there's a lot of stuff you don't see on the timeline, people working slowly and carefully and critically and thoughtfully. So on the next slide, this is just a very rudimentary visualization to give some context as I compare these three areas and the affordances, right? NFT time can be anything from overnight. I think we're seeing thoughtful production schedules in the NFT space ranging from 1 to 3 months, which is just bananas for someone who is operating more at an institutional timescale, where an exhibition might take 3 to 5 years from planning to execution, if not even more. And then, of course, there's the art market cycles in between, which already before NFT showed up, many of us were feeling fatigued from the sort of quarterly global social schedule required to participate in the art market. So in this talk, I think one thing that we can maybe keep in our mind is this sense of time, how we as humans exist in time, and intentionality carrying that through in these markets and these moments as we think about them. So on the next slide, I'm going to start by looking at some of the affordances of the NFT market here. Just as we heard in Regina's talk, you'll probably hear a sense of criticality in the way that I approach the space. I have been thinking about cryptocurrency and selling art in crypto since 2013. I very much believe that the space represents a future, and it is a future we must all engage with. I believe also criticism is an act of care, so I hope that if you hear things here which seem pejorative or critical, you can take that as a point of starting a conversation, not meant to close one down. So that's my disclaimer on how I feel about NFTs before we get too far into this. So when we're looking at the NFT market, some of the things that we're seeing are obviously the market being driven by trading volume, floor price, degen chatter, and celebrity clout. So this is very much about how you appear, putting yourself out there, and how repetitive showing up really builds value, right? So this is hype-based value creation. And, of course, one of the dismissive comparisons to NFTs is Beanie Babies. But when we look at collectibles, we look at fashion, we look at the hype cycles and value creation around that, the mechanics of this market very much resemble that. And I think that in a bear, we are seeing the sort of aftermath of that, right? As hype goes away and it's not as fun to participate, a lot of activity goes down. And I think that's one of the indicators here about hype-based value creation. And we can talk about it in sort of a very, plain way, right? It is really, really based on hype. It's not to say there isn't value there, because there is. The next affordance about the NFT market, which is really different and which is really subversive, specifically for the art world, is around anonymous and decentralized identity in this system, right? So by comparison, when we look at the art world, your reputation, your identity is kind of everything, and building that identity. Here, identity is still really important in hype-based value creation, but that identity is very much manufactured or performed. That's the anonymous kind of identity. That's the whale, who we really don't know who they are as an individual, although the more we dox these folks, the more we find out how problematic some of the ways they're presenting themselves in this anonymous way are. And so I think that while anonymity offers really interesting potentials for culture and specifically for creative economies, it also has its perils, and it's a lack of accountability, a lack of sort of, you know, again, the human affordances is I meet you, I know you, I recognize your face, we spend time together. Even if we're doing that virtually, there's a presence and a participation required, which is not really a part of how the NFT market functions. So again, rapid returns, high risk. This sort of speculative nature of the NFT market is something that is not unlike the art market, but again, the timescales are just incredibly accelerated in this space. Circulation and identity are key to this market. I have to say this is the part of the market that I love, and I'm so glad it showed up. I've been showing online distributed public works for more than a decade now. I recognized very early on that studios had a prescient vision about networked culture and how we would all exist and communicate in shared virtual commons. So it's a space that I've been exploring and investing in for a very long time. It's a space where I find a lot of awe and wonder and interesting things happening, ways for me also to understand my own identity in this sort of hyper technological environment that we live in. So that notion of artworks that have value, which circulate freely, which are open and accessible, which help us form our identity in these virtual spaces and across physical and virtual spaces. These artworks, I think, are really the avant-garde. They're the sort of cultural legacy of this moment. So the fact that this market also has mechanics which focus around that kind of circulation and identity, I think is a really amazing and positive thing. The last affordance that I want to discuss in the NFT market before we move on to look at some of the other ways we transact around art is this sense around sort of the crypto speak. I laughed out loud in the last talk when Regina said, pump your bag. We're all going to make it. All of these sorts of, again, hype-based acronyms that people threw out really create this sort of echo chamber doublespeak effect, where you can repeat these sort of slogans or sayings many, many times, and actually they kind of lose all meaning, because in fact, we're not all going to make it, right? The whales, as we know from data visualizations, all this information is public, it is on the blockchain, it just takes people to parse it and to want to show it, but we know that some 80% of this market is controlled by some tiny amount of actual individuals when we trace the transactions. So no, we're not all going to make it, right? And not only that, but everyone that it leaves out who doesn't even have sort of access or the ability to participate in this. And I think that that doublespeak is sort of endemic of how this market actually functions, saying one thing and actually representing or meaning another. On the next slide, just want to pause here and say that, of course, this is the $69 million JPEG from Beeple. And I think in this moment, what we're seeing is art purely in service of industry. Artists have become currency designers who are really participating heavily in this market and who have reoriented their studio around this market. And the observation here is that right after finance, right, first there was DeFi. So right after the finance industry, art was the very first industry to be fully transformed by decentralized economies. And this is a change that's going to extend into every area of our lives. So just as with the rise of Web 2.0, we saw industries completely transformed, right? Retail, forget it. Well, you know, e-commerce completely transformed retail, transportation, things like Uber, Lyft, hospitality industry, things like Airbnb, how we house ourselves, the resources around that, you know, of course, news media, et cetera. It just, you know, many, many industries were affected by that technological shift. Web3 is no different. What is different for us specifically in the context of the art world is that this time we're the first, right? Because through Web 1.0, the art world remained largely unchanged. Even through Web 2.0, you know, e-commerce really never took up in the art world. Maybe artists could sell art to collectors directly on Instagram. Ooh, you know, really like shaking up the establishment, but, you know, not really changing anything. And as a result of that, the art world sort of would move technology into the farthest reaches. So it would keep it on the outskirts, right? And it was fetishized in the art world. So as a gallerist working with technology for the last decade, I observed these real hype cycles in the art world where it was VR, and then it was AR, and now it's AI, and now it's crypto, right? And the art world would try to make sense of these things, but only tangentially and never really grappling with the key issues. Well, this time it's different. This time it is the very first industry that has been disrupted. And as such, we see, I think, a lot of people in a very confused state who haven't thought about technology much within the affordances of their market, really scrambling to make sense of this. So yeah, NFTs were the sort of latent movement of online public art. It was already there, it was existing, it was an avant-garde that wasn't really being seen, but it became the perfect use case for crypto. So on the next slide, this is a little bit of a flash at an inventory of the space of Web3, specifically tracing culture. I'm going to talk more about it in a few minutes, but I think just some framing as we move forward and thinking about the art market, right? I think we're here today because over the last 2 years, we've seen an explosion of interest in art and tech. Again, thanks in large part to the new marketplaces for digital art created by NFTs. And while blockchain technologies and decentralized protocols offer exciting new possibilities for tracking and authenticating provenance, facilitating collective ownership and governance, and sharing and distributing value, all amazing things, right? This nascent scene actually has been developing in a vacuum. And in our desire to do things differently in Web3, we have attempted to sever ties with the past. And so what we have right now in the NFT space is a volatile market that ebbs and flows with the tides of cryptocurrencies and seems to be replicating a lot of the hierarchies, gatekeepers, centralizations of power that we see in the traditional art world, without the same focus on context, meaning, art history, stewardship, and appreciating art for more than simply its ability to generate bountiful returns. So on the next slide, we're going to take a look at the art market here. Another caveat or disclaimer, I have been participating in the art market for, again, almost a decade now, showing at art fairs. I have largely been pushing against these kinds of mechanics and not using them at my gallery. So I don't represent artists based on a relationship. I represent artists based on inventory. It's just one example. I think that some of the structures of the art world are quite toxic. And I think you'll see that reflected here as we talk about the first mechanic specifically, which is value based on scarcity. There really is no way to reconcile what is happening in contemporary art right now with the value systems that are in place in the art market. It is so based around scarcity and limitation of access that when something is open and malleable and fluid and moving and defying all of the rules, they literally don't have the infrastructure, the ability to understand and to engage with artworks like that. The art world is really based on provenance and reputation. Typically, this starts with Ivy League or a moneyed background, right? It's all about who you know, and many of the most successful people in the art market, almost all of them actually, come from established wealth. This is no surprise. I mean, of course, everyone in this room participating in Web3 is thinking about these things and why we want to have a generational legacy that is different from this kind of support of culture, right? Obviously, the traditional art market is very much treated as an investment vehicle. We hear all sorts of things about free ports and the way art is stored in tax havens, you know, sketchy dealings around how collectors are thinking about their collections and foundations, all sorts of things like this. Of course, VIP and access. So again, this being very much about physical scarcity and access, who you're in the room with, being in the room with the right people. And then, you know, not to mention the speculative secondary market, which is primarily how the art market functions, right? The art world is separate somewhat from the art market, if you're thinking about these kinds of affordances. But the speculative secondary market really fuels the market, and valuation, we know, is really based on an artist's work being resold at a higher value. So, you know, one thing to note, I think that's really interesting in the rise of NFTs is that the auction houses sort of became irrelevant on arrival of NFTs, and they were the ones who clung the hardest and first jumped into NFTs because they needed to sort of reassert their validity. I mean, we literally don't need an auction house anymore. We can just do that on chain bidding, right? And it was kind of funny to watch how awkward it was for many of those traditional houses to try and apply technology in the way that these new decentralized economies had started to show it. So I'm just going to move forward through the thinking. In the next slide, we I think are going to now transition to thinking about visualizing power. This is a image from a new show at Postmasters Gallery by Barbisi Lab, and it is a visualization of power in the art world. And I thought it was a great example to show and also to talk about Postmasters Gallery. Another artist they work a lot with is William Pauhaida, and that artist also, through text-based works and other explorations, talks about the power structures in the art market and what it means to be an artist in this space. And in this new show, Barbisi is really using this new access to data. And what you're seeing here are essentially nodes, which represents institutions and institutional connections. And so, you know, this is obviously largely isolated in American red and European blue hubs at the heart of the art world. So this network demonstrates how institutional prestige and hidden connections of influence determine access to opportunities for artists. So if you're interested in these ideas, this is a really cool series of work to kind of think through some of these connections in more depth than my very brief introduction here. So on the next slide, moving through the talk, I want to talk a little bit about collectors, which are really driven by their own personal taste. And demonstrating cultural relevance to build value. So value is based on relevance. That's both cultural relevance, but also historic relevance. When we look at these great collections, they're really shaping cultural legacy. They're investing in and creating institutions around care and longevity for work, all amazing values, super important values, also expensive and slow work. Right, and I think that's one thing we heard in Regina's talk. This kind of conservation and stewardship and care will never go to the moon. It will never scale, right? This is expensive, careful work that we have to do to determine and shape our cultural legacy. We really need to lean into it in a different way. And great collections have shown us the way to do that, right? So they're based on conservation and care. They are thinking about transactions, sure, but also exchanges and how they can do things like bring young artists into context and into dialogue with historical works in their collection. So many great collections have the identity of a family, and many of these have a worldview or a cultural perspective that's reflected, which is really interesting. Specifically down in Miami, these aren't media art collections, but something emerged in the 90s called the Miami model, where these great collectors started amassing collections of work and then made them available to the public. At the time when this emerged, it was sort of like, oh, you don't do that in the art world. But now these are well-regarded collections. So these are things like the Rubel, the De La Cruz, the Marguelis. These are incredible, incredible patrons of art. They collect challenging art, performance art, in some cases media art, not so much yet, but we'll give them time. And you know, also some of these great collections, the reputation and legacy is not so good on the other side, right? So many of these collections have a desire to do better. Julia Stoshek is one that I absolutely admire and was just in the press talking about how she can do better than the previous generation, but has done a ton to think about media art and the progressive display of media art and what it means to collect that. Of course, in the context where y'all are in the UK, there's the Zabel Dowich collection, which again, incredible work, also politically very fraught. And so these kinds of challenges and backgrounds all play into the reputation and legacy that these kinds of collections are leaving behind. And that wider political purview, I think, is something really important to think about as we move forward to the next slide, and think about how we go from what we've seen in the NFT market, what we've seen now as we look at the art market, our desire to do something different and better. And I think the best place for us to start is not by denying the past, but it's to go even more into specifically what Regina was just leaning into, which is to look at the history of time-based media art, in particular, from its big emergence in the 60s. Of course, it has precedents as well before that, and many historians can tell you that, to now. This timeline is a super simplified version of some of who I see in the landscape as the sort of key keepers of this culture and developers of this moment. So the organizations who have been carrying the torch and lighting the way for us as we move through the last 60 plus years of history to now to NFTs, the amount of value that's represented in these networks, the amount of both cultural value but knowledge, and also the histories of failure, and starting way back with the experiments in art and technology, failure was sort of a central part of that. And as a technologist, I find that so interesting because when we work in tech, we talk all the time about failure and iteration and test and learn methodology. The art world doesn't think that way, but however, these organizations do, and they have necessarily done so because, again, they were always still on the outskirts of the contemporary art world and the contemporary art market. So on the next slide, I think that when we look at stewardship and some of the behaviors, if we can take some of maybe the best from all of these different ways of transacting and supporting cultural value. I think if we can shift more towards these ways of thinking, it might be an interesting way forward. So that's my proposition. What if we thought about mutual value exchange instead of pumping bags or investing in a moneyed legacy? What if we thought about the things we get from art and the values that it helps us see in ourselves and in the world, and in return valued it as much as, say, a luxury car, for example, that would help us also define our identity as we move through this world. So how can we think about value exchange in our investment in mutual ways, and also think about mutually supporting across systems, right, which is the big opportunity of this moment. Also, relationships of care, and what does that mean, and how do we take care? And I don't think for many people that real care looks like just amassing things, like as many things as I can have, right? Care is more about selection. It's more about taking time, being thoughtful about work. Also then thinking about the personal and participatory. I think in the NFT market in particular, we're seeing a lot of really interesting new modes of participating, and that's something that we can continue to lean into and discover new affordances around. And how that becomes more personal is something I'm personally more interested in. Also thinking about identity and meaning and contemplation and criticality. Again, things that take time and will require different kinds of timescales as we think through this. So I want to be conscious of time. Let's move on to the next slide. I have about three more slides just to share to close out these ideas. So back here, we're now getting into the area where we're talking about the emergence of new models. And what essentially myself and my collaborators were doing with this exercise was trying to trace the emergence of new types of culture here. So this is by no means including everything in the space. It is hopefully including somewhat of a trajectory around where culture appears. And I want to call out some of the specific things which I think are very interesting in the space where culture appears. Also, I made this with my collaborators maybe about 6 months ago, and it's wildly out of date just because there's so much new stuff happening now in the space every day. So I think the real nexus of value here is based around these artist-led projects that you see right in the center here. So things like Trust in Berlin, Holly Plus, also part of the Berlin scene, Terra Zero, thinking about trees and value exchange with nature, right? Very early experiments to think about things from a different perspective. This artist-focused exploration, of course, Furtherfield at the center being sort of, the leader in this from the very beginning, before blockchain, or as blockchain was still an emergent idea many, many years ago. Artists like Sarah Mahoyas and Bitcoin, Harm van den Dorpel and Mutant Garden Cedars. So thinking about how art can circulate in really new and interesting conceptual ways. Also seeing that with something more contemporary like Filineal, which I guess is the new Disney, or you're not supposed to say that, I don't know. But, interesting ways that artists are thinking about putting out work and circulating work in economies in new ways. Also want to call out Epoch Gallery here at the center. That's EPOCH. It's an Algorand-based virtual space. Peter Wu is an artist who is also acting as a gallerist in that space, who's looking at redistributing wealth and also creating great public commissions and paying out new groups artists in new ways. Of course, Zora at the center. Friends with Benefits, things like building new social capital and social culture. This is very interesting. I find it concerning and problematic, but also, probably a form of how we organize in the future and identify culturally in the future. So again, very important to participate and help shape. Feltzine, something I love, artist focused. Really just thinking about creation and community in completely different ways. Then of course, art blocks, I put them in this category of mooned. I think they are very much, the creators and supporters of a lot of the problematic NFT market mechanics, but also they've done something amazing with culture, and they focused and have talked a lot about curation from the very beginning, and are moving now in really intentional ways more into that space. So I find that is a really interesting site of culture on both sides of this sort of evaluation. Anyway, I could go on and on. I think if we move to the next slide, I just want to tell you a little bit about some of the ways that we're prototyping new Web3 cultural infrastructure with EAT Works. And of course, these sort of efforts represent work I've done in the past, work many others have done as well, iterations on bringing those thinking together. Also looking back, to great figures like Howard Wise, for example, a great gallerist in the 70s in the TV generation. So thinking about artists like Nam June Paik and the potentials that everyone saw for television to reach new audiences and be this great democratizing force in art, right? These are ideas that are very old now and we can iterate through and think about. So not saying I invented any of this, but it is stuff that we're all exploring together now. And when I say we, that is with EAT Works. I am now the head of experience for this new experimental Web3 art organization. It takes its name and inspiration from the experiments in art and technology, which were founded in 1960s by artists Robert Rauschenberg and Robert Whitman, together with Bell Labs engineers Billy Kluver and Fred Wallhauer. And what we're doing is really reflecting on that history, learning from the points of failure, and iterating. Our focus is around matchmaking, which has been inspired with direct conversations with Julie Martin, one of the central figures in this space, who's continued to steward EAT for the past 50 years. We held our inaugural salon at NFT NYC just a few months back, and we're getting ready for our next one in October. And these salons aim to gather different perspectives together for mutual transformation through art and ideas. And we think of these salons as a space of play, as peer research, and we're focused on creating more expansive models for support and collaboration between art and industry. And what we're really trying to do is elevate the importance of participation in shaping culture. And here you see some of those driving, motivating factors and experiments that we're working on. So the first is to think about connecting resources for studio-driven outcomes. What do I mean when I say studio-driven outcomes? Well, it is very complicated to be an artist today. You're not only thinking about the mechanics of the NFT market, but also the other markets, you're chasing funding, all of these things. But how can we reorient that and say, hey, from a perspective of you as an artist, if you take away all of these other factors, what are your needs? What are the ways of support that you want to move forward with? And the number one thing we're hearing is time. as we talk to artists and we think about studios in this way. So I think that's a really interesting thing that's emergent in this space. We're also then, really looking to shine on the existing history, as I mentioned before. We're trying to create new behaviors around NFT collection and participation. So instead of amassing many NFTs or speculatively investing or flipping, what if you held on to them? What if you loved them? What if they gave you access in different ways? What if they evolved over time? So we're really curious about that and adjacent experiments, which I mentioned before. I've been thinking about this. We're also inviting patrons, organizations, and participants to think about equity and value exchange in different ways. So beyond royalties, how can we think about how artists' studios are the site of R&D, and then that intellectual property ends up creating returns for someone else? How can we think about mutual exchange in that system in a different way? We're then also thinking about exhibiting the outcomes to the public through these salons I just mentioned, and then something that I see as sort of the key affordance of this moment in the history of art, which is the potential of decentralized storage and decentralized stewardship. So many things in this space we don't need a blockchain to do, but this is one thing that can solve a very real and tangible problem in the space, and that's around how we store and ensure the longevity in a much more thoughtful way, as Regina set the stage for in the previous talk, around storing and making sure this data is around. So just some quick closing thoughts on the next slide. Thinking about reflection. Oh, my emojis are not showing up. What a bummer. That's the mirror emoji. How can we honor what came before us in every act of creation? How can we dig into the past and shine on new and untold stories? How can we deepen our relationship with the present by looking into the past? Next slide. We're thinking about matchmaking here. How can we help facilitate collaboration in new ways? What are the gaps that still exist? Lots of support in art and technology, lots of capital flowing around right now, but there's still a lot of lack. And why is that? How can we fill those gaps? What are the real needs in the artist studio? As I mentioned before, strip away everything else. What is there at the core? And how can we leverage some of the unique affordances of this moment to iterate on that idea of networking? Next slide, last slide, is around stewardship. What are the ways in which we care for culture? What do we want our cultural legacy to be? Punks? Apes? I don't think so. I hope not. What is our engagement with the near history of this moment? And how can we reimagine value together and find new ways to support work? So with that, I'm just going to end with an invitation and say thank you so much again to everyone. Happy to take some questions. If you're interested in participating in anything that I've shared today, you can email happenings@eatworks.xyz for an invitation. Just mention you saw this talk, and that's your way into our membership and our new community. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, we have an online question.
An online question. Is mic back on? Yes. From Stephen Liccardi. You've described the entrenchment of the current art market and how these emergent spaces subvert that entrenchment. What is the emergent new art market, if any, and how can we avoid recreating the same iniquities?
Oh, we can't hear you right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
I was just saying, great question. Thank you for such a great question. Yeah, so I'm getting an echo. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay, I think the echo's gone. Great. Yeah, thank you for such a great question. I think there is an emergent market. I'm really excited about it. I don't know what it is. We've done some sizing on these different markets, myself and my collaborators. As we know, the NFT market is controlled by very few individuals who are the loudest individuals, who are the whales, right? And they're all about the hype and the pumping. I don't know that those individuals will become the thoughtful new stewards of this next generation of art and culture. I just don't really see the values aligning there. That being said, they have initiated a movement and a moment for the collection of art. My mother calls me, Kel, digital art is on the news, right? Like she's been trying to make sense of what I'm doing for the last decade, and all of a sudden it's on the local news. So I think there is a generation that is emergent. I think right now, if I had to size it, it's probably between 100 and 300 very thoughtful collectors who probably came into the idea of collecting and supporting culture via NFTs. And now they're interested in participating in how culture is shaped. So, for example, just anecdotally, thinking about new NFT collectors who are now thinking about joining museum boards, for example. Like, how might they take their interest in investing and do some bridging and merge with the ways that culture is shaped in these contemporary markets? So I don't yet know exactly what the values will be. I hope what was on that stewardship slide will be some of what we see. I think that many of this, emergent group of collectors who, again, is still a younger generation, their wealth is still coming into fruition. They're probably going to be collecting at lower price points, specifically if it's outside of the Ethereum ecosystem, right? Because we all know the way that cryptocurrency gains in value is more transactions, more usage, more blocks being written, right? So if you're already invested and if your wealth came from crypto, you're gonna probably want to spend money in crypto to make your money worth more money, right? That's how it works. So not a Ponzi, but some sort of complex system that is Ouroboros and a snake eating its own tail. So how we then see those behaviors coming offline, coming out of, blockchain-based, transaction-based ledgers into other cultural ecosystems, into other ways of supporting art and artists. I think it's going to be a very interesting thing to look at. And I hope what we start to see is, from the institutional side also, people starting to understand the nuances of the space and thinking beyond NFTs. We see a lot of museums and organizations, jumping into the fire with NFTs, and really, like, those of us who are thinking about DAOs and these other models, right, understand that NFTs are like the MySpace days of Web3, right? It's just not an interesting application for a museum or an institution who literally is, the keeper of culture, the steward through complex governance protocols that have lasted in some case 100 or more years, right? So how can we translate those ways of thinking into this new technology as opposed to letting the technology lead, right? Governance right now is very dumb. It's mostly around binary voting and ends up being human powered anyway. Where at the same time we see institutions, while they're slow moving and slow to adapt to change, really being those keepers of culture and having these great practices in place. So I'm really interested from both sides, how both, the new capital and the collectors emerging enter into the new system, and how the existing institutions and legacy markets can also bridge across in different ways. And I hope that's some of the work that we're doing with EAT Works, is inviting institutions to maybe mitigate their risk, come join our roundtables and discussions, and think about technology in a new way alongside those of us who have been, building interfaces and thinking about technology, and specifically technology's power, for a long time. I hope that answers your question in some degree.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your experience with us. Do we have any more questions in the room? Okay, well then we'll break for lunch. Kelani, thank you. And we'll be back inside at 2. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on. Great. Cool. Looks like we're all filtering in. Welcome back for the afternoon session of day 2, the industry day of OxBAT. Announcements we have, I guess, are similar to the announcements this morning. Don't forget there is a drinks reception at 6 after this session, followed by dinner at 7, and those will be over in the Cloisters quad, in the bar downstairs, and then in the dining hall upstairs. Follow the crowd, if in doubt. Yeah, sheeple. What else was there? Otherwise, there's been a few program changes. And so this session will start with Aleksandra Smilek and Lou Decay. We then have Patrick Rivenbark, Brendan Gage, Daniel Park, and Devang Thakkar in this session. And then there'll be a panel after the break, just in case anyone hasn't gotten the updates yet. Is that all housekeeping? Yep, great. In that case, and it's my great pleasure and delight to introduce Lou Decay and Aleksandra Smilek, who are here from the Foresight Institute, I believe, which they'll tell us more about. Alex is a creative director working in the field of culture and innovation, and is the director of the Existential Hope Gallery. Lou Decay is the head of special projects at the Foresight Institute and is currently developing the decentralized science protocol at Foresight, and is also part of the Existential Hope Gallery. So they're going to be presenting a little bit about how art and science can perhaps work together on the blockchain, and I'm very excited. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Eva, as well, for having us, really. So we are working at Foresight Institute, Lou and I. Foresight Institute is a very old, not like at Oxford, but like quite old institute, been running for 37 years now. And Lou will be explaining what is Foresight Institute about. And I will be taking on how this institute actually is accelerating the field of decentralizing science thanks to art and blockchain. So I leave the floor to Lou to present Foresight Institute. How do we make the slide switch? I don't know. The clicker is clicker. Wonderful.
Try now. Yep.
Something happened. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. So what is Foresight doing? At Foresight, we've been making sci-fi real for the past 37 years. What does that mean exactly? How have we been doing this? Well, we've been doing this, first of all, by focusing on different areas of technologies that are really at the edge of technology progress and trying to advance them even further. We've been focusing on technologies that feel to us and the people working with us that they are of fundamental importance for the long-term future of humanity, really, and sharing visions of what can be accomplished with these technologies, which are usually so ambitious and so visionary that they cannot be funded, or they are finding a hard time being funded by legacy institutions. We've been doing that with people and a wide community of scientists, fellows, mentors, yes. And all of these having a wide diversity. I mean, you can go on our website, you can see there is a big scroll and see the variety of people who are part of this community, this scientific community. To tell you a bit more about exactly what technologies we're working on, give you some examples so you get what this is about. Nanotechnology, for instance, was the first one we started working with in Foresight. You see that science fiction has used a lot nanotech recently. If you've watched Marvel movies, they use the tech to explain a lot of like how the crazy costumes of the superheroes are working. Here it's Black Panther and this nanotech-enabled helmet that just pops out of his necklace. And we have Sir Fraser Stoddart at Foresight, who was an early Foresight talent who we had the joy to see become a Nobel Prize in 2016 in chemistry, but for his work in nanotechnology. We are working on neurotechnology, in particular advancing brain-computer interfaces. And here you can think about sci-fi movie like The Matrix, right, where they plug themselves into this simulation. Or you can think about whole brain emulations, meaning uploading a whole conscissness into a digital world. I don't know if you've watched Black Mirror and this episode which is called San Junipero, where before dying, people upload their consciousness in this paradise-like universe. We work on advancing AI, maybe to exploring the safety or the perils of artificial general intelligences. That would be artificial intelligences that are on par or superior to human intelligence. You can think about Blade Runner, for instance, as a sci-fi example. And here, it's also a good example of thinking about, once we have this kind of intelligences, how do we make it so that humans and artificial intelligences cooperate well? And for this, we have researchers like Mark Miller, who was one of the founding fathers of the blockchains, really worked onto smart contracts, who is working deeply on building decentralized systems of cooperation that can help humans cooperate better and solve macro challenges for the planet and all the challenges that humanity faces, which are huge, to say the least, but also trying to find how AIs and humans can cooperate, which is something that doesn't seem like a problem right now, but like will be for sure. We've also been talking about longevity for a long time and extending the human lifespan. And this actually, for a while, was still something quite taboo, and it still is in many ways, or a difficult subject. And maybe it makes sense in the sense that like the technology in biotech wasn't there, but today there is serious progress that is being made in like age extension or age reversal even. And since then, in the blockchain sphere also, it has become something quite popular that is with a lot of biohackers that's more and more talked about. And this is to drive a point, which is that this is what we do. It's very core to Foresight Institute activity. It's pushing the Overton window. The Overton window, you're perhaps familiar with the concept, which was thought of by Joseph Overton in the context of political science. But here we are using it to think about, and so meaning what is the Overton window is what it is acceptable for a policymaker to push on the agenda, what is unthinkable, radical, acceptable, sensible to talk about, or straightforward, like popular. And what we are trying to do is to push forward this Overton window of scientific progress. And how have we been doing this? I will let you speak, Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Lou. So for the past 37 years, scientists and technologies are pushing limits of possibilities and imagination at Foresight Institute. However, we were facing a limit. This limit is like the limit of being able to address a larger audience about the potential future that science can unlock, right? If you take the example that Lou took, like the longevity, for instance, we've been working toward longevity and with scientists working on longevity for the past 30 years now. And it's just now that we are facing this overtone window where actually we can accept the fact that longevity is something possible, doable, and that like people can actually soon will have access to it, right? So we were facing this limit of being able to address this larger audience of people being able to see what science can unlock and to be able to see what they can take out of the science, right? So at some point, we decided to bring artists into this equation made of scientists and technologists, right? So science and art, as you might know, has always been like, have like this inherent connection, right? Leonardo da Vinci, Filippo Brunelleschi, inventor of the perspective, and we have many, many different like digital artists also working in this like, bridge between science and art, right? So because the early stage science is difficult to understand, therefore, we need to unlock something, to find a new way of communication, to reach out to a greater number of people in order to let them see what kind of positive future science and technology can unlock. And you will see why later we need actually to address a larger audience. Okay, so for now we are facing this kind of like social disease of people really like thinking about science and technology, not maybe in Oxford, but like the society is thinking about AI as something completely dystopian, and they are right. But we can think about those technologies that can like unlock positive future, but we need to be aware about it, and we need to let the society to be aware about it in order to actually think positively about the future, right? So, as Thomas Kuhn said, the evolution and implementation of science and technology involve not only cognitive dimension, and we've been doing this cognitive dimension for the past 37 years at Foresight Institute, but also social, economical, and cultural choices, right? To implement a science, you need to have like a society that is okay with this, or like some investors okay with this. So to create a greater perspective of the future, we had to change something in order to reach out to this society, in order to disrupt how we can make those choices about science and tech and how we can implement them. And to do that, we needed to enable a broader participation to science and technology and to inseminate vision of positive future. So we decided to create a gallery called Existential Hope that is actually adopting a quite different curatorial system where we are bridging creators, artists, with scientists, right? So we put our Foresight fellows, Foresight people, Foresight scientists in contact with artists to transform their cutting-edge research into visions of the future. And let me present you a few examples of how you can actually bridge science and art, and how you can actually have images, artworks that can speak loud about early stage science and technology. So longevity, we've been talking about it. So this is an artwork, it's an NFT that has been created with Christine Peterson. Christine Peterson is the mother, she coined the term of open source, and she's also working toward longevity. And she worked with the artist TTY, it's a French artist. And actually TTY created an NFT based on the senior fellow Christine Peterson, invitation to invent a dog that has died and later become revived. So, for instance, my mother couldn't picture the fact that science can actually unlock this possibility. So this NFT is actually reaching out to a larger audience to enable people to participate in this grand vision of the future. Another example is this one, tied to nanotechnology. So we invited Julie Lynn Berger to work with the nanotechnologist Yunen Feng. And Yunen Feng is a nanotechnologist who is actually trying to and researching new molecular ways of processing polymers, so the plastic, in laboratory in order to avoid polymers production made with fossil fuels. Okay, so it can be a new way of producing materials in laboratory without needing like fossil fuels or any other elements outside of the laboratory. So it's super disrupting, but most of the society doesn't know that those technology can actually unlock those possibilities. So those examples are actually artworks that we call DeSci NFTs. So DeSci NFTs stands for Decentralized Science NFT. It's a new approach to improve science using decentralized Web3 technology. It seems that we started to achieve the stage of a larger communication about science and tech that Thomas Kuhn was talking about, right? However, with this curatorial system, you could say, okay, but where is the like economical disruption with those NFTs, right? So it's here actually. So each DeSci NFT that we are creating by bridging an artist and a scientist is sold, and all the profits are going to the artist and to fund the research of the scientist. So you are a collector. While you are collecting art, you are actually also funding and supporting a science or maybe a grand vision of the future. So this is what Existential Hope Gallery right now is doing. We are at an overtone window of this DeSci art gallery.
Yes. So currently, we can bring back the concept of overtone window in the measure that perhaps you've heard, but regulators are really starting to look at the landscape of blockchain. And generally, it seems not with such a good eye, especially in the US. And there is really a big question and a big risk for projects working in the space. And we are moving on our side and like really considering moving from this type of DeSci NFT, which are sharing a vision and representative, to IP NFTs, which have more economic stakes, which Alex will explain to you.
Yeah, so we are in this state of the gallery where we are switching from DeSci NFT to IP NFTs. So right now we are actually considering this model of IP NFT. So you can see that with bridging art and science using Web3 technology and blockchain, we've been bootstrapping a new way of funding science with a larger amount of society also involved in there. And now we are bootstrapping another protocol called IP NFT. So quick words about this because we are running out of time. So we could have a DAO, right? In this DAO, if we just have scientists and scientific investors, we are not changing the game. We have the same people making decisions about what we should push forward as a science, right? If in this DAO, we manage to bring more people thanks to a larger communication, thanks to artists being able to communicate about the science and the future that science can unlock, we can have a society. It's not even a DAO, it's a society that can buy a small piece of an IP that is an NFT, right, to support a research, okay? And they could have some profits out of this, right? So now, this is something that we are considering. It's a model that we are bootstrapping right now. Regulation is not here yet. Regulation is working towards, we are working with regulators of like the EU, the Web3, and we are like talking about new way of funding science thanks to those things that we are bootstrapping in this gallery with artists and scientists. So now this is like the future, but we are not here yet. So, but yeah, what is important to keep in mind is that what we can do with this curatorial system is to create an IP NFT, and this IP NFT maybe one day could create a decentralized creative market for scientists. But this can be actually the next chapter of an open science. Luke?
Oh yeah. Well, I really like this quote, which is on what it means to prefigure. And to prefigure, I think, is not just to imagine or to envision. As Chris Habels-Gray said, to prefigure is to model, to work towards, to make the future by living it. And it's another really important part of, I think, Foresight Institute's identity is not just that we are advancing these technologies or trying to think about them, it's that we are using them. And we launched into using Web3 technology ourselves, and we want to create a DAO precisely to, within that scientific community that's focused on long-term future, deepen cooperation and increase self-sovereignty over our long-term future. So you can think about people gathering, having more ownership and governance on which area should be advanced, and yeah, which NFTs should be representing which researchers, research, etc. Yep, to wrap up this presentation, this quote from Eric Drexler, who founded Foresight Institute in 1986, is now working here at the Future of Humanity Institute at Oxford. New technologies will nurture new arts, and new arts will bring new standards. The world of brute matter offers room for great but limited growth. The world of mind and pattern, though, holds room for endless evolution and change. Thank you, everyone. And that is all.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, question.
All right, questions.
Yes, please.
Oh, lots of Ruth,
yes,
in the front.
Hey, thanks. I love the name for your gallery. I'm very jealous. Existential Hope is a really brilliant name. My question is, where is the public in all of this? So, like, how does, like, all the careful policymakers that work out what's good for the wider society, like, not everything's great, and also it will be inevitably building on publicly funded research and researchers, and then if that research then gets kind of built on for private financial gain, and that gets locked into IP that can't be accessed by the public, I'm just wondering how you, like, where are you seeing this boundary and the question of value flowing between public and private here?
Do you want me to start to answer?
Yeah,
or?
start to answer.
Okay, so the public, and maybe we can do a duo on this one. Precisely, I think one of the ideas that we are trying to share with Existential Hope is how to involve the public more into science. Honestly, a lot of what we are doing is extremely technical, it's very difficult to understand, and we realize that we are this closed community, and trying to Existential Hope's goal is to share awareness and the stakes of this science precisely, so that there is public traction, interest, and that more people are motivated to work in those fields, to consider their ethics, like the perils and the promises. And in terms of publicly funded, well, precisely this model, I mean, as we explained in the beginning, there's this issue sometime with legacy institutions that may miss some important areas of work just because they're too new, and they are, let's say, such a paradigm in science that it doesn't evolve so fast sometimes, and a new idea can take a long time to come to the surface. But technology is accelerating in terms of acceptability. Technology is accelerating faster than this, so we also need to keep the pace. There is a question, though, I think, which is, for me, at least, I really think a lot about this, which is there is a certain wisdom that is embedded in institutions. And the question is, how do we not throw it out while building a new system that facilitates funding new science? I think there are huge ethical questions to be solved there, and that in general, blockchain and the Web3 space should think extremely deeply and thoroughly about its own ethics. Do you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
In the interest of time and keeping things moving along, just like the pace of technology, we should probably head down to the next talk. Thank you so much.
Okay,
you'll both be around at the break and for drinks. So if you've got any more questions, feel free to ask.
Maybe we can speak after. Sorry.
Yeah, have a chat after.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll be going online to one of our remote presenters. I'll just bring up. Hello, Patrick. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, yeah, we can hear you. Fantastic.
Okay, well, let's.
Can you share
see that?
Share your screen? Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you. Cool. So Patrick Rivenbark, that was so much smoother than the last transition. That makes me happy. Patrick Rivenbark is one of the minds behind programmable art and the non-fungible visualizations that I'm sure he'll be telling us a bit more about. He actually trained as an art historian and then went on to mostly do sort of enterprise software, just demonstrating that you never know where an arts degree can take you. But yeah, I'll hand it over to you, Patrick.
Thank you for the introduction, and yeah, it's good to start dispelling the art historian being the butt of many jokes, and at least in the enterprise technology world. And I'm really honored to be here. Thank the OxBAT team, thanks Oxford, and thank you thank you to Afa for just kind of working with me and me being here. But today I want to talk about the impact of programmable art as a concept, and hopefully by the end of this, get you all thinking a little bit about what data visualization is as an example of that impact. One of the first things that I think relates exactly off the last presentation, which was fantastic, by the way, is this idea of team human, which is an idea that I got from a guy named Douglas Rushkoff. If you haven't read the book, I would strongly suggest it. But what we're all doing here is remembering that there is a bigger, broader, fellow team human goal that we're doing. And art is one of those great experiences that we share as a humanity. And I try to make sure that that idea of progressing for people is at the top of the list. Everything else is secondary. So to start off, it requires a little context of why I think kind of where we're at with art and kind of bridging off of the history, the broader art history, and defining what I think we're doing here and talking about is that art is truly entering this digital age, particularly right now, the visual arts given NFTs. And just like text and audio and visuals like movies have been really changed through the internet and technology, blockchain really is doing that to the visual arts, which is a bit of what this whole conference is about. And when you think about the characteristics of the digital age of anything, there's a couple of main characteristics that are important. One, abundance, right? We are having more art, more creators, better tools, and now we're introducing machine art and dealing with that question of what that means. But that means we are going to continue to have art everywhere, creators and otherwise. It's scalable, which, building off of the last presentation, how do we have this powerful technology with the internet and blockchain to have art anywhere in real time to anyone? At least that's the direction it's going. And that changes how we view art and the context it's in, but it also makes it more accessible, not just by access to engaging with it, but also by the format. When it's digital, it can change. It can be different sizes. It can be different translations. And the last piece is this, that it's programmable. And programmable really at the end of the day just means there's sort of two factors. One, it can incorporate time, right? That's a big thing that I think is a really sea change and paradigm shift for the visual arts, that we can really plan on incorporate time, whether that's generative kind of randomness that comes in, whether it's planned or governed time, or whether it's pre-planned changes, something that the digital arts is going to be able to do a lot differently. And in addition, we can truly make it multi-purpose. And as we're seeing with NFTs, they represent communities, they represent access, they represent all sorts of things, as well as potentially representing art as well. And all that made possible by what we're here today, talking about this new trustless system underneath, this new ledger, this database that has its own nuances that, if you haven't read Aoife's paper, can give you a good sense of what that means as that new medium. So what does that mean for art? And I think if we break down art a little bit, and while I love the nuances and the gray areas of all this, it's really input and output, and there's some sort of translator of intention in between. And for art, that's typically an artwork with a person, right, who at the end of the day is taking some medium, whether it's an oil painting or sculpture or photography or architecture, and some data, whether that's research or information or feelings or experiences or just observations. And they put all that together in a piece of work for some purpose for that viewer, right? And the hope is that there's some translation of the artwork representing that. So to make this a little more kind of real, if we replace these with the concept of defining art, the medium of a ready-made, the artist or the person with this intention being Duchamp, and this question that we're trying to get observers to ask, you end up with those who are paying attention in art history class, the fountain, right? And that fountain really represents something around what is art and how the context matters, and how, if it was made or pre-made, that all is there, and that was interesting. And what's cool is that the reason we love these objects so much is all that context and history and novelty and unique kind of progression in art or just in society is kind of imbued into these objects. But what happens when it's digital? What happens when you don't have this physical kind of aspect to do it? And that's what a non-fungible visualization is really kind of all about. So let's take this from the top again. We have the same structure of the intent and the artwork and the viewer. But one of the major things that we can do with a digital structure is we can truly separate out this, the data. So if we reorganize this a little bit and we look at data, we can change it where we have a data set that's independent of the art, right? Instead of it being imbued, it can truly live on a ledger, it can live in a public sphere, it can live wherever it may be. But all that art is now kind of put into that NFT. So that artist can be there. The medium, in this case, if you put it within this file structure, which all that NFT is, could be so many different things than digital. It could be truly a visual art. It could be it could be a video. It could be audio. It could be all sorts of different items. But we're sort of decoupling all of these kind of physical limitations. Another thing that happens is there's a new sort of observer, right? The data underneath. What's driving this art when we connect it together? And whether it's driving intentional kind of changes or whether it's driving generative art, we can look at that data set and examine that independent of the art itself. So if we take this a little further, what we see is we can have one single source of data of truth, and whatever that means to the group, but we can have multiple intentions and multiple pieces of art for different reasons put on top of that, but all connected to a single data source. So, and it's something we actually already do a lot today. And what that means is we look at the idea of time, something we all share. We have some people that take that same information and put it within a watch for aesthetics, for quality, for status. We have some people that do it for art's sake, for social change, to use that same information, present it in a way that means something different. And we have others that have it on their Apple Watch or Google Watch or whatever you may choose for information, for health purposes, to stay connected to family, friends, whatever it is, but all sort of stemming from this one way to sort of tell time. But digital makes it so we can go beyond these ideas, right? We have access to this, and we've already explored this and released this in a few different ways. But what you're looking at here is the very first non-fungible visualization, which took a concept of epoch time, which in the Cardano blockchain is every 5 days. So there's not a lot of great clocks out there, so to speak, that do that. And so to build off this idea of how do we take one data source and have multiple conversations and visual conversations about it for different reasons, we made different clocks, right? We made a clock that was fully on chain, that will live as long as the Cardano blockchain lives and as long as we can render things in the internet. It's this really timeless, pun intended, kind of work of art that lives entirely on chain. But we knew that not everybody wanted a sort of version like that because the quality is kind of low and it's not quite as nice as the one on my left, which is a little more aesthetically pleasing, more accessible visually. But that same data and that same code could then be generated for a clock in a metaverse or AR, VR. And if we take a look at important data beyond just time, we start seeing that there's this entire kind of spectrum of intent, right? That is a combination of some people want to view time in this case in a very realistic way in the left, which we can do with digital art, or maybe a very abstract way. And all that has to deal with who their audience is, why they're visualizing it. But all of that coming from a single source of data means we're going to have an entire kind of visual conversation and intention conversation of how to see the same thing in sort of an infinite amount of ways. And what that does is it makes a new structure for us to share data, to visualize data, to compare how different visualizations of that data speak to each other. And no longer are we just hoping that one person can get that information and get it for everybody, but instead let's let the artists, the creators, these abundant people and tools and processes, let's let them have access to this data to make it more relevant to each of us, to make it more impactful, to make it more personal, to make it more something that we can do, but also trust that we know where it's coming from, and we know who did it, and we know we own it, and all the other benefits of that we're seeing right now with NFTs. And this, I think, will enable a lot of new structures, a lot of new art, a lot of new ways that I hope we can start using and adding a bit more of the visual beauty that we can put out of data to the conversation. And in the end, I don't know what it means exactly yet to have this structure and to do and to approach art like this. But I think if we give that power to more people and we build off the scalability and the programmability and the abundance of what we're doing, we can really change, I think, what art is. And I know it's a little scary for the art world of what's going on with things like DALL-E or Midjourney, but if you look at them as tools and know that that intention of understanding other humans is really the key to art, we can benefit from the structures and some of these new benefits and attributes that digital art presents. And so with that, we can hopefully get people to understand the impact they're having on themselves, their family, their communities, and vice versa by giving people a visual language that is more open and more accessible to the public, to build off the last comments. And that's where I think the technology and what type of ecosystems it enables is a really big impact. And my hope here is by visualizing that data, whether it's your personal health, financial, community data, we can create a new way to get more people to participate, and more ways for us to get a common understanding and really bring back a lot more variety and a lot more beauty into the visualization of data, which is really stuck in a very kind of mathematical and statistical way. But it's these concepts that I think we need to apply across the art world as we're kind of getting into the digital age of art. And data visualization was sort of the first place I thought we could start. So with that, there's a lot of fun things to do. I wanted to leave enough time for questions and to kind of go into any of this. But that's the basic structure of what I think programmable art will change. What we can do by opening up visualizations to more people, and then leveraging this trustless database and structure to make a different way to participate in the art scene and give it more access to more information. Really unlock the story of all the data that we're producing, whether it's individually or as a group. And so with that, thank you very much for the time. And I'm really glad to be on the TV room with the rest of you.
Cool, thanks very much, Patrick. Any questions? The audience here or online? Well, in that case, you can sort of see me then. Yeah, I guess one thing I was wondering, I mean, I sort of work with data as well, and always interested in sort of new ways of being able to visualize and sort of present that. And I think in science communication, thinking of the previous talk, that's really important as well. But I was wondering if you wanted to comment on how much the NFT is an integral part of the non-fungible visualization. It's always the kind of the nasty and somewhat killjoy question, as what is the NFT for?
Yeah, it's a good one. So if we go back to that, and I'll bring this back up, well, it doesn't really matter. When I was talking about Duchamp and the fountain, right? This idea of that object that is what kind of imbues all those things. When you make it digital, that NFT represents, with the timestamp, with the structure, with the sort of immutability of it, that unique digital file that is the art makes it so we can relate to that as the piece of art, right? That's what we're talking about. So the NFT makes it so we know that's the first one. That's the piece of art that this person made. And in addition, we can also think about this on the data side. So not all the data has to be within an NFT or something like that. But if we wanted to use that kind of data to have that trusted, so everyone knows it's not tampered with or hasn't changed, you start getting more confidence in the data. And I do think, getting back to the human side of all this, there is a benefit to quote unquote owning the piece of art, to quote unquote trusting the data, that we can start having a conversation about what it's trying to say, rather than many times conversations are more about questioning the authority of the data, who did it or why it's there. And if we can elevate that conversation to about what the importance of that data is, I think we're going to be a little better structure for us to do it. And NFTs give us that confidence that it's my art, it's your art, it's that data source, it's Y data source. But by no means you could do this with fungible tokens as well. But again, that's a choice of what the art's for, right? And why you want it. And artists may choose to not need an NFT. You could do a fungible version as well.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, what I really enjoy about this is it really reframes data to be art and to get people thinking in those terms. Any other questions from the floor? Cool. You were very well in time, which is fantastic. So I guess we've got lots of time to change over, because it will be a tricky changeover. I think it's going to be the next one is a true hybrid, and it will have a person in person as well as a person online. So if there's no other questions, we might start setting up for that. Oh, yep. No, all right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Patrick. Cool. So, as I said, we've got two presenters now, and I'm going to get this confused. But Brendan, who's in the room with us, has been working with DeFi companies on regulatory issues. Now, that's Daniel. Oh no, Daniel's doing that. Brendan's working on a PhD in renewable energy. Is that right? Fantastic. Cool. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about that. At some other time, you can ask him in the break. Yeah, I can. Cool. Okay. Yeah, and you'll be around in person later on as well. I will be. If you'll have other questions, great. Yeah. Cool. And Daniel, they can just talk to online. Yeah. All right, take it away.
Cool. Thanks. So I'm Brendan. I've been in crypto since maybe 2012. I started developing blockchain projects in 2017. I took a break for a couple of years to finish law school, practice law, didn't like it. In 2020 during COVID, I got back into it, and I started essentially looking at projects to develop, finding co-founders to do that with. DeSci, renewable energy, and blockchain is one of them. Fashion, supply chain tracking, NFT marketplaces is another. And what brought me to Oxford today is et al., which is a decentralized art finance marketplace where people can create DAOs and buy fractionalized parts of physical artwork and then manage that artwork within the DAO. And Daniel is one of my co-founders, as is Jesse McKee, who couldn't be here today. Jesse has a 10-year history in art curation, so he really brings that part of the puzzle together for us. We were going to actually do a live demonstration of fractionalizing a physical piece of art for you guys and have you guys be a part of the DAO that manages that art piece, but I'm actually quite happy we didn't do that because technologically it would have been maybe unwieldy given our issues with Zoom. So instead, we're going to discuss some of the learnings that we've found over the past 3-4 years in Web3 and a couple of recommendations that you guys might find helpful, or maybe not, at least something to think about. So we approach looking at blockchain through an institutional lens. And what that really means is taking a look at the social pressures that are underpinning a lot of the organizations within a given ecosystem. So, oh, this was supposed to switch, but it doesn't want to. So,
I may have selected the wrong.
Great. So what that means is in any given marketplace or ecosystem, there are these pressures from entrenched actors, legacy actors, that will force new entrants to conform with how the current marketplace exists. So those pressures are coercive, normative, and mimetic. Coercive pressures are pressures that are legal pressures. So we heard about a few of those before. They're the tax and laws that legacy actors will enact in response to new entrants. So we can think of that as a lot of what's happening around blockchain and NFTs being trying to be brought into tax structures or legal structures. Normative pressures are pressures that are brought on from entrenched institutional actors. So in the art market, we can think of those as auction houses, for example, exerting pressures on new entrants to try to conform with the normal way of doing things. So Christie's trying to really take control of the NFT market, for example, would be a normative pressure. And the last is mimetic. So mimetic pressures are where a new entrant thinks that they should mimic what has been successful for previous actors so they can also be successful in the market. And by doing so, they end up taking on the same characteristics of those legacy actors and becoming more like them. And at its core, institutional theory, it's a very old theory. It's been tested. It's quite popular, and it has explained a lot of what happens with other organizations. So if we think about this happening with blockchain, we can assume that over time, we should expect that there will be very, very strong pressures to conform, to start taking on the characteristics of how legacy actors have been practicing. So with this conforming process, we get the transference of values from those legacy actors, which at first might not seem like a big deal, but when you think about Web3 and blockchain, a lot of it is trying to flip the table upside down on what's been happening. And if you start taking on one value or two values and you start accepting, maybe the KYC, so the VAT tax will work, suddenly you very quickly find those processes that were so different and what made you unique are quickly becoming what you were fighting against the whole time. So we would suggest that those values, ceremonies, and symbols, which institutionalism calls logics, are also actually just moral truths, which is a little more digestible for us. So we can think of, even at this conference, there's been certain moral truths that have kind of come up a few times, I think. One of them has been the issue about climate change and really being happy that the merge has happened and Ethereum is more climate conscious now. That's a moral truth that I think a lot of people agree with. Another one is protecting artist integrity. I think that's come up quite a bit too, as a moral truth in the art space, trying to make sure that Web3, NFTs, blockchain don't put undue pressure or threaten artist integrity in the process. So these core moral truths exist both in the incumbents and the entrenched actors that are already in the marketplace, but also with the new entrants that come in. And what we found is through sharing these moral truths, you can actually lower the barriers to entry for us into legacy markets, and also increase the diffusion of technology. So in this case, blockchain. And we'll explain a little bit how that looks exactly. A lot of you will be familiar with this. It's just it's an economic representation of the art market. At the top, you have experts who they have what could be called soft power. They gain most of their legitimacy through essentially having more knowledge than others in the marketplace. A downstream market, you have what you could be called hard power, where intermediaries function as a gatekeeper between the art buyers and artists. Now we know through NFTs and blockchain to an extent, at least in the Web3 space, art market, intermediaries have become largely removed. So those are like the auction houses, for example. And we also know that experts have become less relevant, not irrelevant, but they have become less relevant. If you're selling an NFT project, people aren't necessarily asking what an expert in the art market thinks of that NFT. But what we've also found is where there isn't, and this might seem somewhat intuitive, but at the same time, a lot of people don't do this, where there isn't an adversarial stance taken, where instead a new entrant really ties into a core moral truth that is shared between the legacy actor and the new entrant. It actually eases the entry into that marketplace, and it also increases the chance that that legacy actor will adopt blockchain, which is kind of cool because it's really what we're all talking about trying to do here at the end of the day. We've all been going around in circles about this issue. And this is how it kind of looks from a theoretical standpoint. Daniel's going to go into practical examples of this that we actually have seen, not only with ourselves, but in the art marketplace, and how that's kind of played out.
Right, thanks, Brendan. So envisioning how blockchain's characteristics of immutability and decentralization foster and inject shared moral truths in art markets horizontally, so across art buyers and artists, and vertically from experts to non-influencers, requires us to explore the concept of digital twinning. So essentially, digital twinning refers to a connection layer linking physical artworks to non-fungible unique tokens, ERC 721s, for example. And a digital twin is a comprehensive reference and functional description of, in our context, an artwork, which encompasses more or less all information that could be useful in the current and subsequent phases of an artwork's life cycle. Next slide, please. So conceptually, the integration of digital twinning and blockchain can manifest in three layers. The physical layer captures the processes attached to the artwork, such as curation history, sales record, and quality inspection, assuming it can be digitized, and feeds that data into the digital twin of the artwork. And tokenizing the digital twin transfers and onboards physical events associated with your artwork on-chain. And with smart contracts in motion, parameters can be evaluated, automating the sale, distribution, the auction decisions, and storage of the artwork. And finally, we arrive on the blockchain layer. And multiple blockchains really protocols and consensus mechanisms exist in Web3, each tailored for different needs. And decision here on which protocol is appropriate is paramount to constructing and corroborating this shared moral truth we spoke earlier about. So in a So in a transactional environment where trust across stakeholders is scarce, an open digital auction, for example, proof of authority consensus stands as optimal. So validators here are elected and their real-life identities pre-vetted up to validate transactions and blocks. Thanks. But how seriously has blockchain disrupted the art ecosystem and advanced disintermediation of actors, so namely wholesalers and agents? A pattern already observed with the advent of the internet and the digital age. And the dynamic blockchain has spawned in the art world is much more nuanced and complex as we see disintermediation evolving into a reintermediation, reshaping and rearranging the interplay between artists and intermediaries and consumers. And digitization and online spaces, as aforementioned, have made art consumption more available, interactive, and democratic. But what this technological change has subjected the art ecosystem, however, is the corrosion of originals and prototypes, and thereby collapsing the notion of authenticity. And here lies blockchains and digital twinning's biggest differentiator. Deploying digital twinning as a means to authenticating artworks and thereby populating the art market with verifiable and tamper-proof data addresses long-standing problems related to provenance, safety, and legality of artworks, as well as location history, but as well as administering different mechanisms for interacting among creators, auction houses, and buyers within the art market. And this reduces risks linked to fraud and errors so perverse in the art market and scales the efficiency and security of art transactions. So case in point is Heritage DAO. Heritage DAO's purchase of South Korea's national treasure at number 73, which occurred this year, January. It was auctioned off by the financially struggling Kasong Art Museum for 2.2 million US dollars. And here, I need to explain a decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, which are essentially a software running on-chain, offering users a built-in model for collective management. Now, DAOs differ from traditional organizations managed by boards, committees, and executives. Governance of DAOs, instead, is inherently horizontal, and so they use a set of rules written down in code and enforced by a network of blockchain nodes running a shared software. So not only do we see an instance of digital twinning here, where Heritage DAO offered an IP-based derivatives to DAO members of the digital twin of the national treasure number 73, but as well as a manifestation of a shared moral truth driven and constructed by a collective propensity and decision across thousands of members to purchase this art piece, the national treasure number 73. And sharing a moral truth in this context accelerated fundraising and legitimacy for legacy stakeholders in the art domain. So again, we see digital twinning introducing reintermediation as opposed to intermediation. Now, the instance of use and application of digital twinning, this is very nascent technology, right, is very much growing in the art landscape, but its pace of adoption is really subject to debate. And this discussion requires us to refer to some theories predicting technological usage. So TAM is a great one, so technology acceptance model, and IDT is another one, so innovation diffusion theory. And the two foundations of technology acceptance model, TAM, are perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use by users, while IDT, innovation diffusion theory, looks at relative advantage of the technology as well as compatibility and the complexity. Next slide, please. So latest literature confirms that compatibility had a positive and direct effect on perceived usefulness and the associated behavior intention and retention from users. And likewise, a positive correlation also can be found between a perceived relative advantage and the user's intention to use the system. And on the other hand, complexity, of course, had a significantly negative effect on the perceived usefulness to accept a new technology. So shared moral truths spurred by blockchain technology positively moderates and accelerates the rate of technology diffusion, such as digital twinning. But benefits stand plenty with digital twinning. But again, there remains a gap in blockchain-based authentication tools and verifiable information in the art domain to reach proper product market fit. And I'll pass the presentation to Brendan.
No, but it seemed the best way to kind of introduce these ideas. And it really leads to our recommendation, which is essentially entrants, and we later changed to incumbents as well, but entrants, people wanting to enter legacy markets from Web3 and blockchain should really actually provoke these moral truths and legacy actors. So identify, seek out, and actually instigate these moral truths with legacy actors as a way to gain legitimacy in the system. And I really want to highlight, and if you were familiar with this example before, then you probably appreciate this already, but within just 3 months, this DAO became like a global art actor. Like they were accepted into circles that you would probably take years and years to enter into, and they didn't have to give anything up. The DAO received exactly what they wanted, which was the NFT certification of ownership of that item, and the museum got exactly what they wanted, which was the item for the funds so they could continue existing, and they continue to have the artwork for public access. So I think in Web3 and blockchain, we can actually always think of solutions like this. We've done that in the art, fashion, and renewable energy space in my project so far. And I think this is the path forward, really. This is how we scale as a community. This is how we bring new people in. This is how we convince legacy actors to let us in instead of legacy actors trying to change us to look like them. And that's our presentation.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Yep. Do we have any questions? Don't run away. Okay. Any questions for Daniel and Brendan? Either from the floor here or online?
Cool.
Well, actually, I was wondering, so we had a really interesting talk this morning about some of the kind of legalities of trading NFTs and their kind of status as an asset class. And I was wondering if you wanted to discuss it all, if you know, about what happens when you've got a decentralized autonomous organization trading NFTs or owning property.
Yeah.
What is their legal status as a DAO?
So I actually just I shared an article with the speaker of that presentation that I had read a few days ago. The US just sued a DAO and the DAO holders for trading securities. So like everyone's talked about so far, the US is a very fast evolving jurisdiction. I can say personally, we are not operating any DAOs in the US. We don't intend to in the near future. Our DAOs will be located in places like Singapore or offshore, and then there'll be things like not-for-profits incorporated in the US as an intermediary to kind of deal with some of the issues that are developing there. So it's evolving. And one more thing I would say is I think NFTs are often talked about in the sense of art here and or as securities or as investment vehicles. They can actually also just be used in terms of their raw functionality. And they can be included in processes like supply chain tracking. And in that sense, the NFT in no way would become a security. It doesn't attract legality issues. It's being used for its pure technology function, which I think art will eventually also begin to incorporate it as.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. You'll be around if we want to have a chat. Yeah. Great. Then we're a little bit. Do we have a speaker? Okay. We're a little bit early, so. Just hold with us for a couple of minutes because we have a speaker coming online, but they're not online yet. We haven't actually heard back from them.
Yeah, they're calling in from Seattle, so there's a bit of a time difference, so they'll probably make it right for 3:30.
Waking up just for this. Yeah. Do you want to go to a break early and come back when he's on? Like we did yesterday. Move the talk. Then have talk and panel. Yeah. Okay. Gives us a bit of setup time.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Half-hour break. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. Yeah. All right. While we wait for them, we'll do as we did yesterday, and we'll have a talk, then the panel, and so we'll go to a coffee break a little bit early. So we'll have half an hour until 3:45 for coffee break, and then we'll come back in and continue on. Great. See you in half an hour. Cool. Hi, Devang. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Can you hear us?
I can very clearly. Yep.
Hello?
Can you hear?
Yep. Oh,
can you hear
great.
me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Cool. It's always tricky getting the sound balanced here. Fantastic. Well, it's great to have Devang Thakar joining us here from Seattle. That's right, where it's probably quite early in the morning, so we're very grateful. Devang is the head of Christie's Ventures, which is a new investment arm of Christie's looking at early stage technologies. He is also has a foot in both the art and technology camps. He is a painter in his own right, and he previously spent 11 years at Microsoft. And I believe this is right. The last project you worked on was Microsoft Teams. So we probably should be in touch with you about some troubleshooting. But we can talk about that after in the break. So thank you so much for being here, and without further ado.
No, thank you. And first and foremost, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this, and sincere apologies for not being there in person. I was booked to be there, but we have a 15-month-old child who's not been keeping super well last week. So, you know, the consequences of that. But I'm very excited to be here and to share with you just some of my views of how Christie's has treated NFTs as a gateway to innovation and how that whole process has gone for us. To comment on the Teams bit, I left Microsoft 7 years ago, so it looks like things have not gone according to plan since we launched Teams, but looking forward to catching up on that separately. I'll dive into the short presentation, kicking off with the introduction of myself and what I've done so far quickly, and then jump into the topics that we have for today. So I grew up in the vivacious city of Mumbai, or Bombay as we used to call it growing up, with 19 million of my closest friends and family around me. I grew up in an art studio, and at the age of 19 moved to London to explore my own sort of future by myself. I put this picture up of Trafalgar Square because I made a living for a year drawing portraits on Trafalgar Square with an easel on my backpack, making around 150 quid that I spent on an Arsenal ticket. Which led me somehow to applying for grad school and ended up in New York at Columbia University in the early parts of 2000 in computer science. While being brought up in an art family, I was a tech nerd at heart, and computer science was always something that I pursued as a educational frontier, and somehow ended up at a PhD program at Columbia in cryptography nonetheless. This is crypto before crypto was crypto, you know, and my advisor used to be Tal Malkin, who studied under Shafi Golwasser and Silvio Micali, who invented zero knowledge proofs. So long history in cryptography later, somehow found myself applying for an internship at Columbia and ended up at this beautiful location where I'm right now at 25 some years later, mostly working for Microsoft and building almost every product since Windows XP, which was my first project, all the way down to Microsoft Teams, which was a project that me plus a few people pitched to then new CEO Satya Nadella. And now it has, yeah, it's fun to be giving this talk on Teams. So that's just a quick introduction. I always maintain an art studio as the introduction said. This is a picture of my studio from Seattle. Still paint when I get the time between nappy and diaper changes, you know. But after 11 years of Microsoft, I had retired from the company and joined a very early stage firm called Artsy back in the 2014, 2015 era with a simple mission of making art accessible to anyone with an internet connection. And that mission still holds true in my heart. Artsy was a fun sort of ride where we were able to partner with all of the primary market dealers, most of the art fairs, most of the top auction houses, and most of the museums, which is how I ended up developing a very deep relationship with Christie's, where you find me today. And in today's talk, I'll go through sort of Christie's own journey and evolution in the field of NFTs, which is this fantastic conference. So that's my introduction. That's where I come from. For most folks in the audience, Christie's is not new to them. Christie's is a 250-plus-year-old organization that has a physical presence in almost all of the major geographies and sells auctions in 80-plus categories ranging from $200 to hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? It was formed as a startup back 250 years ago by a fellow named James Christie in London and is known for selling icons. Right? So I'll just play a quick clip to get us started for the morning. We sell icons. And I hope you can hear my sound.
When we move to the Leonardo da Vinci, the Salvator Mundi, the masterpiece by Leonardo Christ Saviour, previously in the collection of the three kings of England. 95, and I go 110 only. 110. I have it at 110 million. We'll give you 120. 140. 130 million. 140 million is bid at 140 million. With Alex at 140 million. 150 might take it. At 140 million holding at the moment. Where is that? 150. Welcome. At 150 million on the left. 160 might take it. At 150 million. Many places still. 160 is bid back to Alex at 100.
I'll skip ahead because everyone sees this Da Vinci auction. It still gives me goosebumps. The lot ended up selling for 400 some million. So what is the company that's selling Picasso's, Monet's, and Da Vinci's doing with NFTs? And I think being a sort of trusted name in the auction landscape sort of comes with a responsibility, right? Our clients are often looking to us to guide them as to what is the jewel in the crown, regardless of the medium or the discipline of art. What is the jewel top of the top that they need to own in their collection? And NFTs were no different a few years ago, and I'll walk you through that journey for us. We certainly recognized that technology early in the day and sort of have brought some of the most iconic NFT-related digital art to the market, and it has taught us a lot ourselves, right? So starting off with why is an NFT valuable, right? We asked that question very early in the day, like why is this a thing we or our clients would care about? And it certainly, from a technological perspective, it solves some of the problems that the art market has been grappling with for ages, whether it be authenticity, whether it be provenance, whether it be transparency. I think the tech promises to solve a lot of these problems for us. But on the art and ownership side, as soon as a glimpse of that hope was drawn in front of the clients certainly wanted some of the best works and the first works that were coming to market. So if we take a page from history books, when Jackson Pollock was painting his first Untitled #1, people questioned whether that was an art form or not, or whether that's a type of art people should care about. But the value of the first Pollock is unprecedented, right? Today, people clamor over buying the first Pollock. So the first and the early adopters of this technology certainly wanted us to guide them. And that led us to really thinking about what is the cultural significance of NFTs for Christie's, as well as what is the cultural significance of it for our clients. And I think some of the talks that you've heard, have been following the conference, touch upon these topics, right? NFTs have really democratized, and we'll look through examples. They've really given access to new voices in the market, whether it be collectors, young collectors, early stage collectors, or artists, right? Like a 19-year-old artist is showing her work at Christie's today. You'll see in an announcement. This is unprecedented in the art world, right? There is a form and a way the art market has operated for many years, and I think NFTs sort of question that a little bit and allow us to sort of change things a little bit. So that's why it was exciting for us. And they've also have the power of transforming ownership, or how we think about ownership, by really creating this chain of transparency that was unprecedented in the art market, which always sort of worked in the shrouds of secrecy. So again, while Christie's wants the future to be democratic, we also want the art market to grow. And so NFTs for us was a way to reach not only younger artists, early stage artists, but also attract newer early stage collectors. One of the stats I pulled from last year, 70+% of our NFT registrants for auctions were under the age of 38, which is not our traditional client base. So it just lets us expand the universe of auction buyers and sellers a little more, you know? Again, our journey started off with a conference, actually, unlike this one, a few years ago in 2018, where we explored blockchain as a technology at Christie's, and we gave up, I believe, 100 NFTs by an artist that were unclaimed mostly. But our first lot that was auctioned was actually by Robert Alice, who spoke yesterday and opened the keynote for the conference. And that lot, to our surprise, garnered a lot of interest, both from tech as well as art clients. And this is October 2020. This is before the sort of spike of NBA Top Shots and the early NFTs that people were buying in early 2021. So this is pre-Beeple. This was our first NFTs, and it did really well. It gave us a signal that this market was ready for sort of disruption, which led us to Beeple, which everyone remembers from a year and a half ago. In March 2021, we offered this iconic work by the artist Beeple. We didn't know how to value it, to be honest. We valued it at $100 opening bid. Ended up seeing some of the fiercest competition we have seen as an auction house, and ended up going for $69 million, which everyone's seen on the front page of newspapers, which led to sort of the dawn of the NFT age, if you may, right? Last year was adoption curve in tech terms, really growing quickly through the likes of OpenSea and other platforms that really were able to capitalize on this momentum. And we continued to experiment. So after Beeple, we also experimented with Larva Labs, the authors of CryptoPunks, and brought those sort of very first quote unquote NFTs to the market via a live auction in 2021, which ended up doing quite well. And then we went on to taking a very traditional approach. So we ended up finding these Andy Warhol paintings that were made on the Amiga computer in one of his sort of archives from his estate, and offered them as NFTs after the CryptoPunks auction. And we saw that both traditional as well as new clients were able to sort of be attracted to this, right? So traditional Andy Warhol buyers are like, I've heard a lot about NFTs, and now there's a Andy Warhol NFT available for me. How can I sort of get my hands on it? And then sort of new collectors who already were in the NFT domain saw this as a sort of bridge between the old and the new, and quite welcome this opportunity as well. And you'll see more on this later. And sort of last but not least, we also expanded our footprint by working with new artists, as I said earlier. Ferocious, who's sort of a very early stage 18-year-old artist who makes art on their iPad. These are all fantastic works that we brought into a single sale that sold for $2.5 million. Again, very broad spectrum from OG Robert Alice to 18-year-old Ferocious. So you can see we as Christie's were able to sort of push the envelope a little bit and try, via the experiment of NFTs, try looking at different sectors of the art market. And the last one was photographs, because anyone who's bought a photograph or a digital photograph knows how difficult it is to track versioning and provenance and how many copies of these exist. And we were able to expand our sort of experiments with NFTs to photographs with Justin Aversano and the Twin Frames project last year, which again had very good reception from the market as well. So to start off this discussion, I wanted to paint a picture of Christie's having gone through its own evolution with NFTs, looking from traditional Andy Warhol to OG Robert Ellis and everything in between, and sort of developed our own sort of thesis about what NFTs does to the art market. And I just wanted to paint it with 6 different examples, and I'll go through them one by one. So as the title says, I see NFTs as a starting point of innovation at Christie's. And we have to innovate on these sort of 6 pillars because these are the sort of main key players in the market. And NFTs have made us sort of think about these interactions in very specific formats. So for clients, as you've touched upon in many parts of this conference, for clients, we have had to build new tools, unprecedented new tools that hadn't existed before, whether it's coaching them on how to onboard into a wallet or educating them on how to manage their collection so that it doesn't sort of evaporate in one sort of stroke of a mishap or a wallet key missing or something like that. So new types of support that Christie's has had to learn itself is something we've had to build for our clients because they were looking to us for that guidance. So this has forced us to sort of learn this domain quite deeply. On the artist front, as I said, we've had to collaborate with a spectrum of traditional art estates like the Warhol estate or the Keith Haring estate, and also sort of build artist spotlights. So if you go to our NFT hub on Christie's.com, you'll see we've sort of built in sort of set of spotlights on artists where you can go sort of deeper on their practice and learn a little bit more about their art. And so these spotlights were something we've always wanted to do, but NFTs sort of pushed us to go build it and put them in action, and you'll see some more launch over days to come. The third area of innovation that we've seen happen is around sort of digital art itself. As I said in the early part with the Jackson Pollock example, digital art as a medium has existed as long as digital has existed, whether you say computers or iPads, right? But I'll take a quote from my prior CEO, Satya at Microsoft. The pandemic sort of forced many years of digital innovation within a very few months. And that thing applies to digital art as well. I think the adoption of digital art has seen sort of new frontiers in the last 2 years. And we've now formed a whole new department at Christie's dedicated to digital art. So NFTs sort of made us think about digital art more deeply. And before we just hadn't had the opportunities to do so. So again, you can see around clients, around artists, around how we run our own business, we've had to sort of look both inwards as well as outwards and really think about how this technology applies to our core business. Photography, as I touched upon the Justin Aversano example, photography is an area of auctions that has existed for a long time and is a very rich history. But it's always had some challenges around tracking its provenance and tracking the different versions, so on and so forth. And so we feel that the technology that is provided by blockchain and NFTs broadly is a really good application to the domain or the medium of photography, and we're exploring that as part of our own core competencies at Christie's. The last two are near and dear to my heart, so I'll go dive into them a little deeper. We feel that the adoption cycle of any technology, whether it be Web 1 or Web 2 or Web 3, it all starts with sort of a spark or an idea. And in this case, the idea is sort of non-fungible tokens. And it requires a lot of sort of curation by experts such as folks in this room at Oxford, folks at Christie's, or brands like Starbucks who are jumping into the field head first, and we do our part in this market. So we've hosted now our 5th annual Art and Tech Summit, and the goal of the summit every year is to bring 200 or 300 of the sort of thought leaders, experts, and sort of decision makers in the field in New York every year in July, and create a space for them to really start collaborating on challenges in any given part of technology. So I'll use a couple of examples, and I hope they won't mind. So if you are in this space, you've heard of Galaxy Digital, Mike Novogratz, who runs one of the biggest sort of digital fund in the space, and Keith Grossman, who is the president of Time Magazine. So both of them are pioneers in the space themselves. They started their collaboration at the last Christie's Art and Tech Summit, and have really sort of taken the field by a storm and really brought new innovation to the market. And that's one example of many, some of which I'll touch in the tech case, that have really started at the Christie's auction room. An auction room where you would normally find Picassos, Monets, and Da Vinci's, as I said earlier. Now you're seeing tech giants like Galaxy and Meta and Microsoft start their collaboration and take a new technology to newer heights. Second thing we are doing with the market is, after that innovation spark that starts an idea off, there's a lot of early adopters who jump into the fold, but then there is a gap. There's a gap of uncertainty, whether it's what is going to happen with regulation, is this technology going to be adopted and get the stamp of approval globally or not, whether is it big brands, are they going to sort of adopting it into their own life cycle or not. We as Christie's can certainly play our part, and we're working closely with regulators both in on all parts of the globe to help really define what the right rules of engagement for this space are. And you'll see more to come in weeks and months. But this is one way we can sort of help create clarity for a piece of technology. And finally, there are brands, as I mentioned, Starbucks and Meta and others who are adopting this technology. And our role as Christie's, we work with the sort of tip of the iceberg or tip of the spear creators. We can really guide some of these old school technology companies on how they can sort of adopt this new tech via collaborations and new things that we're starting, for example, as they said in the introduction, Christie's Ventures. So we announced last year we had collaborated with a multitude of companies, including OpenSea, but we continued to do so to learn this space more from experts in this field, and realize that whenever Christie's sort of puts its hat in the ring, things sort of start getting interesting. You know, people see Christie's as a multi-generational company, and we have that responsibility to be thoughtful about our adoption of technology. And we felt that Christie's Ventures, which I had the fortune of launching a few months ago, we can really accelerate the growth of technology by not just allowing companies to use our brand, our technical know-how, but also providing funding to some of these companies through our venture arm. And I think that trifecta really allows us to push how Christie's sort of takes this innovation and sort of takes it to the next level, right? So just to summarize, we've looked at 6 different areas of innovation that NFTs really forced us to look at. For clients, better tooling and education. For artists, getting them sort of the spotlight in front of the community, exploring new mediums like digital art and photography with the right tech around it, and then curating the market with the right sort of guardrails so that collaborations can start in the industry, and Christie's can sort of guide that to the next phase. So that's where Christie's has sort of used its brand to curate innovation in the NFT space. So that's we take that responsibility seriously, and I'm honored to play that part. So what's next for us? And I'll try to spend some more time on these 2 slides because I know we started early. For us, we think that we have a first mover advantage in NFTs, given our early adoption with Robert Alice, as well as with CryptoPunks and others. And we certainly wanted to involve the community. So I welcome the community to reach out. Folks are welcome to reach out on my Twitter, Devang T, or on my Instagram and send me messages, or to my Christie's account. I try to get through my mailbox on a regular basis. I think through collaborations, we will build a successful platform and a successful future here. For us at Christie's, sustainability is a key goal. We've committed to 2030 being carbon neutral. And so we've sort of waited till the Ethereum merge to really double down on things. And you'll see in the next few hours or days, new announcements from us on how we're going to adopt this technology even further. But sustainability is a key goal for us. And then finally, I think connecting with folks who are experts in this field, like this conference. And again, thank you for having me. I want to make sure that we we're welcoming you to the sort of Christie's doors. Our doors are always open. When there's an NFT auction, please walk through the doors and give us your input, give us your feedback. I think there is a long future ahead for art and blockchain. This is sort of an academic view on it, but I feel the tools that blockchain provides really bring transparency to the market like never before, especially in the works that are trading today. You've seen unprecedented level of speed in detecting bad actors and bad behavior. Yes, we've seen hacks and mishaps, and that's part of adoption of any new technology, but the transparency that blockchain brings to the art world is very powerful. I still think there is a couple of Nobel Prizes still to be won before the art market fully adopts that transparency and blockchain realizes its full potential in the art market. One of them is around the valuation of art. I think with transparency of data and pricing, we'll see so many companies start new algorithms on how to provide fundamental valuation of art data that has never existed before. Yes, we've had efforts such as my old firm as well as ArtNet that provide traditional art data, but in the high speed, high frequency trading world of NFTs that we live in, there's a whole problem set that needs to be solved. I think what happened in the real estate market in the 70s in the US is a great example that after the Case-Shiller index that developed over the 80s and 90s and won a Nobel Prize for it, the real estate market had unprecedented level of valuation and transparency that has made it fairly liquid and really sort of brought the masses to it. And that adoption for masses problem can be solved through transparency and valuation. And I think really with that transparency, new financial innovation will come into the market and that we've seen in the traditional equity markets that the art market is still waiting for, whether it be things like option pricing or other Nobel Prize winning financial evolutions that need to happen. And I think the data provided by blockchain will open those doors for us. And finally, a little more lighthearted comment that I personally think the art market is one giant flash mob, right? Everyone needs to join the party for it to be successful. And we're slowly seeing those dominoes fall. We're seeing more and more players adopt this technology like they did with Web 2 after much reluctance. And I think the future is bright for art and blockchain. So those are my sort of concluding remarks for a very fast talk that I jammed into 25, 30 minutes. I don't know if we're taking questions today, but feel free to reach out to me via my Twitter and Instagram, and I'd welcome a discourse somehow. Those are my sort of high-level notes.
Thank you so much, Devang. Are there any questions from the audience here, if you've got time to take a couple?
Hi. Yep. I actually just had one question about you wanted to financialize the art market more with essentially being able to open up short positions and hedging. Wouldn't that also lead to essentially artists being investigated like stocks are in the market? So you start having short raids essentially against people and individuals? That doesn't seem great.
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I think my general comment was around financial innovation in the art world. I feel that long and short positions in the art world have always existed, whether they're in structured financial innovation format like options or not. I think certain segments like secondary market prints with editions trade like a very highly liquid market. I think primary market, your comment is well taken, that primary market could lead to certain sort of problems that again need to be solved on how artists are perceived as equities or sort of more financial trading instruments. But my general comment is that blockchain allows a whole new phase of financial innovation that can be applied to the art market.
Any other questions from here? Yeah, right down the back.
No worries. Hello. I was wondering, what are the objectives of Christie's Ventures? So what are you looking at? What are your interests, I guess, and kind of what's the purpose of the organization?
Yeah, no, great question. So for us, the thing that we learned again through the last 2 years of sort of trying to innovate and apply technology to a very traditional business is that Christie's has always used technology, right? Like we've been the first to launch live bidding. We've been the first to launch online bidding on the platform. We just never sort of got the credit for doing that because there was always a shinier object that was doing that, whether it's eBay or someone else. But my general thinking was, whenever we work with a brand, we being Christie's, we often sort of put our support for that piece of technology, and we don't get a return on that investment other than getting or buying that technology downstream. So the goal of Christie's Ventures is to sort of double down on our invest in technology where possible, taking a financial stake in a company so that when that technology succeeds, and it's a very calculated bet, we see a return on capital in addition to adoption of that technology. So that's the main purpose of Christie's Ventures, to really see where we can get a return on our capital in addition to technology. The underlying current is, we know that over the last 15 or 20 years, the large majority of wealth that has been created in the world is come through technology, right? So if you look at the S&P 500 or the Dow Jones, it's less the Exxon Mobils, more the Amazons and PayPals of the world that are up there. And we often look for our top clients in that world, right? Like technology wealth is allowing those clients to buy art. I think Ventures allows us to be early with them in their early journey of building tech, so that we can also help them in their art journey in the long run. So there is a vested interest in there, but Ventures certainly wants to accelerate the growth of technology, adoption of technology through our own sort of investment in it. Hope that answers your question.
Great, we've probably got time for one more. No. All right. In that case, we do have a we'll thank you once more, Devang, for coming and joining us.
Thank you, and I again apologize for not being there in person. I really appreciate the conference.
We're sorry you can't join us for the conference dinner this evening, but I'm sure if people want to get in touch, your details are still up on screen there. For those of us who are here in person, we do have actual coffee being served in the foyer at the moment, if you'd like a coffee break, and then we'll be back in here at 4:30 for the panel. Then 6 o'clock, we've got a drinks reception, and 7 for dinner. If there's anyone who hasn't registered for dinner but would like to join us for dinner, or you know someone who would, I understand a couple of spaces have become available. So please have a chat to the registration desk if you would like to join for dinner and haven't already said so. Great. With that, we'll see you in half an hour.
Bye now. Thank you.
We're just arranging the panel, so you might not see the whole picture here, but we've got sort of the panel on one side, and then you're on the other side on the screen. So it's not too bad. Sam shuffles over a bit. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic. It's a proper hybrid panel. Anyway, I have very little to say for this. Mostly just to hand it over to Sam. And yeah, I hope we all enjoy this discussion. I'm sure we will. And oh, you want that one. And where is the other microphone?
Shall I start? Hi, everybody. My name's Sam Skinner. I'm an artist and curator based in Oxford. I lecture part-time at Oxford Brookes University in the art school. And I was a co-editor with Ruth of a book called Artists Rethinking the Blockchain, which came out about 5 years ago. And and I published that book as well. And that publisher, Talk Editions, has just published Radical Friends, edited by Ruth and Penny Rafferty, which focuses on arts and DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. In both those books, I did interviews. So in the first book, I did an interview with Simon Denny, and in Radical Friends, I did a book with Mitchell Chan and Sam Spike of Fingerprints DAO. So, and that is about as much involvement I've had with the blockchain space. And so I'm not an expert. I have curated exhibitions, so I'm sort of interested in the theme of this session in terms of curating and blockchain, and I suppose in terms of an editorial role, there's a relationship between curating the book and the collection in that sense. So I think I'm just going to hand over to each of our esteemed participants to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to start with some kind of question, provocation, which reflects a little bit back on what we've heard today, and then I think we'll let the conversation flow between ourselves, so that there's an opportunity for things that the panel want to raise, and then we'll open it up to the room as well. If I hand over.
Hello, I am Marlène Corbin. I'm an art advisor in contemporary art and Web3 art. Originally, I come from the traditional side of the art market, having worked for Christie's and White Cube Gallery. And today I'm also head curator for La Collection, which is a French NFT platform that is bridging institutions and digital art together, creating exhibition and cultural projects. We started with the British Museum, a project that you might know, especially with Okusai. And today I'm pleased to be part of this conversation. I believe curating is really important and needed in that space. It helps us to create histories, but also to show that digital art is what's next in art history, and that the art market should engage with it more and more.
Hi, I'm Regina Harsanyi. As of yesterday, I am the Associate Media Arts Curator at Museum of the Moving Image, but I'm also a preventive time-based media conservator and helping many stakeholders in the art world understand how to maintain and produce complex variable media artwork. And I've worked on a lot of projects over the years that involve creative technology and variable media art, including works tied to being registered to the blockchain, and have been following that since 2013. So that's what brings me here today.
Thank you. Shall we mix it up and ask Kelani to go next?
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about how in my intro I was going to say how much the book that you and Sam put out all those years ago really influenced me and my early thinking about blockchain, and was just so refreshing to hear about how artists were thinking about this technology of power and not just technologists, which was most of the hot air in the conversation up until that book came into the world. So I guess most of you maybe heard me speak earlier today. My name is Kelani Nichole. I am the founder of Transfer Gallery, which is an experimental space founded in 2013, focused on virtual worlds and decentralized networks in contemporary art. I am now also serving as the head of experience for a new organization called EAT Works, which is very much a continuation of the ideas being explored by the experiments in art and technology from the 1960s. And I'm really honored to be in this panel. Thanks for making space, Ruth. Back to you.
Thank you. Yes, really, I've been enjoying everyone's talks immensely today. It's really great to hear about the work that you're doing in New York. Very exciting. I'm Ruth Catlow. I'm an artist, researcher, and co-founder with Mark Garrett and co-director with Charlotte Frost of Furtherfield. We're a London-based organisation for arts, technology and eco-social change. We've been running since the mid-90s, so we grew up with the web and found ourselves right in the middle of the blockchain art crossover very early on because of the communities that we were involved in. And you've all heard me talk for far too long today already, so.
Thank you, Ruth. Excuse me, so the microphone works. Hi, my name's Gareth Fletcher. I'm the program director for the MA in Art Logistics at Sotheby's Institute of Art, so that's distinct from the auction house. And that sort of deals with supply chain operations, that kind of thing, movement of digital and physical assets around the sort of the broader art marketplace. And I teach a program, an online program from AI to NFTs, and also do some lecturing on criminal activity in the art trades, art crime and that kind of thing.
Thank you, everyone, for those introductions. So, yeah, one thing I thought I would start off with was just to kind of affirm plurality of some of these different terms. So, you know, in terms of curating, I think, you know, it's nice that you touched on the historical component of that, how you can curate thematically, how there can be new commissioning involved, and how a private gallery may curate its collectors, may curate its stable of artists, and then also thinking about how, particularly in the blockchain space, it has these affinities with curating playlists, and on a much more personal sort of individual level, people might be curating their own collections of NFTs, and that would be interesting to hear about from the audience later. And I think to think a little bit about these different forms of institutions, from the museum to the auction house to the private gallery, etc. And then I think, you know, today we've sometimes heard the term art world used as if it's sort of a monolithic thing. So I think to think about art worlds, worlds within worlds, and perhaps also to situate what are some of the centers of gravity that I feel within, you know, blockchain art, where there are certain systems and materialities of law, finance, ownership, computation, which really define it and also make it very different from other forms of art which are less defined by those systems. And I think it might be interesting to sort of return to what are some of those tensions and affordances, differences, etc. And yeah, I thought one place to start was in a way from the end of the last talk, where we had this quite interesting image that a few of us were talking about of was it Christie's Ventures, and looking into how to create new financial instruments for the art world, including systems like hedging and shorting, which could have pretty profound implications for art practice, art making. I was saying that I thought it was strange because you're applying a system that's used for perhaps companies to art objects, but would that make, for example, a DAO made of a few artists making lots of stuff, or a studio, more attractive to hedge on, and, you know, because it's a bit more dynamic? But also, I thought of, and Kelani, I'm probably going to misquote you here, but you said, I think in your talk, we don't need auction houses for some of the things. And so I thought having some representatives of auction houses here or connected to them, it would be interesting to ask the question of, in this space, you know, why do we need auction houses, and what do they offer? And then perhaps for those people that aren't involved in auction houses, you know, how has your connection been to them, and also other institutions? Because I think something that came up yesterday was, you know, is blockchain art kind of reinvigorating a history of digital art that's making it more, you know, attractive to collectors and to new audiences, but also, you know, what has your experiences been? You know, maybe Regina, particularly, even talk about your new post. You know, are there sort of plans you've got for that? So yeah, maybe we could start with people from, you know, from the auction house to sort of talk about, you know, why do we need you, and what are the innovations, and how are you supporting, you know, the wider community?
Yeah, of course. Reductively, I don't work for an auction house, but anyhow, yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a really, really important discussion, because what is this edifice, this kind of, I guess we might say, sort of historically really contingent structure that exists for hundreds of years, that basically all of the big ones we hear in the West are pretty much located or have come from London, and the kind of ecosystem around that sort of Mayfair, St James area, and what that sort of means from a sort of a traditional global art trade is quite fascinating. I think there's a huge amount to be said about the potency of what those brands have historically represented, and I think how they've been kind of co-opted and have sort of evolved really, really swiftly in the last 2 or 3 years is really fascinating. I guess maybe to sort of slightly come into the defence of an auction house process. So just so that we're all aware, the auction house acts as an intermediary between a buyer and a seller, generally speaking, but their fiduciary, or their legal obligation is on the seller's side. They're kind of working on behalf of the person who consigns the object. Now, in the art trade, you've got a kind of a primary and a secondary market, or a tertiary market. And what that means is the primary market's the first time something's been sold. So when an NFT's been minted, that will be the first sale. Contemporary artists, when the paint is just drying or just dried, arguably that might be a primary market consignment. But then if you think about old masters, impressionists, antiquities, all that stuff, that's secondary market sales. And I think, like, traditionally, maybe say 30, 40 years ago, pretty much most of the auction house's kind of revenue came from sort of buying and selling sort of dusty old pictures and that sort of stuff. And that's revolutionized itself probably in the 90s, where, I mean, there's just sort of a weird sort of synergy. If you think about the YBAs, the young British artists, guys like Damien Hirst, and that whole sort of school jumping in and making London and making contemporary art really fashionable, and basically turning the contemporary art auction a bit into a sort of a spectacle kind of thing. And then if you sort of lob in a bit of Jeff Koons and a bit of all that sort of stuff, it's made those gigantic prices, which some would argue are very unsustainable, others would have sort of counter arguments, become the kind of the bellwether of the art, sort of contemporary art trade. What I find fascinating is that merging, that destabilization, kind of those, what we might say, sort of legacy actors, the kind of the Gagosians, the Pacers, the David Verners, the big kind of contemporary blue chip galleries, the big auction houses, just the destabilization coming from almost a left field position. And the gentleman before mentioned that Christie's were right there. Absolutely, they took the lead on that one. And so what now I think is great is there's a real kind of like, there's a lot of people jockeying for position, the dust is settling, and we are discussing the role that the sort of the Web3 future is going to have. And are these traditional legacy players kind of up to scratch and able to kind of catch up? Or actually is this sort of a moment where the Web3 discussion is at such an advantage that it's kind of nice to see them almost in the sort of the rearview mirror? So I think kind of objectively looking at the history of the art trade, broadly speaking, from a Western perspective, is quite a nice sort of way to then see, well, actually, what opportunities can both, should we say, sides of the tech-driven ecosystem and the traditional ecosystem, what can they learn from each other going forward?
So I also worked at an auction house for 2 years, so I want to speak to that. And I also want to mention I can't answer the question about the museum because the one thing they told me I couldn't do is talk about like my plans yet. It's too soon. But there's at least 2 things that an auction house does that makes them still relevant for now, but it doesn't mean that these listing platforms or other entities can't take this over. One is appraisals. So most auction houses, Sotheby's and Christie's at least, have appraisal within the institution. That means that they can take an art object and they could research its provenance and do valuation based on like meticulous research that can be trusted. That's a whole other conversation with NFTs right now. The American Appraisal Association right now has a working group, and they're trying to figure out how do we appraise NFTs, but it's incredibly problematic to appraise media art in general. And the other major thing that auction houses do is they cultivate buyers. Like they have, and galleries do this as well, like they have deep buyer relationships. They have specialists that are dedicated to calling those buyers and meeting with them and convincing them to buy certain work. Someone can, answer if this is incorrect, but these listing platforms that I know of really aren't cultivating buyers in that way at all. It's kind of like, let's throw up this artist's work on the page, and then hopefully someone will be interested in, auctioning up the price. So I think that is a necessity, though, for artists. Artists shouldn't be, calling their own buyers all day instead of making work. So in that way, they're still useful.
Maybe I wanted to add something as well. I agree with what you said, Regina. I think one of the biggest assets of auction houses for Web3 is really reaching out and trying to bridge the audience between the crypto buyers and the traditional art market. And the fact that they enter that space, they allow those crypto buyers or this new wave of collector to really be part of the market. And it answers what you said in introduction. There is not different worlds. It's one world that is fragmented. But when they are present in the sphere, they allow these connections to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to indulge a kind of teenage emotional gut reaction to this question, which is that I kind of imagine the end of auction houses is a bit like imagining the end of capitalism, which is something that I really like to do. And like listening, having you remind me of like the role that the auction houses played in the rise of the YBA, which was like, this did not have a good effect on the art ecology in London from my perspective as an artist and a curator who was interested in more social and political issues. It was really quite awful. And then to have Karang present the Bored Ape Yacht Club as the kind of epitome of NFT quality. Again, I'm just like, it just feels so irresponsible in terms of what the impact of this is on people's sense of artistic integrity. So I just wish that they would do better, like in terms of what they do to the spectacle of art. I do recognize that there's a kind of, like, we do share an ecology, and possibly there's something, maybe I find it really hard to think of any benefit that the artists that I work directly get from auction houses. But then I hear you guys, like, you know, like you did make a good. You've all said things like, okay, so there were that it's doing some useful pragmatic stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but auction houses as the arbiter of taste, I think that's a really depressing thing to say, that we still need them for that, right? Like, I mean, of course, this is coming from someone who is functioning as a primary market agent. And I think there already is a sense that, oh, you know, the secondary market, like that's where art goes to become financialized, which, yes, to further an artist's career and fetch the right price point, you know, according to valuation, as Regina mentioned, secondary market is a part of that mechanic, but why? And I think that with the arrival of, you know, Web3, I think we are seeing platforms like, for example, Artblocks. We talked a lot about Artblocks before, and I think they're also in the conference as well. But like, that is a more interesting and meaningful arbiter of taste in the market that they're establishing, and the types of collectors that they're bringing into view and bringing a community around, in my eyes, are so much more interesting than sort of whatever the market cultivation might look like at an auction house, which honestly, it's someone just trying to offload a painting, or, you know, like make some other market move or backroom deal to raise the price of a work. Like, we know these are how secondary market functions, right? So with the arrival of Web3, that's all now transparent. There's a perfect mechanism to do that. It's all recorded, it's verifiable. We don't need that intermediary anymore. We still do, in the contemporary art world, need agents and thinkers and humans who put context around work. I don't think we need auction houses for that. I hope we don't, moving into the future.
Thank you. So maybe just sort of follow on from this point, and you mentioned the YBA scene, and it just made me think of Charles Saatchi, who's sort of famous for like not really collecting video art, and you know, there was a very particular type of art that he collected, and I'm wondering, you know, maybe it would be interesting to hear from you about the power of collectors, and what is their taste like, and how do you feel about, you know, taste in this scene, and obviously even let's reflect on that term, but also how much is there a kind of selective curating going on from those within the scene? So I've been interested that today and yesterday, I think a slide of Terra-O's self-owning forest was being presented by 4 different people, because it's a brilliant and a really interesting project. We've had Sarah Friend, Ria Myers, and other people that are making, you know, I think very interesting work in this space that's kind of critical and, you know, reflective and all sorts of things. But is there something a bit weird happening between what's being presented and these what's actually happening? Is there a bit of a disjunction there? And then maybe a sort of follow-on point from that is to maybe talk about what is exciting you in the space. And one thought I had about the Terra-O or Terra Zero piece is that this NFT blockchain space feels like it demonstrates is how intimate people are with their technological digital selves, lives, softwares, hardwares, and how something like the Terra Zero project kind of almost refunctions that and puts that to other ends. So in that case, about engaging with ecological issues, and you know, how much can blockchain-based art, NFTs, be used as a bit of a key to it, you know, and into other spaces that perhaps we're less inclined to connect with, or we find more difficult. I don't know if Kelani, if I hand back to you, and you know, it'd be interesting to hear is in terms of from the perspective of curating, you know, your gallery, the stable of artists that you work with, if you could speak to that.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. It's a great question, and thank you for it. Thank you for the space to answer. I think that a lot of the discussion around the artists that are featured over and over again in these curatorials sort of fetishizes the active use of on-chain components of work. And I think that if we expand our zoom out on the landscape of the artists who are practicing in this way, who are practicing in online public space, who are thinking about network culture in their practice, who are using other technologies of power like simulation technologies, artificial intelligence. I think we see a much broader landscape that sort of deals with similar issues, but comes at it from many, many different perspectives, not just like how we can get our rocks off writing new blocks to the chain, right? So I think that whenever I'm thinking about curating, I'm taking a much wider perspective, and I'm really interested specifically in the curators who are looking to these other adjacent histories, these other ways that artists are working, and putting work that is on-chain work, or specifically explicitly looking at the mechanics of the NFT market, or sort of mass distribution, new forms of distribution. I think that the best curation comes when you're telling stories across those different types of practice, specifically in this moment, right? When there's so much hype around the one thing, and there's so much capital and there's so much energy going into it, that it doesn't leave a lot of room for these other kinds of ideas, which again, from my perspective, got us to this moment, right? And really can help us shed light on this moment if we think about them more expansively.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this? I was thinking it might also be interesting if you feel it's relevant, what you were talking about earlier with your project with the British Museum and that kind of work, or you know, hearing more about your work with artists and you know, curating in that sense.
Yes, so to answer your question about what's exciting in that market, I really like to work at artists that are really using the blockchain technology as a medium, so going really deep in how it can be used creatively. And for instance, we had a show called Web Aesthetic on La Collection in collaboration with Anka Curtis Gallery, and one artist, Anna Riedler, has done an artwork that is actually mirroring, it's the flower, and the NFT is mirroring the biological cycle of the flower in nature. And for that, she could not do it alone. She had to do it with one of our engineers who would tailor-made the smart contract. And I think that's fascinating to see how the technology is pushing art and artists to go further in their thinking and in the tools that they are doing. And it's one way to look at it, but as Kelani said, there are many ways. And I also like to look at artists that are actually challenging the technology itself. For instance, in that show, we also had Baron Lantaigne, who did a series on how technology is actually misplacing the use of our bodies. So how tech is actually not taking us into account somehow. So even if he's a digital artist, it's like having this voice challenging it, which I found fascinating. And then to answer your question about the British Museum and the work of La Collection with institutions and artists, I think what has been key for me in curating is the fact that we can create connection between modern art or art for the past, for instance, with the British Museum, or we worked with the Leopold Museum with Egon Schiele. And we did a show in New York where we had NFTs of Egon Schiele with digital artists working also on the same topic of Schiele as a body, like Marjan Moghadam, Cine Deja, for instance. And I really like the fact that the tech can also open those conversations and show the legacy, for instance, of Egon Schiele, show how it's important for digital artists, but also to show that these digital artists are building up upon art history. And I think for me as a traditional art advisor, that's a conversation I had with collectors who sometimes are not putting enough credibility on Web3 art and digital art because of the speculation and the boom that it has been. So I think our role as curators is also to show the quality of work that is made in that sphere. And there are so many amazing artists that it's important to show that in curating projects.
I'll say something brief. I think it's great that there's been conversations because of the blockchain around how art could potentially serve things like universal healthcare. How could we fund that as a DAO and somehow involve an art collection? I'm like still waiting for that to happen and not just be a conversation. But at the same time, like my knee-jerk reaction is to say like, art shouldn't have to do anything for you, you know, in that way. Art should just be able to be art. But what I often see with collectors is that they want it to do something for them. It's about them. They center themselves and their ego around the work, which they should be able to have a visceral relationship to that work and have an emotional experience. That's why they maybe want to collect that piece, and that's why they desire ownership. But in some sense, it's almost like many of these collectors are not centering the artist or the work itself. I mean, if you go into some of these Twitter spaces or back on Clubhouse and you ask some of these early NFT collectors, well, what do you like about the work formally? Like, talk about it, talk about the concept. They would like short circuit like they were robots, like with setting on fire. It's like, and this happened over and over again. So, you know, there's jokes within, you know, galleries and Artworld saying that like a majority of collectors don't have taste, and neither do their art advisors. You know, like it's just a thing. Like when we're just talking about traditional painting and sculpture, but there also are artists that collectors rather that are such important patrons who do deeply care and could talk to you for hours and days about why they love a piece. And I just want to see more of that and more centering of the artist.
Yeah, that's really nice to like thinking of the collectors that I have spoken to who are really passionate about their collections. Kind of gives me makes me feel all warm again. I'm not so angry now. But in terms of what's exciting me in this space at the moment, I think like if we're talking about things that can be collected, so obviously, you know, I'm more interested in blockchain's potential for like organizational innovations and experiments. But if we are talking about kind of NFT works, the things that I'm looking at are things like there's a new piece coming out by Ian Cheng that's just been promoted. I think it's in partnership with Outland. I can't remember what it's called, but I think it's like the dynamic NFTs. So this work, I think, takes on the person. It changes its appearance according to the personality traits or the behaviours of its owners, and I think that's quite interesting. And that kind of speaks directly to your kind of collectors wanting to see them, to see their own needs met. And I think there's something slightly worrying about that, someone wanting a mirror of themselves, but nevertheless it points at a whole load of other possibilities. And another example would be like Ed Forney-Ellis's Familiars, that are kind of like cutesy Tamagotchi type creatures whose health is affected by the health of the financial markets. So they're not doing so well at the moment, I would say. But it's the opportunity to start to see images affected by external forces. I think it's I can't remember what his name was, the guy that was talking about programmable art earlier on. I think that they're pointing at that as well. And the thing I'd like to see is those things also going out into unusual spaces as well. So like at the moment we have a little bit of a kind of things are happening like within quite a kind of small bubble. But I think it would be interesting to start to see these dynamic NFTs spawning themselves out into strange places in the world as well. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe my take, I think from what we're sort of picking up here, I think it's really interesting to sort of to separate, or at least to sort of examine, I guess, the construction of taste. And what I think is sort of interesting is to take a sort of a private sector versus a public sector view on this to some degree, because I sort of, in some sense, it's quite fascinating to see if we use the term institutionalization of taste. You might think of a traditional sort of stuffy museum curator and their role being within, I guess, a hierarchy of value, sort of, and how that their decisions and their exclusions sort of promulgate a form of kind of institutional consensus about an artist that's being shown in a particular institution. And maybe you can say that that's sort of more of a sort of a public sector view. If we then sort of turn the page slightly and look at the private sector and think about, I think, some of the really interesting maybe contradictions in the kind of the private sector, I guess, approach to curatorship is something I find really interesting. So for instance, if we think about large auction houses, they have a particular department that focuses on curated contemporary sales. And to my mind, that's almost a sort of a paradox in some particular way, because I feel the idea, one of the sort of the goals of curation is hopefully the idea of a sort of an objective selectivity of out of every object created within a particular context, you select the ones that best sort of serve the various messages that you're trying to convey. But on the flip side of that is that auction houses are driven very, very primarily by consignments, which are collector driven. I want to sell this object. And so you have this interesting kind of dynamic. So the actual word curation is sort of almost being sort of used as a misnomer in that context. And then maybe if we start to look at some of the really large contemporary commercial galleries, it's very reasonably unlikely for them to curate any exhibitions that exclude artists that are not within their canon or within their stable. There are many exceptions to that to some degree, but so you sort of the idea of curation becomes quite an interesting dynamic between public and private. And what I find fascinating is then if we sort of see where we are now with some of, maybe if we take a sort of a commercial position and look at some of the NFT ecosystems that we all know very well, there is still a sense of selectivity if you're an artist. You know, it's not particularly easy to get into super rare. You might apply, but it's quite tricky. Perhaps, you know, OpenSea is much more accessible. So I think maybe those conversations I think are quite interesting to think about. So actually accessibility. If I mint a photograph of an NFT, can I apply and get through into that sort of sales mechanism, or are there sort of structural boundaries that are still precluding me and my understanding of what I perceive to be culture from being accepted within a sort of a new ecosystem? So I think I'm just sort of saying this because I think it's quite interesting to think about whether there is any repetition of what went before it's happening now, or actually are we completely opening up a different conversation? I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, so what that makes me think of is this kind of narrowing gap between curation and marketing. So like what is the difference actually? What is the difference between curation and marketing? Like, so if we're seeing curation as something that happens in the public, in the kind of public domain where marketing isn't supposed to be what it's all about, I don't know. I'm just interested to know what other people think. Maybe Kelani has something interesting to say about this.
Yeah, you nailed it. I love that as a framing. Like, I think that the obvious answer to me is that marketing is trying to sell something and curating is trying to show you something. And so I think that obviously many times that a curatorial selection is framed, it's to make work accessible to someone who might buy it. So I'm not saying there's a non-commercial end to that, but the act of selection, framing, the care, the way you might think about presenting work when you're driven by things that are not marketing oriented, i.e., you know, how are we going to appeal to taste? How are we going to catch a high price point? How are we going to show things that match the couch, right? Which is like a lot of what happens in the primary market sometimes, even where gallerists are putting pressure on artists to make things which are easy and delightful to live with, or are in the color palettes of tastes of certain people, right? Like all of these kinds of things, I would say point to what you were just saying about the blue chip auction houses, for example, what's easily consumable, you know, what can be placed in many ways, which is again why media art never really took off from a market perspective, but has this rich historic lineage in the great institutions that have been figuring out how to, present it, maintain it, make it available to audiences. Thanks for the prompt, Ruth. Love that.
I also just wanted to add that I think good curation doesn't just show, it provokes, it's about asking questions instead of showing solutions. And like, I personally know that I've seen a good exhibition if I'm like laying on my pillow at night and not only having new thoughts of my own that are coming out of it, but questioning and like still thinking about works. I feel like this with film too, like months later. So I think it's almost like it's a failure, and it speaks to like the thoughtfulness that I expect from curation.
And also the idea of curating as a sort of junction maker, you know, where you're trying to put different things into dialogue. And yeah, I think that point you made, Ruth, of how do we get these really interesting kind of works, methods, processes, ideas out into, you know, to interact, you know, the kind of things that I think you're doing in, you know, in Finsbury Park and such like. And yeah, so in the spirit of that, let's throw it out to the room. And I think, yeah, it would be really interesting to hear if people have got specific questions to particular people, or there's things that people want to pick up, you know, that have kind of emerged today, or perhaps, you know, connect with some of the things that we've just been speaking about. Yes, we have a question there. Shall I do some microwaving? Or?
Where was that, sorry?
Thanks, that was really interesting. Ruth, the project you mentioned is three-face ranging. No, I wanted to ask about, is it Mariam? Or Malin, sorry. Were you talking about sort of minting of physical artworks? I'm kind of curious about whether, you know, how collectors are kind of responding to that. Like, are people still talking about sort of doing NFTs of paintings and sculptures, not just the way you're doing it, but also works in private collections? I'm just kind of curious because that conversation sort of was there a couple of years ago, but it hasn't really kept up steam, I feel like, as much as other conversations.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so I guess you're talking about the project of La Collection with the British Museum or the Leopold Museum, when we work with traditional art, physical art, and transforming them into digital twin. For me, those projects are first exploration of institutions in the sphere. And what has been important for collectors and their reaction is more the patronage. I mean, for them, acquiring those NFTs was more about supporting the museums in certain projects. For instance, for the Leopold Museum, it was supporting the acquisition of a new work. So for me, in that category of NFT, the goal of collectors is completely different from when they buy digital art, which is an artwork in itself with a value in itself. For that, those projects is really a form of mecenage, a form of patronage for the institution globally. And I think we are at the beginning of that. The institution have explored different ways of working in NFTs, and we will see projects that go even further. And I hope that also the community will be a bit more engaged in the future. I mean, I think you asked a question about the collectors and in general, how do they play in that sphere? And for me, what's important and interesting is that they are losing a bit the power compared to the traditional old ways. Actually, artists now are more front. They have control a lot more on what they are doing, on their audience. And I think that's a very healthy stake in Web3.
Who else has a question?
Hi. I was wondering if you just comment on, I guess, kind of how you, as curators, how you see the open nature of what's happening in the Web3 space and kind of the DIY artist come do your own thing versus the idea of there being gatekeepers or people that make the decisions for what should be seen and what should not be seen. And so this idea of the democratization of art versus sort of the curation or assembly of certain types of art together. And if you see sort of a conflict there in the space, or what you see your role is in that as curators.
I think like the conversation about this is now front and center because of blockchain and NFTs, but it's not new. I mean, artist collectives have been wearing the curatorial hat for like decades now, and I can't point directly at this exact moment to a specific collective or a specific individual artist, but like we recognize that that's not a new conversation internally, right? And personally, I have the same opinion about curation as I do conservation. What I said earlier about like giving artists the tools to understand how they can export their work archivally, but they can also rebel against me. And, you know, maybe the concept of their work is for it to be lossy. Like, then I accept that. Like, it makes sense conceptually. So at one point I was even talking to Friends with Benefits, which is a DAO, about running an event to help just like anybody in the community, whether they are artists or technologists or really like anybody, understand the tools as to what it means to curate traditionally. Like, I think, you know, I wish more people recognize that, you know, an institutional curator is in school for like 6 to 10 years for a reason. Like, we're studying and learning, but at the same time, like, you can teach workshops about how to do research and how to compare one work to another work. And I think that would be incredibly helpful. Like, I do want to see, I like the democratization of curation. I just want there to be some kind of framework out there for them to play with instead of just throwing things up on a website or, you know, in you know, the vellum space or whatever.
I love that idea of like there being democratization of curation plus help to do it really well. That sounds great to me. But I think we've got a really good current example of where the art world is doing this kind of decentralization itself is in the recent Documenta, where they applied the principle of Lumbung. So this was a collective of artists who were brought in, and they basically curated, I think they were 50 different collectives from around the world who were all exploring different forms of collective cultural organization and curation. And I spent 2 or 3 days wandering around, just like like really, oh, this is what this does to my experience, as opposed to an ordinary, like my usual experience of a curated large scale international festival. It was like really interesting to try and navigate what it meant, what the kind of like where the meaning was in the individual works, what you were trying to understand about what kind of like what the identity of each different collective was. But there was something really kind of invigorating about that sense of like putting yourself in the middle of that and making it your own responsibility to really know what the value system was that you were looking at with each collective in these different kind of setups. I guess the difference between what was going on at Documenta and what I think is going on more in the kind of decentralized NFT marketplaces is that there does seem to be like just this, like, it's set perhaps from kind of like the early days of Hic et Nunc. It really does seem that the kind of prime, like everyone understands that it's about making money. Like it's a very kind of clear, like agreed, we're all here, we make some beautiful work and then we sell it. And that wasn't the case in the Documenta exhibition. The Documenta exhibition was really about a kind of reflection on the role of culture within very different communities with very different value sets. And I don't think I don't see that. I might just not know about it, please tell me I'm wrong, but I don't see that diversity of kind of motivations and value sets in the different decentralized NFT marketplaces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that interface between the kind of, well, just the democratization of access to all sorts of different discussions that we're having is really fundamentally fascinating. And part of me is really interested also in just looking at the role of the kind of I guess the traditional fine art training guilds and schools and sort of and what does this mean, you know, because we've got basically you've got an entry point into a boundless ecosystem of unimaginable possibilities. So why does potentially a budding young fine artist want to spend £20,000-30,000 to go on to learn in the kind of the sort of traditional gilded structures? So I'm fascinated to see how some of the kind of the institutions that have promulgated the idea of developing and culture, creating the kind of nurturing the fine artist in society, how they are responding to the opportunities that we're seeing here now. Is there a new module that's being offered in some of the in some of these organizations that's very much about exploring the possibilities of time-based medium of digital crypto art, etc. Or is that, I don't know if anyone knows anything about what the Goldsmiths, the Slades, etc. are doing, but it'd be fascinating to sort of see if there's any kind of inflection on that. Oxford Books are active, yeah. Brilliant.
Thinking of an exhibition that we hosted at Oxford Books, where I'm based, and it was put on with Modern Art Oxford a few weeks ago. But what they did, Sarah, who I don't think is here, but they have a lot of volunteers there that help support the gallery and community groups that they work with. And what they did is actually as a way of kind of trying to give back to them, they said, would you be interested in doing a course on curating with us? And we're going to curate an exhibition. And they were, and that's what they did. And they ran it for about 10 weeks and they developed a kind of a thematic of adapt, transform. And it was kind of post-COVID, thinking about urban space and communities. They did the call out. They looked at who, submitted and curated it. And I think what was particularly special about that exhibition was that they were changing the gatekeepers. So I think it's very common in the art world that you'll have, the professional curators might come up with a thing and, oh, we're going to do co-design with this group, that you're not really, still there is another gatekeeper. There's these sort of layers of it. But I think that kind of experiment, I think, and again, coming back to Ruth, what you're saying of opening it out, and how to do that. And one other thing I would say in that regard, from my sort of as a way of trying to understand blockchain, and what I have taken from getting to grips with it and seeing what people have been doing in the space is particularly DAOs is an emphasis on modes of organizing. And I think that that's something in our culture we're not very, you know, in sort of Western neoliberal culture, we're not very good at doing that. We're not very good at working, I think, cooperatively. We've done the kind of Hobbesian contract in a way of, you know, of trading that with, you know, perhaps our MPs, our representatives at the council. And I think that, you know, the power of this scene is, you know, is very subversive, and it makes you reevaluate all those systems, and you have to understand what is, or you have to try and get a handle on what is money, what has it been, what is the law, what is a smart contract. And so I think what I see as exciting is lots of things coming through that you had Callum Bowden from Black Swan, didn't you, at the event at Serpentine, who's doing things not on the blockchain, but inspired by what he's learned through trying to do things on the blockchain. So I think that kind of space of democracy is really interesting. Anyone else want to speak to this? Kelani, did you want to?
Sure. Yeah, I think that democratization is a really problematic term. I don't think, again, like who has access now? It's just like a different group of people. It's not like everyone. I don't think that what we're seeing, it's more like populism in a way. But again, populism for a specific group of nerds who have access to tools and technologies of power. I think when we really are starting to see ideas of democratization are things like culture state that Ruth is doing with Furtherfield, right? Where we're actually going into communities and thinking about consensus and taste and meaning and value and thinking about these things in different ways. And I think a lot of the time in Web3 and in specifically crypto art scenes talking about democratization, it's again, to me, one of these sort of doublespeak terms that you're saying one thing, you're talking about an affordance of decentralization, sure, but you're not actually talking about expanded access and new ways of thinking about understanding taste and building culture. And then I'll just say one more thing as regards like the idea of gatekeeping, which I think, again, is a really problematic term. I think instead, if we think about individuals who have identified their role in shaping culture and have a stake in that, and have devoted portions of their life to study or investments in helping to shape the cultural legacy of their generation. I think there's a really important way to talk about that that's not pejoratively negative in the way that gatekeeper is. And I think we all recognize it as just humans in the world, how we make choices, how we recognize patterns, how we find meaning of value in the communities and the localities around us. And I think to just exist in the world, you need those kinds of structures and you need that kind of meaning making and sense making. So I would love for us to like get more nuanced in these kinds of conversations and stop throwing around words like democratization and gatekeeper, because it's a lot more complex, this space that we're operating in now. And yeah, I'm excited about decentralization and the new potentials we have to create economies of value at different scale. But I don't think that the kind of populism we're seeing right now is a thoughtful application of those potentials.
Hello, can you hear me? It's so wonderful hearing all of you talk about this. I wish I could have been here for longer today. It's been really wonderful. Thanks, everyone. For the paper, see you're doing it. I knew I was talking too slowly, quietly. For the papers that I have heard and the discussion that I've heard as well and had outside and in here, a lot of what I'm hearing is that this is like still a point where everyone's just trying to not just take stock of what is happening in this field now, but of what this could possibly be. It's about the possibilities as much as anything else. And I can't remember who it was. Someone before said that it was amazing the seeing what artists were doing with the blockchain as well as the technologists. And I was wondering if maybe this is a leading question, but if you thought that NFTs are going to continue to be one of the ways that artists and creatives can continue to have a really formative impact on the development of the technological world that we're kind of moving into, that we don't really know what it's going to be, but can have a really important impact on the development of that. And if so, then is it still possible for artists and creatives to maintain the power within that? I mean, we can always see that how markets can just completely consume artists in so many situations. Is it still possible for individuals or collectives to still maintain that power in the future? Can we imagine that kind of positive world?
Yeah, I mean, this is why I tend to disagree that artists have the power right now. There's this facade to me of artists having the power, but already everyone from node operators up until people who were just buying work on something like Flow with a credit card, that blockchain or something, is working within a centralized system. I don't mind saying things like this publicly. I mean, JP Morgan owns a hefty portion of Consensus, which is a hefty portion of node operators on Ethereum. It's already so heavily centralized to the extent that that's just going to continue on. It's just going to continue to get more and more centralized. So already, do artists have the power, or do they just think they have the power? How do we give them the power? Going to be like a broken record. Give them the tools. Teach them how to write in Solidity and Michelson and all these things. If they don't have that skill set, I'm not a programmer either. Connect them to developers who have that skill set. There are developers even coming out of MIT now and other universities that are learning these programming languages and want to do things independently. Learn the protocols like the ERC 721s and 1155s or new EIP specs. Or sorry, I'm just talking about Ethereum, but I'm really talking about all blockchains, and start work on the Cosmos SDK, which is a Billy Rennenkamp project that where you can essentially make your own blockchain that is interoperable. Like, there are so many resources out there, but you have to be willing to be independent from that system and fight for that. And artists won't be able to do that unless you educate them on the fact those resources exist. But what we have now, I feel pretty pessimistic about in terms of the existing structures because they're already centralized.
I just want to say what she said. I don't really have anything to add. Yeah, do I have anything to add? I was agreeing so hard that I kind of forgot what the question was. Do artists have the power? I mean, I wouldn't be giving so much attention and energy to this if I didn't think it was really important that artists and cultural players take more power, find some way to shape the space. I think it's really important. I don't know how optimistic I am. I feel like we need, like, maybe we need more players in the crypto space to recognize the value that artists can bring to the space, to actually crack it open and make it, like, connect it into different parts of the world and connect it into a kind of more diverse social value, kind of value systems. I feel like that's what needs to happen, but I don't know whether there are enough people in crypto who see that as a gain. And so, like, we'll see. I think I'm not so optimistic, but it still feels like a fight worth fighting.
Do you see a replication of the structures of power that manifest in the real world, manifesting in the new age Web3 crypto space? You know, I find it very interesting that we're all assuming that decentralization naturally means that it's going to make everything wonderful. I guess this question comes from the fact that there's a lot of accusations of fraud, you know, people just taking screenshots and putting them up as NFTs versus The Economist or the NYT selling their, lead cover. So do you think sort of the replication of power structures, big art houses moving into that space, pushing out smaller artists, etc.? Is that how you guys see it manifesting itself, or is it a decentralized, wonderful space?
I think it's a really important question. And I think, yeah, I mean, it's a really good view because I don't know, I mean, just if we step outside of this discussion and think about other things that we do in our daily lives, and if you walk into a situation where you feel unfamiliar, I don't know what an example would be, maybe going to a veterinary clinic, is the cat food the one that's got the brand or the reputation value? Is that the one you're going to go for out of all other cat brands, if you know what I mean? And so do people, like moths to flames, do they slowly ebb towards something they think they can trust if they're feeling that sense of confusion? I don't know. I'm sure there'll be behavioural economists who will know much more about that. But so I mean, I suggest that probably, unless there's a sort of a much more compelling proposition, which is don't worry about the incumbent reputations, this is your wild west of opportunity. Do trust people that you just like what they're doing, buy with your eyes, not with your ears, that kind of stuff. Then maybe that's where we're going to be starting to move. But yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting point. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know how many of us, I personally am not saying, yeah, it's this wonderful new thing. I suppose I see it as perhaps an intensification of certain, systems and processes that already exist. And in some ways, I see its effect in the art world as a bit sort of retrograde and even conservative in one regard, as it sort of created a growth in the area of sort of, yeah, what seems quite traditional work to me, that it's rectangles, it's flat, it's made by one artist, and I'm kind of, my own interests in art are interested in, I might, as a curator, commission one or two pieces a year that are kind of, specific to a particular place, working with a community group. They use lots of different materials, and I'm not saying that's necessarily better or whatever, but it's just different. And so I think that image of intensification, but alongside that, I do see this very, that's why I think it's important to differentiate. And I said at the beginning that there isn't one type of blockchain art. And I think the area of DAOs, and how artists are using it as a method to organize collectively, I think that's really interesting. Obviously, that's not new. We've had things like, the cooperative movement. But what is new is we've all got phones and laptops, or at least a majority of people, in where we live in this country. How can that be refunctioned, and what's the power inherent in that? And even again, from a subversive perspective of going, well, okay, we've seen all these NFT platforms rise up. Wow, look at that, and so people who are maybe in the arts but less interested in that space, but they can learn from that. Anyone else want to speak to that, Kelani? Or
Yeah, I'll chime in and say, I think blockchains are a very dangerous technology, and they're the sort of manifestation and culmination of techno-utopian ideals, and have a lot of intrinsic systemic failures built into them. All technologies and softwares do. The blockchain in particular is a very nefarious one because it strips us of our humanity inherently. We are not people in this system. We are wallets. We are financialized instruments. We are the sum total of our transactions. Super problematic. And just to echo what Sam just said, the reason that I am optimistic and that I am leaned into this space, and that I am, like Ruth said, also contributing a lot of effort and mental energy and care, is because of all of the adjacent ideals that this moment and this technology of power have now brought to the forefront. So the nascent history of cooperative movements and how people for generations, even before it was thought of as a cooperative, solidarity economy models, how people take care of each other and tend to each other. These things are now front and center because decentralization, right? A tooling might fit with these values if those values were actually the ones that were invested in by the people who are benefiting from the technology of power. Anyway, all of that convoluted mess aside, the other thing that's super powerful in this moment is the idea, the nascent culture of, online practice. And it's something where when I discovered it, more than a decade ago, I really felt these artists were prescient and were showing something about our future. And so also the fact that this art is a perfect use case for this technology, now people understand about this artwork and what it means to value ephemeral things and what it means for us to care about data-based objects or open works, mimetic ideas, things like this. And then just the last point I'll say is, again, on ideas of things like decentralized storage. So when we move away from pure financialization and start to think about what's at loss, what would it take for us to care for our culture, and ways that this technology can be applied in that way. And those are the things I think which are really promising and which I'm really optimistic about, but only if we put the blockchain and the technology of power that it's based on in its place and understand the political implications of engaging with it.
Thank you, so much for that. Is there one final question? I'm conscious of time.
Since you're wearing curatorial hats today, I'm gonna emphasize on that hat. And so first, a kind of very short prelude. Like in the pre-Bitcoin days, the discourse that is highly influential towards building of Bitcoin was full of, well, for example, cyberpunks, people who call them that, but people essentially who were in the mindset that, okay, the whole nation state system is in a phasing out, transitioning out, and this whole project that we're building, including new monetary system, is about actually planning towards a new world structure in itself. And I'm not, by the way, subscribing to this, and there was a lot of naivety. But what was interesting, like one with a certain stretch could call them kind of and they took a curatorial position towards the world itself, and without that, probably Bitcoin wouldn't have happened, that discourse in itself. But then, like, this sort of conversation of does, say, NFTs allow us to relinquish from, say, the auction houses, there is a kind of like let's say a problematic in that is this tool that was created by this sort of technological creation, is it our key to change the art world? So what do you think in terms of curation? Could there be curation that is curation towards the art itself, not art as particular work, but the art as an institution, as an organization, and is that potentially becoming a key part of what curation could be? And if it could become part of curatorial picture, how would such curation take place?
I think you asked, are we saying, like, could we see curation as an art and art as an institution? So then we're talking about, like, whether institution building can become an art form. Is that kind of what we're talking about?
Rating what art is in the future. What is, because art is essentially kind of an institutional structure more and more so, and we have kind of seen the signs of that. So what would be a curation that is aimed towards actually transforming the art itself, as per the example how Bitcoin was born out of curating the world structure itself, whether naive or not?
I think Brecht had the idea that the role of art was to shape the world like a hammer, not reflect it like a mirror. And I think a lot of the art that we kind of collectively value is art that actually forces the world to see itself in a different way. And so, yeah, I'm all for it. And I think that for me, that's why the DAOs are such a interesting collective art form. Basically, they're a collective art form that we can think of, like, how do we want to shape the world? Like, how are we going to shape the world with this? So, yeah, and we've been talking off panel about kind of like the relationship actually between like DAO design and live action role play, for instance, like other world building processes, and the way they can, like, we can use these to build new imaginaries that we then inhabit and invite other people into. So I think, yeah, this is where there's a lot of potential for us to do deep and strange work.
Yeah, I think also location is really a pretty huge key here. So the engagement proposition, because, you know, no art is neutral, it's always got a context. And so how do you then engage as an individual, however you want to, you know, what are your optics and what is that experience like, I think is really important. I don't know why it's in my mind, but I'm thinking about Marina Abramovich and Piccadilly Circus. I could have walked past that without knowing about it, and I would have been forced to engage with it. And I quite like that. That's a real kind of sort of, it you know, foregrounds the role of being in the public and being able to sort of feel like I'm part of something, but then I had to be in London to be able to see that, or the other different cities around the world. So 25 FPS. But yes, so I think you've always got to think about what the tension is between the location and that context and the work, and do they speak together in a sort of harmonious fashion? But is there an intrinsic kind of power structure? So it's on my platform, or it's in my location, my building. What does that mean? What am I trying to kind of, going back to marketing, going back to other different sort of dynamics here? What am I actually trying to convey? So getting that real essence of this sort of the artistic neutrality, you know, does neutrality actually exist in sort of its own ecosystem, or is there always some kind of contingent power structure? But you know, these are very, very big discussions. So yeah.
I also understood in your question, our NFT as a format, as a form, can change, as a medium as well, can change the traditional art world. And we've seen in the press recently a lot of NFTs are dead kind of movement, like with it being kind of a subject. And I think it's too soon to know, you know, if it will stay as a format that is healthy for artists to continue to grow. We are all exploring that. It might be, it might not be, but the role of curation is really, yes, going to be to look at those forms of art that help us look at society, challenge it, question it. As always, I think it's something that will remain.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully grasped exactly the question you're asking, but the one thing I will say is that if we begin, and maybe it's the way that you're using the word curation for me, but if we're curating art as an institution, then that means we're putting parameters around what that artwork should be and how it's dictated and how it moves in the world. So already that I feel like is oppositional to how art should operate. So we shouldn't do that, period.
So I think we're going to have to wrap it up there. Can we thank our panelists and thank all of everybody for today, and especially the conference organisers as well. And yeah, hopefully, I think we can all go and have a drink now. So thank you, Kelani.
Yeah, that's it for the formal proceedings. But if you have more questions and would like to chat to the panel, I imagine most of them are joining us for drinks over in the old kitchen bar in the corner of the cloisters in college. It's possible we'll have to go out to Longwall Street and around to the Porter's Lodge, or are they opening the gate? Okay. Easier. We can go out through the gate into college. There'll be a bunch of us walking that direction. So just, follow someone who looks like they know where they're going. And yeah, have a good evening.